classical social theory, in Durkheim and Weber as in Marx himself. Historical arguments. The main part of the book then devotes one chapter each to medieval feudalism, the early industrial capitalism of 19th century Britain, and the late capitalism of post-World War II Britain. Deploying a multitude of historiographic and, in the third chapter, sociological references, AHT affirm that DIT is an inaccurate theory. Thus, under feudalism religion was not a dominant ideology which had the consequence of successfully incorporating the peasantry, p. 94, rather, a dominant religious ideology among the landowning feudal class had the consequence of helping the operation of the economic conditions of feudalism, p. 93, mainly through the contribution of Catholic family morality to the regulation of inheritance in land. Early British capitalism experienced the development of a new dominant bourgeois ideology, provided by philosophic radicalism, which destroyed traditionalism and its sanctioning of social and political authority by reference to natural law, p. 96. However, AHT emphasize as their most important point that working class culture and ideology were all the time largely unpermeated by this dominant bourgeois ideology. In feudalism and early capitalism there was a rather clearly identifiable, though by no means completely unified, dominant ideology, which incorporated the dominant class, but the weakness of the apparatus of ideological transmission left the subordinate classes largely untouched by it. In late capitalism, however, a kind of inversion has taken place. Transmission is more effective, but the limited ideological unity of previous periods has collapsed, p. 156. State interventionist welfare capitalism, and the granting of trade union and individual employee rights by large corporations, indicate the internal inconsistency of dominant bourgeois ideology and its limited sway across the different fractions of the dominant class. AHT conclude that late capitalism operates largely without ideology and, leaning upon Max Weber's economic sociology and an expression of Marx, that the coherence of capitalist societies is produced by the dull compulsion of economic relations, p. 165. Our position, they explain, is that the non-normative aspect of system integration provides a basis of a society's coherence, irrespective of whether or not there are common values. Social integration and system integration can vary independently. Social classes do have different and conflicting ideologies but are, nevertheless, bound together by the network of objective social relations, p. 168. This is a very serious work on a very important topic. It makes a valuable contribution to our understanding of social order and social domination, two things which in human history have meant the same, alas. Since AHT have also been asked to review my own The Ideology of Power and the Power of Ideology, it may be of interest to note the areas of convergence with the dominant ideology thesis. The two books appeared in the same year, partly addressing the same problems, but were written from very different intellectual, political and national backgrounds, with no apparent knowledge of each other. Both argue that existing order/domination is not maintained, to any significant extent, by a belief among the ruled in the ruler's right to rule. Both stress the crucial importance of non-normative constraint, the different relations of different classes to the same ideology, and the lack of coherence and consistency of most ideologies. It may also be the case that each of the two works would have benefited from knowledge and use of the other. Many of my propositions and conceptual distinctions could have been fruitfully concretized and corroborated by the empirical readings that AHT collect and introduce into their discussion. Their exposition could probably have been clarified and sharpened by parts of the analytical instrumentarium developed in my book. In spite of their partial confluence, however, DIT and the ideology of power remain fundamentally different. In at least one sense they are even opposites. For while the latter is, above all, a constructive effort to develop new tools for grasping the complex relations of ideology and power, DIT is mainly a work of destruction. Not only is it about something which the authors are out to destroy. It ends with a call for silence about ideology, since the real task is always to understand the economic and political forces which shape people's lives. Too much has been said about ideology in recent decades. p. 191. This sentence seems to imply two claims, that THT have said virtually all there is to say about ideology, at least for the immediate future, and that, for all practical purposes, ideology has nothing to do with how economic and political forces shape people's lives. Let us test the weight of these claims. If enough has been said about ideology with the publication of DIT, it must follow that enough has been said about DIT. That is what AHT were hunting throughout their book, and most readers will have noticed, even after a first reading, that their numerous shots scored several hits. But what animal is it, whose hide the proud hunters have hung on the wall of the sociology staff room? That is not very easy to say. DIT only got its name from its killers, just before the trigger was pulled. A second, closer reading of DIT reveals a curious structure of the book. DIT is first defined by general reference to a number of Marxist theorists, then it is refuted by a series of arguments concerning what AHT hold to be false notions about the operation of ideology in feudal society and in early and late capitalism. This procedure assumes, with no systematic attempt at demonstration, that the criticized notions of feudal and capitalist ideology are those of the authors whose writings constitute the DIT. DIT contains a host of references, but the ones decisive for its author's argument are conspicuously absent. A common and respectable procedure of scholarly debate is first to give a clear picture of what is to be scrutinized and criticized, and then to show the logical inconsistency of the object of analysis or to demonstrate its empirical inadequacy or falseness by bringing evidence to bear against it. For some reason, however, AHT have chosen a quite different path. The criticandum, DIT, is first defined in three different ways. Then the authors pool their knowledge to cast as much doubt as possible on one of the three objects of definition. The conclusion is that DIT is empirically false and theoretically unwarranted, presumably in all three meanings. To most people this will hardly be a convincing demonstration, however sympathetic they may feel towards much of the book's anti-idealist thrust. It remains to be seen whether AHT have arrived at a correct position, even though they have not succeeded in bringing their arguments together in a logically compelling way. Three definitions. The three definitions of the DIT which AHT offer are the following. First, what we might call the identifiable DIT is defined by reference to known authors such as Habermas, Marcus, Miliband and Poulantzas, p. 1, or Gramsci, Habermas and Althusser, pp. 11 ff. Secondly, we find something like a stress definition of DIT. Our argument is that there has been an increased emphasis on the autonomy and causal efficacy of superstructural elements, and of ideology in particular, in modern Marxism. This emphasis on ideology amounts to advocacy of what we have called the dominant ideology thesis, p. 29. The third and final definition is of a constructed DIT, a product, most immediately, of AHT's talent for formulation. The main elements of this thesis are as follows. 1. There is a dominant ideology. 2. Dominant classes benefit from the effects of the dominant ideology. 3. The dominant ideology does incorporate the subordinate classes, making them politically quiescent. For the mechanisms by which ideology is transmitted have to be powerful enough to overcome the contradictions within the structure of capitalist society. p. 29. At least two minimal requirements must be satisfied if these definitions are to be used in conjunction with one another. It must be possible to locate, or at least to distill, the construct from the works making up the identifiable definition, and the modern Marxist authors who lay such stress on ideology must be referring to the same thing that AHT understand by ideology. Otherwise, there would be no basis at all for the strange equation of emphasis on ideology with advocacy of the dominant ideology thesis. Crucial to the first requirement is the third of the elements given by AHT in their construct definition, the idea that the dominant ideology incorporates the subordinate classes. All the others are irrelevant. AHT themselves hold elements 1 and 2, and element 4 is obviously not pertinent to their later discussion of medieval feudalism. AHT even give us a little help here in clarifying the meaning of the construct definition. They absolve Marx and Engels of the sin of DIT, in spite of ambiguous formulations in the German ideology, because in the latter there was also an ideological conflict involved in the economic and political struggle. We contend, therefore, that Marx and Engels did not adopt an incorporation theory, p. 8. According to AHT's construct definition, then, those who hold a notion of class struggle at the ideological as well as the economic and political levels, p. 8, should not be included among the proponents of DIT. AHT never bothered to argue that the notion of ideological class struggle has disappeared from the works of the DIT authors they mention. There is at least one good reason for their neglect, however, for a moment's reflection would reveal the sterility of any such attempt. To begin with Althusser, he took pains to emphasize his own view in the postscript to his essay on ideological state apparatuses. Whoever says class struggle of the ruling class says resistance, revolt and class struggle of the ruled class. That is why the ISAs are not the realization of ideology in general, nor even the conflict-free realization of the ideology of the ruling class. For if it is true that the ISAs represent the form in which the ideology of the ruling class must necessarily be realized, and the form in which the ideology of the ruled class must necessarily be measured and confronted, ideologies are born not in the ISAs but from the social classes at grips in the class struggle, from their conditions of existence, their practices, their experience of the struggle, and so on. 2. Ideology in Western Marxism. AHT indirectly admit that they had some difficulties in fitting Gramsci into their picture, difficulties avoided in other cases because of AHT's option to remain silent. On the one hand, we are told that Gramsci, probably more than any other theorist, has contributed to the contemporary dominant ideology thesis, with his conceptions of hegemony, and of ideology as cementing and unifying, p. 14. On the other hand, a few lines later on the same page, we learn that Gramsci does not believe that the working class is completely subordinated any more than Marx did. He is no idealist. Indeed, for Gramsci the economy is of prime importance. 3. Some readers will, no doubt, wonder why Gramsci is included in the DIT company any more than Marx. In fact, AHT proceed to give an answer. For Gramsci, despite the fact that there is a working class consciousness at some level, its incorporation within a dominant ideology tends to produce moral and political passivity, which can be broken only as a result of struggle encouraged by a mass political party, the success of which depends partly on the party's intellectuals, p. 15. Still, AHT would be unwise to make too much of any distinction between class and party or workers and intellectuals. In Gramsci's view, parties are only the nomenclature for classes. As the political organization of the latter, all members of a political party should be regarded as intellectuals, and between the spontaneous feeling of the masses and the politically conscious leadership there is but a quantitative difference of degree, not one of quality. For we shall consider presently whether Gramsci's view of the production of moral and political passivity justifies AHT's assimilation of it to the empirically false and theoretically unwarranted DIT. Let us just note that AHT do not take Marx to task for having said that the advance of capitalist production develops a working class which by education, tradition, habit, looks upon the conditions of that mode of production as self-evident laws of nature, quoted on p. 166. If Marx escapes their indictment, there seems little reason to incorporate Gramsci into the construct definition of DIT. It should be conceded that Habermas and Marcus appear to qualify better for the ranks of the damned. But since that has more to do with their doubts about class struggle under contemporary capitalism than with any denial of ideological class struggle, it would seem preferable to consider them in relation to the stress definition of DIT. The case of Miliband is perhaps the simplest and most straightforward of all. If AHT had been less concerned with their image as cavaliers SEULS, they could have enlisted Miliband in support of their more reasonable claims. Referring to the German ideology and to the Gramscian concept of hegemony, or at least some interpretations of it, Miliband has written, "What is involved is an overstatement of the ideological predominance of the ruling class or of the effectiveness of that predominance. It is at least as true now as it was when the words were written that the class which has the means of material production at its disposal has control at the same time over the means of mental production. But it is only partially true. That thereby, generally speaking, the ideas of those who lack the means of mental production are subject to it. The danger of this formulation, as of the notion of hegemony, is that it may lead to a quite inadequate account being taken of the many-sided and permanent challenge which is directed at the ideological predominance of the ruling class." 5. Finally, Poole answers. Again we can let the accused defend himself. To say that there is a working class in economic relations necessarily implies a specific place for this class in ideological and political relations, even if in certain countries and certain historical periods this class does not have its own class consciousness or an autonomous political organization. This means that in such cases, even if it is heavily contaminated by bourgeois ideology, its economic existence is still expressed in certain specific material politico-ideological practices which burst through its bourgeois discourse. To understand this, of course, it is necessary to break with the whole conception of ideology as a system of ideas or a coherent discourse, and to understand it as an ensemble of material practices. This gives the lie to all those ideologies arguing the integration of the working class. 6. Construct and reality. The first and the third of AHT's definitions do not fit together. With the possible exceptions of Habermas and Marcus both coming out of one particular tradition of Western Marxism, the identifiable or, so to speak, actually existing DITists cannot be covered by AHT's constructed DIT. This non-fit between the identifiable definition and the construct is also apparent in the fact that part of AHT's evidence against the latter is either fully compatible with, or a direct corroboration of, propositions advanced by identifiable DITists. A brief list of illustrations will suffice indeed, it could not be made much longer, because AHT have hardly understood the purpose of Althusser et al., and spend most of their time simply talking at a tangent. When Althusser wanted to argue that the Catholic Church was the central ISA in pre-capitalist Europe, he said, "It is no accident that all ideological struggle, from the 16th to the 18th century, was concentrated in an anti-clerical and anti-religious struggle, rather, This is a function precisely of the dominant position of the religious ideological state apparatus. 7. Poulantzas had earlier made a related point. The dominance of this dominant ideology is shown by the fact that the dominated classes live their conditions of political existence through the forms of dominant political discourse. This means that often they live even their revolt against the domination of the system within the frame of reference of the dominant legitimacy. 8. We cannot expect AHT to have looked for evidence for or against these notions. But in arguing against their own construct, they have come up with some rather telling illustrations of Althusser's and Poulantzas's arguments against the idea of Catholic incorporation of the peasantry. For example, they write: in the Black Mass in the region of Labor in 1609, the Catholic Mass was celebrated in reverse by a priest who had his face to the ground while elevating a black host. In Catalan witchcraft in the same period, Latin prayers were recited backwards, while in the Midi Feast of Fools, Mass bouffe and Mass fast turned the church's sacred ritual into a public burlesque. In the absence of a real revolutionary strategy, the peasantry had to content itself with a purely farcical portrayal of the idea that the first shall be last. pp. 78-9. When they come to mid-Victorian Britain, AHT invokes studies of the labor aristocracy to support their view that apparently bourgeois beliefs of self-help, improvement, independence, respectability, had distinctive, corporate and class meanings for the proletariat. p. 117. In AHT's opinion, Althusser's essay Ideology and Ideological State Apparatuses is moving to the conventional statement of the dominant ideology thesis. This position is summarized well in Althusser's own words: to my knowledge, no class can hold state power over a very long period without at the same time exercising its hegemony over and in the state ideological apparatuses. p. 24, emphasis omitted. AHT make no attempt to disprove Althusser's statement, but they do make various points which indirectly pertain to it. Their discussion of the supportive relationship between church and feudal aristocracy is of the kind we might expect from an Althusserian perspective. Again, in their summary of Willis's Learning to Labor, p. 150, they refer to the individualist, achievement-orientated, hierarchical and non-manual values of the school, values which seem to involve bourgeois hegemony over and in the school system, the central ISA in Althusser's view of mature capitalism. Of course, AHT introduce Willis in order to show the school's failure to indoctrinate the adolescent working class. But the evidence could equally be used, not to prove Althusser's conventional statement, but at least to make it rather plausible. Suppose, for example, that the school had embodied the ideology of this working class youth: a refusal to submit to authority, the value of solidaristic collectivism and the rejection of the various elements of the individualist ethos, a glorification of manual labor, and an awareness that labor has only a commodity status in the modern economy, coupled with rejection of this fact. Is it not rather plausible that bourgeois state power would then have been in jeopardy? A question of stress. AHT's stress definition of DIT, in which it is equated with emphasis on ideology, is the loosest of the three but apparently the most important to the authors. Whereas the identifiable definition identifies the target, and the construct provides an easy route of attack, as well as a catchy title for the enterprise, the stress definition commands and connects the other two across all logical hiatuses, supplying the energy and meaning for the whole polemic. It is precisely with the stress definition, however, that the argument of DIT breaks down. For AHT do not really seem to have appreciated that they have a much more restricted definition of ideology than the people they attack. Towards the end of the book, AHT claim, in our argument we have so far equated ideology with beliefs, p. 188. That is not quite true. In reality, They equate ideology with normative beliefs, without making clear to themselves that there might be other beliefs about what exists and what does not, about who one is, about what is possible and what is not, and so on. Quite correctly AHT assert that there is an important distinction between the acceptance of social arrangements because they appear just, and acceptance simply because they are there, or because they appear as a coercive external fact. We do not understand this kind of pragmatic acceptance, they continue, as entailing the possession of any set of beliefs, attitudes or false consciousness. Instead, pragmatic acceptance is the result of the coercive quality of everyday life and of the routines that sustain it. P 166, emphasis added. Now, AHT's conception of ideology is not shared by the theorists mentioned in definition 1 as proponents of DIT. Marcus, whose one-dimensional man, the ideology of industrial society would at first glance seem the most qualified for inclusion under the construct definition of DIT, did not at all adhere to the restrictive definition of ideology. When he talked about how changes in the character of work and the instruments of production change the attitude and the consciousness of the laborer, which become manifest in the widely discussed social and cultural integration of the laboring class, he was referring to assimilation in needs and aspirations, in the standard of living, in leisure activities, in politics. 9 The point is not whether Marcus was right or wrong in his analysis of this process. AHT clearly think he was wrong. The point is that he saw it as an outcome of what AHT call the massive and constraining quality of everyday life, p. 166, of the workers being incorporated into the technological community of the administered population, by means of an integration in the plant itself, in the material process of production. 10 AHT are closer to the mark in their discussion of Habermas's concern with legitimation. To their credit, however, they also register that Habermas's concept of legitimation sometimes extends beyond beliefs of right and wrong. To that extent, Habermas escapes the critical salvos directed at DIT, p. 16. From another angle, Althusser's discussion of ideology was explicitly concerned with, among other things, how we come to recognize that we are subjects and that we function in the practical rituals of the most elementary everyday life. 11 As to Gramsci, the consent he analyzed in relation to hegemony was neither an exclusively normative acceptance in AHT's sense, nor simply an everyday routine. Rather, Gramsci held that this consent is historically caused by the prestige, and consequent confidence, which the dominant group enjoys because of its position and function in the world of production. 12 While this formulation may lend itself to different interpretations, Gramsci could also be quite explicit about non-normative components of ideological hegemony. In a reflection about the possibility of interpreting Italian fascism as a passive revolution, he wrote, "The ideological hypothesis could be presented in the following terms, that there is a passive revolution involved in the fact that through the legislative intervention of the state, and by means of the cooperative organization relatively far-reaching modifications are being introduced into the country's economic structure in order to accentuate the plan of production element. What is important from the political and the ideological point of view is that it is capable of creating and indeed does create a period of expectation and hope, especially in certain Italian social groups such as the great mass of urban and rural petty bourgeois. It thus reinforces the hegemonic system. 13. Conceptions of subjectivity. The dominant ideology thesis should be read with a sense of humor. The vociferous and voracious animal, which Abercrombie, Hill and Turner claim to have hunted out of every lair from medieval France to contemporary Britain, is little more than a blown-up balloon, against which little more than a pin or a good pencil is required. But it is a balloon which deserves to be punctured. Beneath the extravagant claims, DIT contains some sound sociological sense. Its authors are quite correct in emphasizing the usually fractured and contradictory character of dominant ideologies and the resilient ideological autonomy of subordinate classes. They are right to underline the crucial function of non-normative aspects of system integration, a stress already developed by David Lockwood a score or so years ago. Their book does, however, involve a celebration of obscurantism which, if it were to become influential, would have very serious implications. For in their declamatory references to the dull compulsion of economic relations and their closing statement that too much has been said about ideology in recent decades, they are paying obscurantist homage to what might be called a black box conception of human subjectivity. Black box theories do have certain legitimate functions in science. They are economic, and they make it possible to advance by circumventing terrains of ignorance that are difficult to penetrate. But to turn such a makeshift solution into a principle, some 115 years after it was first proposed, seems to merit the harsh designation of a celebration of obscurantism. What of the people who are dully compelled to become and to remain wage laborers, or salaried sociology lecturers? What do they know? What do they feel? What do they hope for? What do they fear? What do they consider fun? What do they think is possible or impossible? Or do they not have any beliefs at all? Abercrombie, Hill and Turner have a perfect right to regard such questions as boring or trivial. But social science and historiography would themselves become dull and boring if they restrained other people from trying to answer them. Remain imprisoned in one of the traditional conceptions of ideology, that of normative beliefs of right and wrong. Modern analyses of ideology and discourse have to break out of our breaking out of that straitjacket. I might be allowed to refer to my own book as one little example. Instead of barricading itself against the notion of subjectivity, as AHT propose, historical materialism has to confront it and account for its vicissitudes. Unless we transcend what Marx and Weber knew about the dull compulsion of the market, we cannot comprehend the new social movements, the student, the women's, the ecological and the peace movements, or the actually existing history and possible future of the labor movement. Finally, dominant ideologies need to be rescued from their conversion into theses, whether by proponents or opponents. They should be developed as hypotheses of empirical research. As far as I can tell, AHT are quite right in rejecting the idea that all pervasive normative doctrines govern the behavior of members of developed societies. But, again, it would be obscurantist to refrain from looking into the dominant ideologies. Here a comparative approach seems to be the most fruitful. In complex societies, what is can be most easily discovered through comparison with what exists or has existed elsewhere. In my own research I have been looking at how political ideologies have changed in Swedish electoral campaigns from 1928 to 1982. In functioning democracies, what is said and what is not said, what is appealing and what is regarded as a campaign blunder, tap important aspects of ideological power relations in complex societies. Since they have a behavioral component, election campaigns also seem more reliable than international opinion polls. Another promising route, doubtless not the only one, is to look at the prevalence or absence and the historical trajectory of certain concepts or labels of identification. For instance, in Swedish parlance there has been no middle class or middle estate, mittelstand, since about 1950, but there are bourgeois parties and a workers' movement, without a working class. With all the respect due to the dominant ideology thesis for its intelligence, erudition and sound skepticism of the past, my fundamental objection is that it is not silence which is now on the agenda, that serious analysis of ideology has to begin and is beginning. Let me end by expressing the hope that Abercrombie, Hill and Turner will bring their undeniable skills to bear on this task. 9. Ideology and its vicissitudes in Western Marxism. Terry Eagleton. From Lukács to Gramsci. To think of Marxism as the scientific analysis of social formations, and to think of it as ideas in active struggle, will tend to yield two quite different epistemologies. In the former case, consciousness is essentially contemplative, seeking to match or correspond to its object in the greater possible accuracy of cognition. In the latter case, consciousness is much more obviously part of social reality, a dynamic force in its potential transformation. And if this is so, then to a thinker like Georg Lukács it would not seem entirely appropriate to speak of whether such thought reflects or fits the history with which it is inseparably bound up. If consciousness is grasped in this way as a transformative force at one with the reality it seeks to change, then there would seem to be no space between it and that reality in which false consciousness might germinate. Ideas cannot be untrue to their object if they are actually part of it. In the terms of the philosopher J. L. Austin, we can speak of a constative utterance, one which aims to describe the world, as either true or false, but it would not make sense to speak of a performative statement as either correctly or incorrectly reflecting reality. I am not describing anything when I promise to take you to the theater, or curse you for spilling ink on my shirt. If I ceremonially name a ship, or stand with you before a clergyman and say I do, these are material events in reality, acts as efficacious as ironing my socks, not pictures of some state of affairs which could be said to be accurate or mistaken. Does this mean, then, that the model of consciousness as cognitive, or miscognitive, should be ousted by an image of consciousness as performative? Not exactly, for it is clear that this opposition can be to some degree deconstructed. There is no point in my promising to take you to the theater if the theater in question was closed down for gross obscenity last week and I am unaware of the fact. My act of cursing is empty if what I thought was an ink stain on my shirt is just part of the floral design. All performative acts involve cognition of some kind, implicate some sense of how the world actually is. It is futile for a political group to hone its ideas in the struggle with some oppressive power if the power in question collapsed 3 years ago and they simply have not noticed. In his great work History and Class Consciousness, 1922, the Hungarian Marxist Georg Lukács takes full account of this point. It is true, Lukács writes there, that reality is the criterion for the correctness of thought. But reality is not, it becomes, and to become the participation of thought is needed. One thought, we might say, is at once cognitive and creative. In the act of understanding its real conditions, an oppressed group or class has begun in that very moment to fashion the forms of consciousness which will contribute to changing them. And this is why no simple reflection model of consciousness will really do. Thought and existence, Lukács writes, are not identical in the sense that they correspond to each other, or reflect each other, that they run parallel to each other or coincide with each other, all expressions that conceal a rigid duality. Their identity is that they are aspects of one and the same real historical and dialectical process. To the cognition of the revolutionary proletariat, for Lukács, is part of the situation it cognizes, and alters that situation at a stroke. If this logic is pressed to an extreme, then it would seem that we never simply know something, since our act of knowing has already transformed it into something else. The model tacitly underlying this doctrine is that of self-knowledge, for to know myself is no longer to be the self that I was a moment before I knew it. It would seem, in any case, that this whole conception of consciousness as essentially active, practical and dynamic, which Lukács owes to the work of Hegel, will force us to revise any too simplistic notion of false consciousness as some lag, gap or disjunction between the way things are and the way we know them. Lukács takes over from aspects of the Second International the positive, non-pejorative sense of the word ideology, writing unembarrassedly for Marxism as the ideological expression of the proletariat, and this is at least one reason why the widespread view that ideology for him is synonymous with false consciousness is simply mistaken. But he retains at the same time the whole conceptual apparatus of Marx's critique of commodity fetishism, and thus keeps alive a more critical sense of the term. The other or opposite of ideology in this negative sense, however, is no longer primarily Marxist science but the concept of totality, and one of the functions of this concept in his work is to allow him to ditch the idea of some disinterested social science without thereby falling prey to historical relativism. All forms of class consciousness are ideological, but some, so to speak, are more ideological than others. What is specifically ideological about the bourgeoisie is its inability to grasp the structure of the social formation as a whole, on account of the dire effects of reification. Reification fragments and dislocates our social experience, so that under its influence we forget that society is a collective process and come to see it instead merely as this or that isolated object or institution. As Lukács's contemporary Karl Koch argues, ideology is essentially a form of synagogy, the figure of speech in which we take the part for the whole. What is peculiar to proletarian consciousness, in its fullest political development, is its capacity to totalize the social order, for without such knowledge the working class will never be able to understand and transform its own conditions. A true recognition of its situation will be, inseparably, an insight into the social whole within which it is oppressively positioned, so that the moments in which the proletariat comes to self-consciousness, and knows the capitalist system for what it is, are in effect identical. Science, truth or theory, in other words, are no longer to be strictly counterposed to ideology, on the contrary, they are just expressions of a particular class ideology, the revolutionary worldview of the working class. Truth is just bourgeois society coming to consciousness of itself as a whole, and the place where this momentous event occurs is in the self-awareness of the proletariat. Since the proletariat is the prototypical commodity, forced to sell its labor power in order to survive, it can be seen as the essence of a social order based on commodity fetishism, and the self-consciousness of the proletariat is therefore, as it were, the commodity form coming to an awareness of itself, and in that act transcending itself. In coming to write history and class consciousness, Lukács found himself faced with a kind of Hobson's choice or impossible opposition. On the one hand, there was the positivist fantasy, inherited from the Second International, of a Marxist science which appeared to repress its own historical roots. On the other hand, there was the spectre of historical relativism. Either knowledge was sublimely external to the history it sought to know, or it was just a matter of this or that specific brand of historical consciousness, with no more firm grounding than that. Lukács's way of circumventing this dilemma is by introducing the category of self-reflection. There are certain forms of knowledge, notably, the knowledge of an exploited class which, while thoroughly historical, are nevertheless able to lay bare the limits of other ideologies, and so to figure as an emancipatory force. Truth, in Lukács's historicist perspective, is always relative to a particular historical situation, never a metaphysical affair beyond history altogether, but the proletariat, uniquely, is so historically positioned as to be able in principle to unlock the secret of capitalism as a whole. There is thus no longer any need to remain trapped within the sterile antithesis of ideology as false or partial consciousness on the one hand, and science as some absolute, unhistorical mode of knowledge on the other. For not all class consciousness is false consciousness, and science is simply an expression or encodement of true class consciousness. Lukács's own way of phrasing this argument is unlikely to win much unqualified allegiance today. The proletariat, he claims, is a potentially universal class, since it bears with it the potential emancipation of all humanity. Its consciousness is thus in principle universal, but a universal subjectivity is in effect identical with objectivity. So what the working class knows, from its own partial historical perspective, must be objectively true. One does not need to be persuaded by this rather grandly Hegelian language to rescue the important insight buried within it. Lukács sees, quite rightly, that the contrast between merely partial ideological standpoints on the one hand, and some dispassionate views of the social totality on the other, is radically misleading. For what this opposition fails to take into account is the situation of oppressed groups and classes, who need to get some view of the social system as a whole, and of their own place within it, simply to be able to realize their own particular interests. If women are to emancipate themselves, they need to have an interest in understanding something of the general structures of patriarchy. Such understanding is by no means innocent or disinterested, on the contrary, it is in the service of pressing political interests. But without, as it were, passing over at some point from the particular to the general, those interests are likely to founder. A colonial people, simply to survive, may find itself forced to inquire into the global structures of imperialism, as their imperialist rulers need not do. Those who today fashionably disown the need for a global or total perspective may be privileged enough to dispense with it. It is where such a totality bears urgently in on one's own immediate social conditions that the intersection between part and whole is most significantly established. Lukács's point is that certain groups and classes need to inscribe their own condition within a wider context if they are to change that condition, and in doing so they will find themselves challenging the consciousness of those who have an interest in blocking this emancipatory knowledge. It is in this sense that the bugbear of relativism is irrelevant, for to claim that all knowledge springs from a specific social standpoint is not to imply that any old social standpoint is as valuable for these purposes as any other. If what one is looking for is some understanding of the workings of imperialism as a whole, then one would be singularly ill-advised to consult the Governor-General or the Daily Telegraph's Africa correspondent, who will almost certainly deny its existence. There is, however, a logical problem with Lukács's notion of some true class consciousness. For if the working class is the potential bearer of such consciousness, from what viewpoint is this judgment made? It cannot be made from the viewpoint of the ideal proletariat itself, since this simply begs the question, but if only that viewpoint is true, then it cannot be made from some standpoint external to it either. As Pyke points out, to claim that only the proletarian perspective allows one to grasp the truth of society as a whole already assumes that one knows what that truth is. For it would seem that truth is either wholly internal to the consciousness of the working class, in which case it cannot be assessed as truth and the claim becomes simply dogmatic, or one is caught in the impossible paradox of judging the truth from outside the truth itself, in which case the claim that this form of consciousness is true simply undercuts itself. If the proletariat, for Lukács, is in principle the bearer of a knowledge of the social whole, it figures as the direct antithesis of a bourgeois class sunk in the mire of immediacy, unable to totalize its own situation. It is a traditional Marxist case that what forestalls such knowledge in the case of the middle class is its atomized social and economic conditions. Each individual capitalist pursues his own interest, with little or no sense of how all of these isolated interests combine into a total system. Lukács, however, places emphasis, rather, on the phenomenon of reification, a concept he derives from Marx's doctrine of commodity fetishism, but to which he lends a greatly extended meaning. Splicing together Marx's economic analysis and Max Weber's theory of rationalization, he argues in History and Class Consciousness that in capitalist society the commodity form permeates every aspect of social life, taking the shape of a pervasive mechanization, quantification and dehumanization of human experience. The wholeness of society is broken up into so many discrete, specialized, technical operations, each of which comes to assume a semi-autonomous life of its own and to dominate human existence as a quasi-natural force. Purely formal techniques of calculability suffuse every region of society, from factory work to political bureaucracy, journalism to the judiciary, and the natural sciences themselves are simply one more instance of reified thought. Overwhelmed by an opaque world of autonomous objects and institutions, the human subject is rapidly reduced to an inert, contemplative being, incapable of recognizing any longer in these petrified products its own creative practice. The moment of revolutionary recognition arrives when the working class acknowledges this alienated world as its own confiscated creation, reclaiming it through political praxis. In the terms of the Hegelian philosophy which underlies Lukács's thought, this would signal the reunification of subject and object, torn grievously asunder by the effects of reification. In knowing itself for what it is, the proletariat becomes both subject and object of history. Indeed, Lukács occasionally seems to imply that this act of self-consciousness is a revolutionary practice all in itself. What Lukács has in effect done here is to replace Hegel's absolute idea itself, the identical subject, object of history, with the proletariat. 5 Or at least, to qualify the point, with the kind of politically desirable consciousness which the proletariat could in principle achieve, what he calls ascribed or imputed consciousness. And if Lukács is Hegelian enough in this, he is equally so in his trust that the truth lies in the whole. For the Hegel of the phenomenology of spirit, immediate experience is itself a kind of false or partial consciousness. It will yield up its truth only when it is dialectically mediated, when its latent manifold relations with the whole have been patiently uncovered. One might say, then, that on this view our routine consciousness is itself inherently ideological, simply by virtue of its partiality. It is not that the statements we make in this situation are necessarily false, it is rather that they are true only in some superficial, empirical way, for they are judgments about isolated objects which have not yet been incorporated into their full context. We can think back here to the assertion, Prince Charles is a thoughtful, conscientious fellow, which may be true enough as far as it goes, but which isolates the object known as Prince Charles from the whole context of the institution of royalty. For Hegel, it is only by the operations of dialectical reason that such static, discrete phenomena can be reconstituted as a dynamic, developing whole. And to this extent one might say that a certain kind of false consciousness is for Hegel our natural condition, endemic to our immediate experience. For Lukács, by contrast, such partial seeing springs from specific historical causes, the process of capitalist reification, but is to be overcome in much the same way, by the workings of a totalizing or dialectical reason. Bourgeois science, logic and philosophy are his equivalent of Hegel's routine, unredeemed mode of knowledge, breaking down what is in fact a complex, evolving totality into artificially autonomous parts. Ideology for Lukács is thus not exactly a discourse untrue to the way things are, but one true to them only in a limited, superficial way, ignorant of their deeper tendencies and connections. And this is another sense in which, contrary to widespread opinion, ideology is not in his view false consciousness in the sense of simple error or illusion. To seize history as totality is to grasp it in its dynamic, contradictory development, of which the potential realization of human powers is a vital part. To this extent, a particular kind of cognition, knowing the whole, is for both Hegel and Lukács a certain kind of moral and political norm. The dialectical method thus reunites not only subject and object, but also fact and value, which bourgeois thought has ripped asunder. To understand the world in a particular way becomes inseparable from acting to promote the free, full unfolding of human creative powers. We are not left high and dry, as we are in positivist or empiricist thought, with a dispassionate, value-free knowledge on the one hand, and an arbitrary set of subjective values on the other. On the contrary, the act of knowledge is itself both fact and value, an accurate cognition indispensable for political emancipation. As Leszek Kolakowski puts the point, in this particular case, i.e. that of emancipatory knowledge, the understanding and transformation of reality are not two separate processes, but one and the same phenomenon. 6. Lukács's writings on class consciousness rank among the richest, most original documents of 20th-century Marxism. They are, nevertheless, subject to a number of damaging criticisms. It could be argued, for example, that his theory of ideology tends towards an unholy mixture of economism and idealism. Economism, because he uncritically adopts the later Marx's implication that the commodity form is somehow the secret essence of all ideological consciousness in bourgeois society. Reification figures for Lukács not only as a central feature of the capitalist economy, but as the central structural problem of capitalist society in all aspects. 7. A kind of essentialism of ideology is consequently at work here, homogenizing what are in fact very different discourses, structures and effects. At its worst, this model tends to reduce bourgeois society to a set of neatly layered expressions of reification, each of its levels, economic, political, juridical, philosophical, obediently miming and reflecting the others. Moreover, as Theodor Adorno was later to suggest, this single-minded insistence upon reification as the clue to all crimes is itself overtly idealist. In Lukács's texts, it tends to displace such more fundamental concepts as economic exploitation. Much the same might be said of his use of the Hegelian category of totality, which sometimes pushes to one side an attention to modes of production, contradictions between the forces and relations of production, and the like. Is Marxism, like Matthew Arnold's ideal poetic vision, just a matter of seeing reality steadily and seeing it whole? To parody Lukács's case a little, is revolution simply a question of making connections? And is not the social totality, for Marxism if not for Hegel, skewed and asymmetrical, twisted out of true by the preponderance within it of economic determinants? Properly cautious of vulgar Marxist versions of base and superstructure, Lukács wishes to displace attention from this brand of mechanistic determinism to the idea of the social whole, but this social whole then risks becoming a purely circular one, in which each level is granted equal effectivity with each of the others. Commodity fetishism, for Lukács as much as for Marx, is an objective material structure of capitalism, not just a state of mind. But in history and class consciousness another, residually idealist model of ideology is also confusingly at work, which would seem to locate the essence of bourgeois society in the collective subjectivity of the bourgeois class itself. For a class to be ripe for hegemony, Lukács writes, means that its interests and consciousness enable it to organize the whole of society in accordance with those interests. 8. What is it, then, which provides the ideological linchpin of the bourgeois order? Is it the objective system of commodity fetishism, which presumably imprints itself on all classes alike, or the subjective strength of the dominant class's consciousness? Gareth Stidman Jones has argued that, as far as the latter view is concerned, it is as though ideology for Lukács takes grip through the saturation of the social totality by the ideological essence of a pure class subject. 9. What this overlooks, as Stidman Jones goes on to point out, is that ideologies, far from being the subjective product of the will to power of different classes, are objective systems determined by the whole field of social struggle between contending classes. For Lukács, as for historicist Marxism in general, it would sometimes appear as though each social class has its own peculiar, corporate worldview, one directly expressive of its material conditions of existence, and ideological dominance then consists in one of these worldviews imposing its stamp on the social formation as a whole. It is not only that this version of ideological power is hard to square with the more structural and objective doctrine of commodity fetishism, it is also that it drastically simplifies the true unevenness and complexity of the ideological field. For as Nikos Poulantzas has argued, ideology, like social class itself, is an inherently relational phenomenon. It expresses less the way a class lives its conditions of existence than the way it lives them in relation to the lived experience of other classes. 10 Just as there can be no bourgeois class without a proletariat, or vice versa, so the typical ideology of each of these classes is constituted to the root by the ideology of its antagonist. Ruling ideologies, as we have argued earlier, must engage effectively with the lived experience of subordinate classes, and the way in which those subaltern classes live their world will be typically shaped and influenced by the dominant ideologies. Historicist Marxism, in short, presumes too organic and internal a relation between a class subject and its worldview. There are social classes such as the petty bourgeoisie, contradiction incarnate, as Marx dubbed them, whose ideology is typically compounded of elements drawn from the classes both above and below them, and there are vital ideological themes such as nationalism which do not belong to any particular social class but which, rather, provide a bone of contention between them. 11 Social classes do not manifest ideologies in the way that individuals display a particular style of walking. Ideology is, rather, a complex, conflictive field of meaning, in which some themes will be closely tied to the experience of particular classes, while others will be more free-floating, tugged now this way and now that in the struggle between contending powers. Ideology is a realm of contestation and negotiation, in which there is a constant busy traffic. Meanings and values are stolen, transformed, appropriated across the frontiers of different classes and groups, surrendered, repossessed, reinflected. A dominant class may live its experience in part through the ideology of a previous dominant one. Think of the aristocratic coloring of the English haute bourgeoisie. Or it may fashion its ideology partly in terms of the beliefs of a subordinated class, as in the case of fascism, where a ruling sector of finance capitalism takes over for its own purposes the prejudices and anxieties of the lower middle class. There is no neat, one-to-one correspondence between classes and ideologies, as is evident in the case of revolutionary socialism. Any revolutionary ideology, to be politically effective, would have to be a good deal more than Lukács's pure proletarian consciousness, unless it lent some provisional coherence to a rich array of oppositional forces. It would have scant chance of success. The idea of social classes as subjects, central to Lukács's work, has also been contested. A class is not just some kind of collectivized individual, equipped with the sorts of attributes ascribed by humanist thought to the individual person: consciousness, unity, autonomy, self-determination, and so on. Classes are certainly for Marxism historical agents, but they are structural, material formations as well as intersubjective entities, and the problem is how to think these two aspects of them together. We have seen already that ruling classes are generally complex, internally conflictive blocks, rather than homogeneous bodies, and the same applies to their political antagonists. A class ideology, then, is likely to display much the same kind of unevenness and contradictoriness. The harshest criticism of Lukács's theory of ideology would be that, in a series of progressive conflations, he collapses Marxist theory into proletarian ideology into the expression of some pure class subject, and this class subject to the essence of the social formation. But this case demands significant qualification. Lukács is not at all blind to the ways in which the consciousness of the working class is contaminated by that of its rulers, and would seem to ascribe no organic worldview to it in non-revolutionary conditions. Indeed, if the proletariat in its normal state is little more than the commodity incarnate, it is hard to see how it can be a subject at all, and therefore hard to see how exactly it can make the transition to becoming a class for itself. But this process of contamination does not appear to work the other way round, in the sense that the dominant ideology seems in no way significantly shaped by a dialogue with its subordinates. We have seen already that there are really two discrepant theories of ideology at work in history and class consciousness, the one deriving from commodity fetishism, the other from a historicist view of ideology as the worldview of a class subject. As far as the proletariat is concerned, these two conceptions would seem to correspond respectively to its normal and revolutionary states of being. In non-revolutionary conditions, working class consciousness is passively subject to the effects of reification. We are given no clue as to how this situation is actively constituted by proletarian ideology, or of how it interacts with less obediently submissive aspects of that experience. How does the worker constitute herself as a subject on the basis of her objectification? But when the class shifts mysteriously to becoming a revolutionary subject, a historicist problematic takes over, and what was true of their rulers, that they saturated the whole social formation with their own ideological conceptions, can now become true of them too. What is said of these rulers, however, is inconsistent, for this active notion of ideology in their case is at odds with the view that they, too, are simply victims of the structure of commodity fetishism. How can the middle class govern by virtue of its unique, unified worldview when it is simply subjected, along with other classes, to the structure of reification? Is the dominant ideology a matter of the bourgeoisie, or of bourgeois society? It can be claimed that history and class consciousness is marred by a typically idealist overestimation of consciousness itself. Only the consciousness of the proletariat, Lukács writes, can point to the way that leads out of the impasse of capitalism. 12 And while this is orthodox enough in one sense, since an unconscious proletariat is hardly likely to do the trick, its emphasis is nonetheless revealing. For it is not in the first place the consciousness of the working class, actual or potential, which leads Marxism to select it as the prime agency of revolutionary change. If the working class figures as such an agent, it is for structural, material reasons, the fact that it is the only body so located within the productive process of capitalism, so trained and organized by that process and utterly indispensable to it, as to be capable of taking it over. In this sense it is capitalism, not Marxism, which selects the instruments of revolutionary overthrow, patiently nurturing its own potential gravedigger. When Lukács observes that the strength of a social formation is always in the last resort a spiritual one, or when he writes that the fate of the revolution will depend on the ideological maturity of the proletariat, i.e. on its class consciousness, 13, he is arguably in danger of displacing these material issues into questions of pure consciousness, and a consciousness which, as Gareth Stidman Jones has pointed out, remains curiously disembodied and ethereal, a matter of ideas rather than practices or institutions. If Lukács is residually idealist in the high priority he assigns to consciousness, so is he also in his romantic hostility to science, logic and technology. 14 Formal and analytic discourses are simply modes of bourgeois reification, just as all forms of mechanization and rationalization would seem inherently alienating. The progressive, emancipatory side of these processes in the history of capitalism is merely ignored, in an elegiac nostalgia typical of romantic conservative thought. Lukács does not wish to deny that Marxism is a science, but this science is the ideological expression of the proletariat, not some set of timeless analytic propositions. This certainly offers a powerful challenge to the scientism of the Second International, the belief that historical materialism is a purely objective knowledge of the immanent laws of historical development. But to react against such metaphysical fantasies by reducing Marxist theory to revolutionary ideology is hardly more adequate. Are the complex equations of capital no more than a theoretical expression of socialist consciousness? Is not that consciousness partly constituted by such theoretical labor? And if only proletarian self-consciousness will deliver us the truth, how do we come to accept this truth as true in the first place, if not by a certain theoretical understanding which must be relatively independent of it? I have already argued that it is mistaken to see Lukács as equating ideology with false consciousness tout court. Working-class socialist ideology is not, of course, in his view false, and even bourgeois ideology is illusory only in a complex sense of the term. Indeed, we might claim that whereas for the early Marx and Engels, ideology is thought false to the true situation, for Lukács it is thought true to a false situation. Bourgeois ideas do indeed accurately mirror the state of things in bourgeois society, but it is this very state of affairs which is somehow twisted out of true. Such consciousness is faithful to the reified nature of the capitalist social order, and often enough makes true claims about this condition. It is false in so far as it cannot penetrate this world of frozen appearances to lay bare the totality of tendencies and connections which underlies it. In the breathtaking central section of History and Class Consciousness, Reification and the Consciousness of the Proletariat, Lukács boldly rewrites the whole of post-Kantian philosophy as a secret history of the commodity form, of the schism between empty subjects and petrified objects, and in this sense such thought is accurate to the dominant social categories of capitalist society, structured by them to its roots. Bourgeois ideology is false less because it distorts, inverts or denies the material world than because it is unable to press beyond certain limits structural to bourgeois society as such. As Lukács writes, thus the barrier which converts the class consciousness of the bourgeoisie into false consciousness is objective, it is the class situation itself. It is the objective result of the economic setup, and is neither arbitrary, subjective nor psychological. 15 We have here, then, yet another definition of ideology, as structurally constrained thought, which runs back at least as far as Marx's The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. In a discussion in that text of what makes certain French politicians representatives of the petty bourgeoisie, Marx comments that it is the fact that in their minds they do not get beyond the limits which the petty bourgeoisie does not get beyond in life. False consciousness is thus a kind of thought which finds itself baffled and thwarted by certain barriers in society rather than in the mind, and only by transforming society itself could it therefore be dissolved. One can put this point in another way. There are certain kinds of error which result simply from lapses of intelligence or information, and which can be resolved by a further refinement of thought. But when we keep running up against a limit to our conceptions which stubbornly refuses to give way, then this obstruction may be symptomatic of some limit built into our social life. In this situation, no amount of intelligence or ingenuity, no mere evolution of ideas, will serve to get us further forward, for what is awry here is the whole cast and frame of our consciousness, conditioned as it is by certain material constraints. Our social practices pose the obstacle to the very ideas which seek to explain them, and if we want to advance those ideas, we will have to change our forms of life. It is precisely this which Marx argues of the bourgeois political economists, whose searching theoretical inquiries find themselves continually rebuffed by problems which mark the inscription on the interior of their discourse of the social conditions surrounding it. It is thus that Lukács can write of bourgeois ideology as something which is subjectively justified in the social and historical situation, as something which can and should be understood, i.e. as right. At the same time, objectively, it bypasses the essence of the evolution of society and fails to pinpoint and express it adequately. 16. Ideology is now a long way from being some mere illusion, and the same is true if one reverses these terms objective and subjective. For one might equally claim, so Lukács remarks, that bourgeois ideology fails subjectively to achieve its self-appointed goals, freedom, justice, and so on, but exactly in so failing helps to further certain objective aims of which it is ignorant. By which he means, presumably, helping to promote the historical conditions which will finally bring socialism to power. Such class consciousness involves an unconsciousness of one's true social conditions, and is thus a kind of self-deception, but whereas Engels, as we have seen, tended to dismiss the conscious motivation involved here as sheer illusion, Lukács is prepared to accord it a certain limited truth. Despite all its objective falseness, he writes, the self-deceiving false consciousness that we find in the bourgeoisie is at least in accord with its class situation. 17. Bourgeois ideology may be false from the standpoint of some putative social totality, but this does not mean that it is false to the situation as it currently is. This way of putting the point may perhaps help to make some sense of the otherwise puzzling notion of ideology as thought true to a false situation. For what seems spurious about this formulation is the very idea that a situation might be said to be false. Statements about deep-sea diving may be true or false, but not deep-sea diving itself. As a Marxist humanist, however, Lukács himself has a kind of answer to this problem. A false situation for him is one in which the human essence, the full potential of those powers which humanity has historically developed, is being unnecessarily blocked and estranged, and such judgments are thus always made from the standpoint of some possible and desirable future. A false situation can be identified only subjunctively or retrospectively, from the vantage point of what might be possible were these thwarting, alienating forces to be abolished. But this does not mean taking one's stand in the empty space of some speculative future, in the manner of bad utopianism, for in Lukács's view, and indeed in the view of Marxism in general, the outline of that desirable future can already be detected in certain potentialities stirring within the present. The present is thus not identical with itself, there is that within it which points beyond it, as indeed the shape of every historical present is structured by its anticipation of a possible future. If the critique of ideology sets out to examine the social foundations of thought, then it must logically be able to give some account of its own historical origins. What was the material history which gave rise to the notion of ideology itself? Can the study of ideology round upon its own conditions of possibility? The concept of ideology, it can be argued, arose at the historical point where systems of ideas first became aware of their own partiality, and this came about when those ideas were forced to encounter alien or alternative forms of discourse. It was with the rise of bourgeois society, above all, that the scene was set for this occurrence. For it is characteristic of that society, as Marx noted, that everything about it, including its forms of consciousness, is in a state of ceaseless flux, in contrast to some more tradition-bound social order. Capitalism survives only by a restless development of the productive forces, and in this agitated social condition new ideas tumble upon one another's heels as dizzyingly as do fashions in commodities. The entrenched authority of any single worldview is accordingly undermined by the very nature of capitalism itself. Moreover, such a social order breeds plurality and fragmentation as surely as it generates social deprivation, transgressing time-hallowed boundaries between diverse forms of life and pitching them together in a melee of idioms, ethnic origins, lifestyles, national cultures. It is exactly this which the Soviet critic Mikhail Bakhtin means by polyphony. Within this atomized space, marked by a proliferating division of intellectual labor, A variety of creeds, doctrines and modes of perception jostle for authority, and this thought should give pause to those postmodern theorists for whom difference, plurality and heterogeneity are unequivocally progressive. Within this turmoil of competing creeds, any particular belief system will find itself wedged cheek by jowl with unwelcome competitors, and its own frontiers will thus be thrown into sharp relief. The stage is then set for the growth of philosophical skepticism and relativism, for the conviction that, within the unseemly hubbub of the intellectual marketplace, no single way of thinking can claim more validity than any other. If all thought is partial and partisan, then all thought is ideological. In a striking paradox, then, the very dynamism and mutability of the capitalist system threaten to cut the authoritative ground from under its own feet, and this is perhaps most obvious in the phenomenon of imperialism. Imperialism needs to assert the absolute truth of its own values at exactly the point where those values are confronting alien cultures, and this can prove a notably disorientating experience. It is hard to remain convinced that your own way of doing things is the only possible one when you are busy trying to subjugate another society which conducts its affairs in a radically different but apparently effective way. The fiction of Joseph Conrad turns on this disabling contradiction. In this as in other ways, then, the historical emergence of the concept of ideology testifies to a corrosive anxiety to the embarrassed awareness that your own truths strike you as plausible only because of where you happen to be standing at the time. The modern bourgeoisie is accordingly caught in something of a cleft stick. Unable to retreat to old-style metaphysical certainties, it is equally loath to embrace a full-blooded skepticism which would simply subvert the legitimacy of its power. One early 20th century attempt to negotiate this dilemma is Karl Mannheim's Ideology and Utopia, 1929, written under the influence of Lukács's historicism in the political tumult of the Weimar Republic. Mannheim sees well enough that with the rise of middle-class society the old monological worldview of the traditional order has disappeared forever. An authoritarian priestly and political caste, which once confidently monopolized knowledge, has now yielded ground to a free intelligentsia, caught on the hop between conflicting theoretical perspectives. The aim of a sociology of knowledge will thus be to spurn all transcendental truths and examine the social determinants of particular belief systems, while guarding at the same time against the disabling relativism which would level all these beliefs to one. The problem, as Mannheim is uneasily aware, is that any criticism of another's views as ideological is always susceptible to a swift two-quoque. In pulling the rug out from beneath one's intellectual antagonist, one is always in danger of pulling it out from beneath oneself. Against such relativism, Mannheim speaks up for what he calls relationism, meaning the location of ideas within the social system which gives birth to them. Such an inquiry into the social basis of thought, he considers, need not run counter to the goal of objectivity, for though ideas are internally shaped by their social origins, their truth value is not reducible to them. The inevitable one-sidedness of any particular standpoint can be corrected by synthesizing it with its rivals, thus building up a provisional, dynamic totality of thought. At the same time, by a process of self-monitoring, we can come to appreciate the limits of our own perspective, and so attain a restricted sort of objectivity. Mannheim thus emerges as the Matthew Arnold of Weimar Germany, concerned to see life steadily and see it whole. Blinkered ideological viewpoints will be patiently subsumed into some greater totality by those dispassionate enough to do so, which is to say, by free intellectuals with a remarkable resemblance to Karl Mannheim. The only problem with this approach is that it merely pushes the question of relativism back a stage, for we can always ask about the tendentious standpoint from which this synthesis is actually launched. Isn't the interest in totality just another interest? Such a sociology of knowledge is for Mannheim a welcome alternative to the older style of ideology critique. Such critique, in his view, is essentially a matter of unmasking one's antagonists' notions, exposing them as lies, deceptions or illusions fueled by conscious or unconscious social motivations. Ideology critique, in short, is here reduced to what Paul Ricoeur would call a hermeneutic of suspicion, and is plainly inadequate for the subtler, more ambitious task of eliciting the whole mental structure which underlies a group's prejudices and beliefs. Ideology pertains only to specific deceptive assertions, whose roots, so Mannheim at one point argues, may be traced to the psychology of particular individuals. That this is something of a straw target of ideology is surely clear. Mannheim pays scant regard to such theories as the fetishism of commodities, where deception, far from springing from psychologistic sources, is seen as generated by an entire social structure. The ideological function of the sociology of knowledge is in fact to diffuse the whole Marxist conception of ideology, replacing it with the less embattled, contentious conception of a world view. Mannheim, to be sure, does not believe that such world views can ever be non-evaluatively analyzed, but the drift of his work is to downplay concepts of mystification, rationalization and the power function of ideas in the name of some synoptic survey of the evolution of forms of historical consciousness. In a sense, then, this post-Marxist approach to ideology returns to a pre-Marxist view of it, as simply socially determined thought. And since this applies to any thought whatsoever, there is a danger of the concept of ideology cancelling all the way through. Insofar as Mannheim does retain the concept of ideology, he does so in a singularly unilluminating way. As a historicist, truth for Mannheim means ideas adequate to a particular stage of historical development, and ideology then signifies a body of beliefs incongruous with its epoch, out of sync with what the age demands. Conversely, utopia denotes ideas ahead of their time and so similarly discrepant with social reality, but capable nonetheless of shattering the structures of the present and transgressing its frontiers. Ideology, in short, is antiquated belief, a set of obsolescent myths, norms and ideals unhinged from the real. Utopia is premature and unreal, but should be reserved as a term for those conceptual prefigurations which really do succeed in realizing a new social order. Ideology emerges in this light as a kind of failed utopia, unable to enter upon material existence, and this definition of it then simply throws us back to the patently insufficient early Marxian notion of ideology as ineffectual otherworldliness. Mannheim would appear to lack all sense of ideologies as forms of consciousness often all too well adapted to current social requirements, productively entwined with historical reality, able to organize practical social activity in highly effective ways. In his denigration of utopia, which is similarly a distortion of reality, he is simply blinded to the ways in which what the age demands may be precisely a thought which moves beyond it. Thought, he remarks, should contain neither less nor more than the reality in whose medium it operates. 18 An identification of the concept with its object which Theodor Adorno, ironically enough, will denounce as the very essence of ideological thought. In the end, Mannheim either stretches the term ideology beyond all serviceable use, equating it with the social determination of any belief whatsoever, or unduly narrows it to specific acts of deception. He fails to grasp that ideology cannot be synonymous with partial or perspectival thinking, for of what thinking is this not true? If the concept is not to be entirely vacuous, it must have rather more specific connotations of power struggle and legitimation, structural dissemblance and mystification. What he does usefully suggest, however, is a third way between those who would hold that the truth or falsity of statements is sublimely untainted by their social genesis, and those who would abruptly reduce the former to the latter. For Michel Foucault, it would seem that the truth value of a proposition is entirely a matter of its social function, a reflex of the power interests it promotes. As the linguists might say, what is enunciated is wholly collapsible to the conditions of the enunciation. What matters is not so much what is said, but who says it to whom for what purposes. What this overlooks is that, while enunciations are certainly not independent of their social conditions, a statement such as Eskimos are, generally speaking, just as good as anyone else is true no matter who says it for what end, and one of the important features of a claim such as men are superior to women is that, whatever power interests it may be promoting, it is also, as a matter of fact, false. The key category in the writing of Lukács's Western Marxist colleague Antonio Gramsci is not ideology but hegemony, and it is worth pondering the distinction between these two terms. Gramsci normally uses the word hegemony to mean the ways in which a governing power wins consent to its rule from those it subjugates, though it is true that he occasionally uses the term to cover both consent and coercion together. There is thus an immediate difference from the concept of ideology, since it is clear that ideologies may be forcibly imposed. Think, for example, of the workings of racist ideology in South Africa. But hegemony is also a broader category than ideology. It includes ideology, but is not reducible to it. A ruling group or class may secure consent to its power by ideological means, but it may also do so by, say, altering the tax system in ways favorable to groups whose support it needs, or creating a layer of relatively affluent, and thus somewhat politically quiescent, workers. Or hegemony may take political rather than economic forms. The parliamentary system in Western democracies is a crucial aspect of such power, since it fosters the illusion of self-government on the part of the populace. What uniquely distinguishes the political form of such societies is that the people are supposed to believe that they govern themselves, a belief which no slave of antiquity or medieval serf was expected to entertain. Indeed, Perry Anderson goes so far as to describe the parliamentary system as the hub of the ideological apparatus of capitalism, to which such institutions as the media, churches and political parties play a critical but complementary role. It is for this reason, as Anderson points out, that Gramsci is mistaken when he locates hegemony in civil society alone, rather than in the state. For the political form of the capitalist state is itself a vital organ of such power. 19. Another powerful source of political hegemony is the supposed neutrality of the bourgeois state. This is not, in fact, simply an ideological illusion. In capitalist society, political power is indeed relatively autonomous of social and economic life, as opposed to the political setup in pre-capitalist formations. In feudal regimes, for example, the nobility who economically exploit the peasantry also exercise certain political, cultural and juridical functions in their lives, so that the relation between economic and political power is here more visible. Under capitalism, economic life is not subject to such continuous political supervision. As Marx comments, it is the dull compulsion of the economic, the need simply to survive, which keeps men and women at work, divorced from any framework of political obligations, religious sanctions or customary responsibilities. It is as though in this form of life the economy comes to operate all by itself, and the political state can thus take something of a back seat, sustaining the general structures within which this economic activity is conducted. This is the real material basis of the belief that the bourgeois state is supremely disinterested, holding the ring between contending social forces, and in this sense, once again, hegemony is built into its very nature. Hegemony, then, is not just some successful kind of ideology, but may be discriminated into its various ideological, cultural, political and economic aspects. Ideology refers specifically to the way power struggles are fought out at the level of signification, and though such signification is involved in all hegemonic processes, it is not in all cases the dominant level by which rule is sustained. Singing the national anthem comes as close to a purely ideological activity as one could imagine. It would certainly seem to fulfill no other purpose, aside perhaps from annoying the neighbors. Religion, similarly, is probably the most purely ideological of the various institutions of civil society. But hegemony is also carried in cultural, political and economic forms, in non-discursive practices as well as in rhetorical utterances. With certain notable inconsistencies, Gramsci associates hegemony with the arena of civil society, by which he means the whole range of institutions intermediate between state and economy. Privately owned television stations, the family, the Boy Scout movement, the Methodist Church, infant schools, the British Legion, the Sun newspaper, all of these would count as hegemonic apparatuses, which bind individuals to the ruling power by consent rather than by coercion. Coercion, by contrast, is reserved to the state, which has a monopoly on legitimate violence. We should note, however, that the coercive institutions of a society, armies, law courts and the rest must themselves win a general consent from the people if they are to operate effectively, so that the opposition between coercion and consent can be to some extent deconstructed. In modern capitalist regimes, civil society has come to assume a formidable power, in contrast to the days when the Bolsheviks, living in a society poor in such institutions, could seize the reins of government by a frontal attack on the state itself. The concept of hegemony thus belongs with the question, how is the working class to take power in a social formation where the dominant power is subtly, pervasively diffused throughout habitual daily practices, intimately interwoven with culture itself, inscribed in the very texture of our experience from nursery school to funeral parlor? How do we combat a power which has become the common sense of a whole social order, rather than one which is widely perceived as alien and oppressive? If the concept of hegemony extends and enriches the notion of ideology, it also lends this otherwise somewhat abstract term a material body and political cutting edge. It is with Gramsci that the crucial transition is effected from ideology as systems of ideas to ideology as lived, habitual social practice, which must then presumably encompass the unconscious, inarticulate dimensions of social experience as well as the workings of formal institutions. Louis Althusser, for whom ideology is largely unconscious and always institutional, will inherit both of these emphases, and hegemony as a lived process of political domination comes close in some of its aspects to what Raymond Williams calls a structure of feeling. In his own discussion of Gramsci, Williams acknowledges the dynamic character of hegemony, as against the potentially static connotations of ideology. Hegemony is never a once and for all achievement, but has continually to be renewed, recreated, defended, and modified. 20 As a concept, then, hegemony is inseparable from overtones of struggle, as ideology perhaps is not. No single mode of hegemony, so Williams argues, can exhaust the meanings and values of any society, and any governing power is thus forced to engage with counter-hegemonic forces in ways which prove partly constitutive of its own rule. Hegemony is thus an inherently relational, as well as practical and dynamic, notion, and it offers in this sense a signal advance on some of the more ossified, scholastic definitions of ideology to be found in certain vulgar currents of Marxism. Very roughly, then, we might define hegemony as a whole range of practical strategies by which a dominant power elicits consent to its rule from those it subjugates. To win hegemony, in Gramsci's view, is to establish moral, political and intellectual leadership in social life by diffusing one's own worldview throughout the fabric of society as a whole, thus equating one's own interests with the interests of society at large. Such consensual rule is not, of course, peculiar to capitalism. Indeed, one might claim that any form of political power, to be durable and well-grounded, must evoke at least a degree of consent from its underlings. But there are good reasons to believe that in capitalist society in particular, the ratio between consent and coercion shifts decisively towards the former. In such conditions, the power of the state to discipline and punish what Gramsci terms domination remains firmly in place, and indeed in modern societies grows more formidable as the various technologies of oppression begin to proliferate. But the institutions of civil society, schools, families, churches, media and the rest now play a more central role in the processes of social control. The bourgeois state will resort to direct violence if it is forced to it, but in doing so it risks suffering a drastic loss of ideological credibility. It is preferable on the whole for power to remain conveniently invisible, disseminated throughout the texture of social life and thus naturalized as custom, habit, spontaneous practice. Once power nakedly reveals its hand, it can become an object of political contestation. In his prison notebooks, Gramsci rejects out of hand any purely negative use of the term ideology. This bad sense of the term has become widespread, he remarks, with the effect that the theoretical analysis of the concept of ideology has been modified and denatured. 22 Ideology has been too often seen as pure appearance or mere obtuseness, whereas a distinction must in fact be drawn between historically organic ideologies, meaning those necessary to a given social structure, and ideology in the sense of the arbitrary speculations of individuals. This parallels to some extent the opposition we have observed elsewhere between ideology and worldview, though we should note that for Marx himself the negative sense of ideology was by no means confined to arbitrary subjective speculation. Gramsci also dismisses any economistic reduction of ideology to the mere bad dream of the infrastructure. On the contrary, ideologies must be viewed as actively organizing forces which are psychologically valid, fashioning the terrain on which men and women act, struggle and acquire consciousness of their social positions. In any historical bloc, Gramsci comments, material forces are the content, and ideologies the form. For Gramsci, the consciousness of subordinated groups in society is typically fissured and uneven. Two conflicting conceptions of the world usually exist in such ideologies, the one drawn from the official notions of the rulers, the other derived from an oppressed people's practical experience of social reality. Such conflicts might take the form of what we have seen earlier as a performative contradiction between what a group or class says, and what it tacitly reveals in its behavior. But this is not to be seen as mere self-deception. Such an explanation, Gramsci thinks, might be adequate in the case of particular individuals, but not in the case of great masses of men and women. These contradictions in thought must have a historical base, and Gramsci locates this in the contrast between the emergent concept of the world which a class displays when it acts as an organic totality, and its submission in more normal times to the ideas of those who govern it. One aim of revolutionary practice, then, must be to elaborate and make explicit the potentially creative principles implicit in the practical understanding of the oppressed, to raise these otherwise inchoate, ambiguous elements of its experience to the status of a coherent philosophy or worldview. To do this, however, means combating much that is negative in the empirical consciousness of the people, to which Gramsci gives the title of common sense. Such common sense is a chaotic aggregate of disparate conceptions, an ambiguous, contradictory zone of experience which is on the whole politically backward. How could we expect it to be otherwise, if a ruling bloc has had centuries in which to perfect its hegemony? In Gramsci's view, there is a certain continuum between spontaneous and scientific consciousness, such that the difficulties of the latter should not be intimidatingly overestimated, but there is also a permanent war between revolutionary theory and the mythological or folkloric conceptions of the masses, and the latter is not to be patronizingly romanticized at the expense of the former. Certain folk conceptions, Gramsci holds, do indeed spontaneously reflect important aspects of social life. Popular consciousness is not to be dismissed as purely negative, but its more progressive and more reactionary features must instead be carefully distinguished. 23 Popular morality, for example, is partly the fossilized residue of an earlier history, partly a range of often creative and progressive innovations, which go against, or merely differ from, the morality of the ruling strata of society. 24 What is needed is not just some paternalist endorsement of existing popular consciousness, but the construction of a new common sense and with it a new culture and a new philosophy which will be rooted in the popular consciousness with the same solidity and imperative quality as traditional beliefs. 25 The function of the organic intellectuals, in other words, is to forge the links between theory and ideology, creating a two-way passage between political analysis and popular experience. And the term ideology here is used in its highest sense of a conception of the world that is implicitly manifest in art, in law, in economic activity and in all manifestations of individual and collective life. 26 Such a worldview cements together a social and political bloc, as a unifying, organizing, inspirational principle rather than a system of abstract ideas. From Adorno to Bourdieu, we have seen how a theory of ideology can be generated from the commodity form. But at the heart of Marx's economic analysis lies another category also of relevance to ideology, and this is the concept of exchange value. In the first volume of Capital, Marx explains how two commodities with quite different use values can be equally exchanged, on the principle that both contain the same amount of abstract labor. If it takes the same quantity of labor power to produce a Christmas pudding and a toy squirrel, then these products will have the same exchange value, which is to say that the same amount of money can buy them both. But the specific differences between these objects are thereby suppressed, as their use value becomes subordinate to their abstract equivalents. If this principle reigns in the capitalist economy, it can also be observed at work in the higher reaches of the superstructure. In the political arena of bourgeois society, all men and women are abstractly equal as voters and citizens, but this theoretical equivalence serves to mask their concrete inequalities within civil society. Landlord and tenant, businessman and prostitute, may end up in adjacent polling booths. Much the same is true of the juridical institutions. All individuals are equal before the law, but this merely obscures the way in which the law itself is ultimately on the side of the propertied. Is there, then, some way of tracking this principle of false equivalence even further up the so-called superstructure, into the heady realms of ideology? For the Frankfurt School Marxist Theodor Adorno, this mechanism of abstract exchange is the very secret of ideology itself. Commodity exchange affects an equation between things which are in fact incommensurable, and so, in Adorno's view, does ideological thought. Such thought is revolted by the sight of otherness, of that which threatens to escape its own closed system, and violently reduces it to its own image and likeness. If the lion had a consciousness, Adorno writes in Negative Dialectics, his rage at the antelope he wants to eat would be ideology. Indeed, Frederick Jameson has suggested that the fundamental gesture of all ideology is exactly such a rigid binary opposition between the self or familiar, which is positively valorized, and the non-self or alien, which is thrust beyond the boundaries of intelligibility. 27 The ethical code of good versus evil, so Jameson considers, is then the most exemplary model of this principle. Ideology for Adorno is thus a form of identity thinking, a covertly paranoid style of rationality which inexorably transmutes the uniqueness and plurality of things into a mere simulacrum of itself, or expels them beyond its own borders in a panic-stricken act of exclusion. On this account, the opposite of ideology would be not truth or theory, but difference or heterogeneity. And in this as in other ways, Adorno's thought strikingly prefigures that of the post-structuralists of our own day. In the face of this conceptual straitjacketing, he affirms the essential non-identity of thought and reality, the concept and its object. To suppose that the idea of freedom is identical with the poor travesty of it available in the capitalist marketplace is to fail to see that this object does not live up to its concept. Conversely, to imagine that the being of any object can be exhausted by the concept of it is to erase its unique materiality, since concepts are ineluctably general and objects stubbornly particular. Ideology homogenizes the world, spuriously equating distinct phenomena, and to undo it thus demands a negative dialectics, which strives, perhaps impossibly, to include within thought that which is heterogeneous to it. For Adorno, the highest paradigm of such negative reason is art, which speaks up for the differential and non-identical, promoting the claims of the sensuous particular against the tyranny of some seamless totality. 28. Identity, then, is in Adorno's eyes the primal form of all ideology. Our reified consciousness reflects a world of objects frozen in their monotonously self-same being, and in thus binding us to what is, to the purely given, blinds us to the truth that what is more than it is. 29. In contrast with much post-structuralist thinking, however, Adorno neither uncritically celebrates the notion of difference nor unequivocally denounces the principle of identity. For all its paranoid anxiety, the identity principle carries with it a frail hope that one day true reconciliation will come about, and a world of pure differences would be indistinguishable from one of pure identities. The idea of utopia travels beyond both conceptions. It would be, instead, a togetherness in diversity. 30. The aim of socialism is to liberate the rich diversity of sensuous use value from the metaphysical prison house of exchange value, to emancipate history from the specious equivalences imposed upon it by ideology and commodity production. Reconciliation, Adorno writes, would release the non-identical, would rid it of coercion, including spiritualized coercion. It would open the road to the multiplicity of different things and strip dialectics of its power over them. 31. How this is to come about, however, is not easy to see. For the critique of capitalist society demands the use of analytic reason, and such reason would seem for Adorno, at least in some of his moods, intrinsically oppressive and refractory. Indeed, logic itself, which Marx once described as a currency of the mind, is a kind of generalized barter or false equalization of concepts analogous to the exchanges of the marketplace. A dominative rationality, then, can be unlocked only with concepts already irredeemably contaminated by it, and this proposition itself, since it obeys the rules of analytic reason, must already be on the side of dominion. In Dialectic of Enlightenment, 1947, co-authored by Adorno and his colleague Max Horkheimer, reason has become inherently violent and manipulative, riding roughshod over the sensuous particularities of nature and the body. Simply to think is to be guiltily complicit with ideological domination, yet to surrender instrumental thought altogether would be to lapse into barbarous irrationalism. The identity principle strives to suppress all contradiction, and for Adorno this process has been brought to perfection in the reified, bureaucratized, administered world of advanced capitalism. Much the same bleak vision is projected by Adorno's Frankfurt School colleague Herbert Marcus, in his One-Dimensional Man, 1964. Ideology, in short, is a totalitarian system which has managed and processed all social conflict out of existence. It is not only that this thesis would come as something of a surprise to those who actually run the Western system, it is also that it parodies the whole notion of ideology itself. The Frankfurt School of Marxism, several of whose members were refugees from Nazism, simply projects the extreme ideological universe of fascism onto the quite different structures of liberal capitalist regimes. Does all ideology work by the identity principle, ruthlessly expunging whatever is heterogeneous to it? What, for example, of the ideology of liberal humanism, which, in however specious and restricted a fashion, is able to make room for variousness, plurality, cultural relativity, concrete particularity? Adorno and his fellow workers deliver us something of a straw target of ideology, in the manner of those post-structuralist theorists for whom all ideology without exception would appear to turn upon metaphysical absolutes and transcendental foundations. The real ideological conditions of Western capitalist societies are surely a good deal more mixed and self-contradictory, blending metaphysical and pluralistic discourses in various measures. An opposition to monotonous self-identity, it takes all kinds to make a world, a suspicion of absolute truth claims, everyone's entitled to their point of view, a rejection of reductive stereotypes, I take people as I find them, a celebration of difference. It'd be a strange world if we all thought the same. These are part of the stock in trade of popular Western wisdom, and nothing is to be politically gained by caricaturing one's antagonist. Simply to counterpose difference to identity, plurality to unity, the marginal to the central, is to lapse back into binary opposition, as the more subtle deconstructors are perfectly aware. It is pure formalism to imagine that otherness, heterogeneity and marginality are unqualified political benefits regardless of their concrete social content. Adorno, as we have seen, is not out simply to replace identity with difference, but his suggestive critique of the tyranny of equivalence leads him too often to demonize modern capitalism as a seamless, pacified, self-regulating system. This, no doubt, is what the system would like to be told, but it would probably be greeted with a certain skepticism in the corridors of Whitehall and Wall Street. The later Frankfurt School philosopher Jürgen Habermas follows Adorno in dismissing the concept of a Marxist science, and in refusing to assign any particular privilege to the consciousness of the revolutionary proletariat. But whereas Adorno is then left with little to pit against the system but art and negative dialectics, Habermas turns instead to the resources of communicative language. Ideology for him is a form of communication systematically distorted by power, a discourse which has become a medium of domination, and which serves to legitimate relations of organized force. For hermeneutical philosophers like Hans-Georg Gadamer, misunderstandings and lapses of communication are textual blockages to be rectified by sensitive interpretation. Habermas, by contrast, draws attention to the possibility of an entire discursive system which is somehow deformed. What warps such discourse out of true is the impact upon it of extra-discursive forces. Ideology marks the point at which language is bent out of communicative shape by the power interests which impinge upon it. But this besieging of language by power is not just an external matter, on the contrary. Such dominion inscribes itself on the inside of our speech, so that ideology becomes a set of effects internal to particular discourses themselves. If a communicative structure is systematically distorted, then it will tend to present the appearance of normativity and justness. A distortion which is so pervasive tends to cancel all the way through and disappear from sight, just as we would not describe as a deviation or disability a condition in which everybody limped or dropped their H's all the time. A systematically deformed network of communication thus tends to conceal or eradicate the very norms by which it might be judged to be deformed, and so becomes peculiarly invulnerable to critique. In this situation, it becomes impossible to raise within the network the question of its own workings or conditions of possibility, since it has, so to speak, confiscated these inquiries from the outset. The system's historical conditions of possibility are redefined by the system itself, thus evaporating into it. In the case of a successful ideology, it is not as though one body of ideas is perceived to be more powerful, legitimate or persuasive than another, but that the very grounds for choosing rationally between them have been deftly removed, so that it becomes impossible to think or desire outside the terms of the system itself. Such an ideological formation curves back upon itself like cosmic space, denying the possibility of any outside, forestalling the generation of new desires as well as frustrating those we already have. If a universe of discourse is truly a universe, then there is no standpoint beyond it where we might find a point of leverage for critique. Or if other universes are acknowledged to exist, then they are simply defined as incommensurable with one's own. Habermas, to his credit, subscribes to no such fantastic dystopian vision of an all-powerful, all-absorbent ideology. If ideology is language wrenched out of true, then we must presumably have some idea of what an authentic communicative act would like. There is, as we have noted, no appeal open for him to some scientific metalanguage which would adjudicate in this respect among competing idioms, so he must seek instead to extract from our linguistic practices the structure of some underlying communicative rationality, some ideal speech situation which glimmers faintly through our actual debased discourses, and which may therefore furnish a norm or regulative model for the critical assessment of them. 32. The ideal speech situation would be one entirely free of domination, in which all participants would have symmetrically equal chances to select and deploy speech acts. Persuasion would depend on the force of the better argument alone, not on rhetoric, authority, coercive sanctions, and so on. This model is no more than a heuristic device or necessary fiction, but it is in some sense implicit even so in our ordinary, unregenerate verbal dealings. All language, even of a dominative kind, is in Habermas's view inherently orientated to communication, and thus tacitly towards human consensus. Even when I curse you, I expect to be understood, otherwise why should I waste my breath? Our most despotic speech acts betray, despite themselves, the frail outlines of a communicative rationality. In making an utterance, a speaker implicitly claims that what she says is intelligible, true, sincere and appropriate to the discursive situation. Quite how this applies to such speech acts as jokes, poems and shouts of glee is not so apparent. There is, in other words, a kind of deep rationality built into the very structures of our language, regardless of what we actually say, and it is this which provides Habermas with the basis for a critique of our actual verbal practices. In a curious sense, the very act of enunciation can become a normative judgment on what is enunciated. Habermas holds to a consensus rather than correspondence theory of truth, which is to say that he thinks truth less some adequation between mind and world than a question of the kind of assertion which everyone who could enter into unconstrained dialogue with the speaker would come to accept. But social and ideological domination currently prohibits such unconstrained communication, and until we can transform this situation, which for Habermas would mean fashioning a participatory socialist democracy, truth is bound to be, as it were, deferred. If we want to know the truth, we have to change our political form of life. Truth is thus deeply bound up with social justice. My truth claims refer themselves forward to some altered social condition where they might be redeemed. It is thus that Habermas is able to observe that the truth of statements is linked in the last analysis to the intention of the good and the true life. 33. There is an important difference between this style of thought and that of the more senior members of the Frankfurt School. For them, as we have seen, society as it exists seems wholly reified and degraded, sinisterly successful in its capacity to administer contradictions out of existence. This gloomy vision does not prevent them from discerning some ideal alternative to it, of the kind that Adorno discovers in modernist art, but it is an alternative with scant foundation in the given social order. It is less a dialectical function of that order than a solution parachuted in from some ontological outer space. It thus figures as a form of bad utopianism, as opposed to that good utopianism which seeks somehow to anchor what is desirable in what is actual. A degraded present must be patiently scanned for those tendencies which are at once indissolubly bound up with it, yet which interpreted in a certain way may be seen to point beyond it. So it is that Marxism, for example, is not just some kind of wishful thinking, but an attempt to discover an alternative to capitalism latent in the very dynamic of that form of life. In order to resolve its structural contradictions, the capitalist order would have to transcend itself into socialism. It is not simply a matter of believing that it would be pleasant for it to do so. The idea of a communicative rationality is another way of securing an internal bond between present and future, and so, like Marxism itself, is a form of immanent critique. Rather than passing judgment on the present from the Olympian height of some absolute truth, it installs itself within the present in order to decipher those fault lines where the ruling social logic presses up against its own structural limits, and so could potentially surpass itself. There is a clear parallel between such immanent critique and what is nowadays known as deconstruction, which seeks similarly to occupy a system from the inside in order to expose those points of impasse or indeterminacy where its governing conventions begin to unravel. Habermas has often enough been accused of being a rationalist, and there is no doubt some justice in the charge. How far is it really possible, for example, to disentangle the force of the better argument from the rhetorical devices by which it is conveyed, the subject positions at stake, the play of power and desire which will mold such utterances from within? But if a rationalist is one who opposes some sublimely disinterested truth to mere sectoral interests, then Habermas is certainly not of this company. On the contrary, truth and knowledge are for him interested to their roots. We need types of instrumental knowledge because we need to control our environment in the interests of survival. Similarly, we need the sort of moral or political knowledge attainable in practical communication because without it there could be no collective social life at all. I believe that I can show, Habermas remarks, that a species that depends for its survival on the structures of linguistic communication and cooperative, purposive rational action must of necessity rely on reason. 34 Reasoning, in short, is in our interests, grounded in the kind of biological species we are. Otherwise, why would we bother to find out anything at all? Such species-specific interests move, naturally, at a highly abstract level, and will tell us little about whether we should vote Tory to keep the rates down. But as with communicative rationality, they can serve even so as a political norm. Ideological interests which damage the structures of practical communication can be judged inimical to our interests as a whole. As Thomas McCarthy puts it, we have a practical interest in securing and expanding possibilities of mutual and self-understanding in the conduct of life. 35 So that a kind of politics is derivable from the sort of animals we are. Interests are constitutive of our knowledge, not just, as the Enlightenment believed, obstacles in its path. But this is not to deny that there are kinds of interest which threaten our fundamental requirements as a species, and these are what Habermas terms ideological. The opposite of ideology for Habermas is not exactly truth or knowledge, but that particular form of interested rationality we call emancipatory critique. It is in our interests to rid ourselves of unnecessary constraints on our common dialogue, for unless we do, the kinds of truths we need to establish will be beyond our reach. An emancipatory critique is one which brings these institutional constraints to our awareness, and this can be achieved only by the practice of collective self-reflection. There are certain forms of knowledge that we need at all costs in order to be free, and an emancipatory critique such as Marxism or Freudianism is simply whatever form of knowledge this currently happens to be. In this kind of discourse, fact, cognition, and value, or interest, are not really separable. The patient in psychoanalysis, for example, has an interest in embarking on a process of self-reflection because without this style of cognition he will remain imprisoned in neurosis or psychosis. In a parallel way, an oppressed group or class, as we have seen in the thought of Lukács, has an interest in getting to understand its social situation, since without this self-knowledge it will remain a victim of it. This analogy may be pursued a little further. Dominative social institutions are for Habermas somewhat akin to neurotic patterns of behavior, since they rigidify human life into a compulsive set of norms and thus block the path to critical self-reflection. In both cases we become dependent on hypostasized powers, subject to constraints which are in fact cultural but which bear in upon us with all the inexorability of natural forces. The gratificatory instincts which such institutions thwart are then either driven underground, in the phenomenon Freud dubs repression, or sublimated into metaphysical world views, ideal value systems of one kind or another, which help to console and compensate individuals for the real-life restrictions they must endure. These value systems thus serve to legitimate the social order, channeling potential dissidents into illusory forms, and this, in a nutshell, is the Freudian theory of ideology. Habermas, like Freud himself, is at pains to emphasize that these idealized worldviews are not just illusions, however distortedly, they lend voice to genuine human desires, and thus conceal a utopian core. What we can now only dream of might always be realized in some emancipated future, as technological development liberates individuals from the compulsion of labor. Habermas regards psychoanalysis as a discourse which seeks to emancipate us from systematically distorted communication, and so as sharing common ground with the critique of ideology. Pathological behavior, in which our words belie our actions, is thus roughly equivalent to ideology's performative contradictions. Just as the neurotic may vehemently deny a wish which nevertheless manifests itself in symbolic form on the body, so a ruling class may proclaim its belief in liberty while obstructing it in practice. To interpret these deformed discourses means not just translating them into other terms, but reconstructing their conditions of possibility and accounting for what Habermas calls the genetic conditions of the unmeaning. 36 It is not enough, in other words, to unscramble a distorted text, we need, rather, to explain the causes of the textual distortion itself. As Habermas puts the point, with unwanted pithiness, the mutilations of the text have meaning as such. 37 It is not just a question of deciphering a language accidentally afflicted with slippages, ambiguities and non-meanings, it is, rather, a matter of explaining the forces at work of which these textual obscurities are a necessary effect. The breaks in the text, Habermas writes, are places where an interpretation has forcibly prevailed that is ego-alien even though it is produced by the self. The result is that the ego necessarily deceives itself about its identity in the symbolic structures that it consciously produces. 38. To analyze a form of systematically distorted communication, whether dream or ideology, is thus to reveal how its lacunae, repetitions, elisions and equivocations are themselves significant. As Marx puts the point in Theories of Surplus Value, Adam Smith's contradictions are of significance because they contain problems which it is true he does not resolve, but which he reveals by contradicting himself. 39 If we can lay bare the social conditions which force a particular discourse into certain deceptions and disguises, we can equally examine the repressed desires which introduce distortions into the behavior of a neurotic patient, or into the text of a dream. Both psychoanalysis and ideology critique, in other words, focus upon the points where meaning and force intersect. In social life, a mere attention to meaning, as in hermeneutics, will fail to show up the concealed power interests by which these meanings are internally molded. In psychical life, a mere concentration on what Freud calls the manifest content of the dream will blind us to the dream work itself, where the forces of the unconscious are most stealthily operative. Both dream and ideology are in this sense double texts, conjunctures of signs and power, so that to accept an ideology at face value would be like falling for what Freud terms secondary revision, the more or less coherent version of the dream text that the dreamer delivers when she wakes. In both cases, what is produced must be grasped in terms of its conditions of production, and to this extent Freud's own argument has much in common with the German ideology. If dreams cloak unconscious motivations in symbolic guise, then so do ideological texts. This suggests a further analogy between psychoanalysis and the study of ideology, which Habermas himself does not adequately explore. Freud describes the neurotic symptom as a compromise formation, since within its structure two antagonistic forces uneasily coexist. On the one hand there is the unconscious wish which seeks expression, on the other hand there is the censorious power of the ego, which strives to thrust this wish back into the unconscious. The neurotic symptom, like the dream text, thus reveals and conceals at once. But so also, one might claim, do dominant ideologies, which are not to be reduced to mere disguises. The middle-class ideology of liberty and individual autonomy is no mere fiction, on the contrary, it signified in its time a real political victory over a brutally repressive feudalism. At the same time, however, it serves to mask the genuine oppressiveness of bourgeois society. The truth of such ideology, as with the neurotic symptom, lies in neither the revelation nor the concealment alone, but in the contradictory unity they compose. It is not just a matter of stripping off some outer disguise to expose the truth, any more than an individual's self-deception is just a guise he assumes. It is, rather, that what is revealed takes place in terms of what is concealed, and vice versa. Marxists often speak of ideological contradictions, as well as of contradictions in reality, though whether this latter way of talking makes much sense is a bone of contention amongst them. It might then be thought that ideological contradictions somehow reflect or correspond to contradictions in society itself. But the situation is in fact more complex than this suggests. Let us assume that there is a real contradiction in capitalist society between bourgeois freedom and its oppressive effects. The ideological discourse of bourgeois liberty might also be said to be contradictory, but this is not exactly because it reproduces the real contradiction in question. Rather, the ideology will tend to represent what is positive about such liberty, while masking, repressing or displacing its odious corollaries, and this masking or repressing work, as with the neurotic symptom, is likely to interfere from the inside with what gets genuinely articulated. One might claim, then, that the ambiguous, self-contradictory nature of the ideology springs precisely from its not authentically reproducing the real contradiction. Indeed, were it really to do so, we might hesitate about whether to term this discourse ideological at all. There is a final parallel between ideology and psychical disturbance which we may briefly examine. A neurotic pattern of behavior, in Freud's view, is not simply expressive of some underlying problem, but is actually a way of trying to cope with it. It is thus that Freud can speak of neurosis as the confused glimmerings of a kind of solution to whatever is awry. Neurotic behavior is a strategy for tackling, encompassing and resolving genuine conflicts, even if it resolves them in an imaginary way. The behavior is not just a passive reflex of this conflict, but an active, if mystified, form of engagement with it. Just the same can be said of ideologies, which are no mere inert byproducts of social contradictions but resourceful strategies for containing, managing and imaginarily resolving them. Etienne Balibar and Pierre Maché have argued that works of literature do not simply take ideological contradictions, in the raw, as it were, and set about lending them some factitious symbolic resolution. If such resolutions are possible, it is because the contradictions in question have already been surreptitiously processed and transformed, so as to appear in the literary work in the form of their potential dissolution. 40 The point may be applied to ideological discourse as such, which works upon the conflicts it seeks to negotiate, softening, masking and displacing them as the dream work modifies and transmutes the latent contents of the dream itself. One might therefore attribute to the language of ideology something of the devices employed by the unconscious, in their respective labor upon their raw materials: condensation, displacement, elision, transfer of effect, considerations of symbolic representability, and so on. And the aim of this labor in both cases is to recast a problem in the form of its potential solution. Any parallel between psychoanalysis and the critique of ideology must necessarily be imperfect. For one thing, Habermas himself tends in rationalist style to downplay the extent to which the psychoanalytic cure comes about less through self-reflection than through the drama of transference between patient and analyst. And it is not easy to think up an exact political analogy to this. For another thing, as Russell Keat has pointed out, the emancipation wrought by psychoanalysis is a matter of remembering or working through repressed materials, whereas ideology is less a question of something we have forgotten than of something we never knew in the first place. 41 We may note finally that in Habermas's view the discourse of the neurotic is a kind of privatized symbolic idiom which has become split off from public communication, whereas the pathology of ideological language belongs fully to the public domain. Ideology, as Freud might have said, is a kind of psychopathology of everyday life, a system of distortion so pervasive that it cancels all the way through and presents every appearance of normality. Unlike Lukács, Theodor Adorno has little time for the notion of reified consciousness, which he suspects as residually idealist. Ideology, for him as for the later Marx, is not first of all a matter of consciousness, but of the material structures of commodity exchange. Habermas, too, regards a primary emphasis on consciousness as belonging to an outmoded philosophy of the subject, and turns instead to what he sees as the more fertile ground of social discourse. The French Marxist philosopher Louis Althusser is equally wary of the doctrine of reification, though for rather different reasons from Adorno's. 42 In Althusser's eyes, reification, like its companion category of alienation, presupposes some human essence which then undergoes estrangement, and since Althusser is a rigorously anti-humanist Marxist, renouncing all idea of an essential humanity, he can hardly found his theory of ideology upon such ideological concepts. Neither, however, can he base it on the alternative notion of a world view, for if Althusser is anti-humanist he is equally anti-historicist, skeptical of the whole conception of a class subject and firm in his belief that the science of historical materialism is quite independent of class consciousness. What he does, then, is to derive a theory of ideology, of impressive power and originality, from a combination of Lacanian psychoanalysis and the less obviously historicist features of Gramsci's work, and it is this theory that can be found in his celebrated essay Ideology and Ideological State Apparatuses, as well as in scattered fragments of his volume 4 Marx. 43. Althusser holds that all thought is conducted within the terms of an unconscious problematic which silently underpins it. A problematic, rather like Michel Foucault's episteme, is a particular organization of categories which at any given historical moment constitutes the limits of what we are able to utter and conceive. A problematic is not in itself ideological, it includes, For example, the discourses of true science, which for Althusser is free of all ideological taint. But we can speak of the problematic of a specific ideology or set of ideologies, and to do so is to refer to an underlying structure of categories so organized as to exclude the possibility of certain conceptions. An ideological problematic turns around certain eloquent silences and elisions, and it is so constructed that the questions which are posable within it already presuppose certain kinds of answer. Its fundamental structure is thus closed, circular and self-confirming. Wherever one moves within it, one will always be ultimately returned to what is securely known, of which what is unknown is merely an extension or a repetition. Ideologies can never be taken by surprise, since like a counsel leading a witness in a law court they signal what would count as an acceptable answer in the very form of their questions. A scientific problematic, by contrast, is characterized by its open-endedness. It can be revolutionized as new scientific objects emerge and a new horizon of questions opens up. Science is an authentically exploratory pursuit, whereas ideologies give the appearance of moving forward while marching stubbornly on the spot. In a controversial move within Western Marxism 44, Althusser insists on a rigorous distinction between science, meaning, among other things, Marxist theory, and ideology. The former is not just to be grasped in historicist style as the expression of the latter. On the contrary, science or theory is a specific kind of labor with its own protocols and procedures, one demarcated from ideology by what Althusser calls an epistemological break. Whereas historicist Marxism holds that theory is validated or invalidated by historical practice, Althusser holds that social theories, rather like mathematics, are verified by methods which are purely internal to them. Theoretical propositions are true or false regardless of who happens to hold them for what historical reasons, and regardless of the historical conditions which give birth to them. There is a difference between holding that historical circumstances thoroughly condition our knowledge, and believing that the validity of our truth claims is simply reducible to our historical interests. The latter case is really that of Friedrich Nietzsche, and though Althusser's own case about knowledge and history is about as far from Nietzsche's as could be imagined, there is an ironic sense in which his major theses about ideology owe something to his influence. For Nietzsche, all human action is a kind of fiction. It presumes some coherent, autonomous human agent, which Nietzsche regards as an illusion, implies that the beliefs and assumptions by which we act are firmly grounded, which for Nietzsche is not the case, and assumes that the effects of our actions can be rationally calculated, in Nietzsche's eyes yet another sad delusion. Action for Nietzsche is an enormous, if necessary, oversimplification of the unfathomable complexity of the world, which thus cannot coexist with reflection. To act at all means to repress or suspend such reflectiveness, to suffer a certain self-induced amnesia or oblivion. The true conditions of our existence, then, must necessarily be absent from consciousness at the moment of action. This absence is, so to speak, structural and determined, rather than a mere matter of oversight. Rather, as for Freud, the concept of the unconscious means that the forces which determine our being cannot by definition figure within our consciousness. We become conscious agents only by virtue of a certain determinate lack, repression or omission, which no amount of critical self-reflection could repair. The paradox of the human animal is that it comes into being as a subject only on the basis of a shattering repression of the forces which went into its making. The Althusserian antithesis of theory and ideology proceeds roughly along these lines. One might venture, in a first, crudely approximate formulation, that theory and practice are at odds for Nietzsche because he entertains an irrationalist suspicion of the former, whereas they are eternally discrepant for Althusser because he harbors a rationalist prejudice against the latter. All action for Althusser, including socialist insurrection, is carried on within the sphere of ideology. As we shall see in a moment, it is ideology alone which lends the human subject enough illusory, provisional coherence for it to become a practical social agent. From the bleak standpoint of theory, the subject has no such autonomy or consistency at all. It is merely the overdetermined product of this or that social structure. But since we would be loath to get out of bed if this truth was held steadily in mind, it must disappear from our practical consciousness. And it is in this sense that the subject, for Althusser as for Freud, is the product of a structure which must necessarily be repressed in the very moment of subjectivation. One can appreciate, then, why for Althusser theory and practice must always be somewhat at odds, in a way scandalous to the classical Marxism which insists on a dialectical relation between the two. But it is harder to see exactly what this discrepancy means. To claim that one cannot act and theorize simultaneously may be like saying that you cannot play the Moonlight Sonata and analyze its musical structure at one and the same time, or that you cannot be conscious of the grammatical rules governing your speech in the very heat of utterance. But this is hardly more significant than saying that you cannot chew a banana and play the bagpipes simultaneously. It has no philosophical import at all. It is certainly a far cry from maintaining, that all action entails a necessary ignorance of its own enabling conditions. The trouble with this case, at least for a Marxist, is that it seems to rule out the possibility of theoretically informed practice, which Althusser, as an orthodox Leninist, would be hard put to it to abandon. To claim that your practice is theoretically informed is not, of course, the same as imagining that you could engage in intensive theoretical activity at the very moment you are closing the factory gates to lock out the police. What must happen, then, is that a theoretical understanding does indeed realize itself in practice, but only, as it were, through the relay of ideology of the lived fictions of the actors concerned. And this will be a radically different form of understanding from that of the theorist in his study, involving as it does for Althusser an inescapable element of misrecognition. What is misrecognized in ideology is not primarily the world, since ideology for Althusser is not a matter of knowing or failing to know reality at all. The misrecognition in question is essentially a self-misrecognition, which is an effect of the imaginary dimension of human existence. Imaginary here means not unreal but pertaining to an image. The allusion is to Jacques Lacan's essay The Mirror Phase as formative of the function of the eye, in which he argues that the small infant, confronted with its own image in a mirror, has a moment of jubilant misrecognition of its own actual, physically uncoordinated state, imagining its body to be more unified than it really is. 45 In this imaginary condition, no real distinction between subject and object has yet set in. The infant identifies with its own image, feeling itself at once within and in front of the mirror, so that subject and object glide ceaselessly in and out of each other in a sealed circuit. In the ideological sphere, similarly, the human subject transcends its true state of diffuseness or desentiment and finds a consolingly coherent image of itself reflected back in the mirror of a dominant ideological discourse. Armed with this imaginary self, which for Lacan involves an alienation of the subject, it is then able to act in socially appropriate ways. Ideology can thus be summarized as a representation of the imaginary relationships of individuals to their real conditions of existence. In ideology, Althusser writes, men do indeed express, not the relation between them and their conditions of existence, but the way they live the relation between them and their conditions of existence. This presupposes both a real relation and an imaginary, lived, relation. In ideology, the real relation is inevitably invested in the imaginary relation. 46 Ideology exists only in and through the human subject, and to say that the subject inhabits the imaginary is to claim that it compulsively refers the world back to itself. Ideology is subject-centered or anthropomorphic. It causes us to view the world as somehow naturally orientated to ourselves, spontaneously given to the subject, and the subject, conversely, feels itself a natural part of that reality, claimed and required by it. Through ideology, Althusser remarks, society interpellates or hails us, appears to single us out as uniquely valuable and address us by name. It fosters the illusion that it could not get on without us, as we can imagine the small infant believing that if it disappeared then the world would vanish along with it. In thus identifying us, beckoning us personally from the ruck of individuals and turning its face benignly towards us, ideology brings us into being as individual subjects. All of this, from the standpoint of a Marxist science, is in fact an illusion, since the dismal truth of the matter is that society has no need of me at all. It may need someone to fulfill my role within the process of production, but there is no reason why this particular person should be me. Theory is conscious of the secret that society has no center at all, being no more than an assemblage of structures and regions, and it is equally aware that the human subject is just as centerless, the mere bearer of these various structures. But for purposive social life to get underway, these unpalatable truths must be masked in the register of the imaginary. The imaginary is thus in one sense clearly false, it veils from our eyes the way subjects and societies actually work. But it is not false in the sense of being mere arbitrary deception, since it is a wholly indispensable dimension of social existence, quite as essential as politics or economics. And it is also not false in so far as the real ways we live our relations to our social conditions are invested in it. There are a number of logical problems connected with this theory. To begin with, how does the individual human being recognize and respond to the hailing which makes it a subject if it is not a subject already? Are not response, recognition, understanding, subjective faculties, so that one would need to be a subject already in order to become one? To this extent, absurdly, the subject would have to predate its own existence. Conscious of this conundrum, Althusser argues that we are indeed always already subjects, even in the womb, our coming, so to speak, has always been prepared for. But if this is true, then it is hard to know what to make of his insistence on the moment of interpellation, unless this is simply a convenient fiction. And it seems odd to suggest that we are centered subjects even as embryos. For another thing, the theory runs headlong into all the dilemmas of any notion of identity based upon self-reflection. How can the subject recognize its image in the mirror as itself, if it does not somehow recognize itself already? There is nothing obvious or natural about looking in a mirror and concluding that the image one sees is oneself. Would there not seem a need here for a third, higher subject, who could compare the real subject with its reflection and establish that the one was truly identical with the other? And how did this higher subject come to identify itself? Althusser's theory of ideology involves at least two crucial misreadings of the psychoanalytic writings of Jacques Lacan, not surprisingly, given the Sibylline obscurantism of the latter. To begin with, Althusser's imaginary subject really corresponds to the Lacanian ego, which for psychoanalytic theory is merely the tip of the iceberg of the self. It is the ego, for Lacan, which is constituted in the imaginary as a unified entity. The subject as a whole is the split, lacking, desiring effect of the unconscious, which for Lacan belongs to the symbolic as well as the imaginary order. The upshot of this misreading, then, is to render Althusser's subject a good deal more stable and coherent than Lacan's, since the buttoned-down ego is standing in here for the disheveled unconscious. For Lacan, the imaginary dimension of our being is punctured and traversed by insatiable desire, which suggests a subject rather more volatile and turbulent than Althusser's serenely centered entities. The political implications of this misreading are clear. To expel desire from the subject is to mute its potentially rebellious clamor, ignoring the ways in which it may attain its allotted place in the social order only ambiguously and precariously. Althusser, in effect, has produced an ideology of the ego, rather than one of the human subject, and a certain political pessimism is endemic in this misrepresentation. Corresponding to this ideological misperception of his on the side of the little or individual subject is a tendentious interpretation of the big subject, the governing ideological signifiers with which the individual identifies. In Althusser's reading, this subject would seem more or less equivalent to the Freudian superego, the censorious power which keeps us obediently in our places. In Lacan's work, however, this role is played by the other, which means something like the whole field of language and the unconscious. Since this, in Lacan's view, is a notoriously elusive, treacherous terrain in which nothing quite stays in place, the relations between it and the individual subject are a good deal more fraught and fragile than Althusser's model would imply. 47 Once again, the political implications of this misunderstanding are pessimistic. If the power which subjects us is singular and authoritarian, more like the Freudian superego than the shifting, self-divided Lacanian other, the chances of opposing it effectively would seem remote. If Althusser's subject were as split, desirous and unstable as Lacan's, then the process of interpellation might figure as a more chancy, contradictory affair than it actually does. Experience shows, Althusser writes with solemn banality, that the practical telecommunication of hailings is such that they hardly ever miss their man, verbal call or whistle. The one hailed always recognizes that it is really him who is being hailed. 48 The fact that Louis Althusser's friends apparently never mistook his cheery shout of greeting in the street is offered here as irrefutable evidence that the business of ideological interpellation is invariably successful. But is it? What if we fail to recognize and respond to the call of the subject? What if we return the reply, "Sorry, you've got the wrong person"? That we have to be interpellated as some kind of subject is clear. The alternative, for Lacan, would be to fall outside the symbolic order altogether into psychosis. But there is no reason why we should always accept society's identification of us as this particular sort of subject. Althusser simply runs together the necessity of some general identification without submission to specific social roles. There are, after all, many different ways in which we can be hailed, and some cheery cries, whoops and whistles may strike us as more appealing than some others. Someone may be a mother, Methodist, houseworker and trade unionist all at the same time, and there is no reason to assume that these various forms of insertion into ideology will be mutually harmonious. Althusser's model is a good deal too monistic, passing over the discrepant, contradictory ways in which subjects may be ideologically accosted partially, wholly, or hardly at all by discourses which themselves form no obvious cohesive unity. As Peter Dewes has argued, the cry with which the subject greets us must always be interpreted, and there is no guarantee that we will do this in the proper fashion. 49 How can I know for sure what is being demanded of me, that it is I who am being hailed, whether the subject has identified me aright? And since, for Lacan, I can never be fully present as a whole subject in any of my responses, how can my accession to being interpellated be taken as authentic? Moreover, if the response of the other to me is bound up with my response to it, as Lacan would argue, then the situation becomes even more precarious. In seeking the recognition of the other, I am led by this very desire to misrecognize it, grasping it in the imaginary mode, so the fact that there is desire at work here, a fact which Althusser overlooks, means that I can never quite grasp the subject and its call as they really are, just as it can never quite know whether I have truly responded to its invocation. In Lacan's own work, the other just signifies this ultimately inscrutable nature of all individual subjects. No particular other can ever furnish me with the confirmation of my identity I seek, since my desire for such confirmation will always go beyond this figure, and to write the other as other is Lacan's way of signaling this truth. The political bleakness of Althusser's theory is apparent in his very conception of how the subject emerges into being. The word subject literally means that which lies beneath, in the sense of some ultimate foundation, and throughout the history of philosophy there have been a number of candidates for this function. It is only in the modern period that the individual subject becomes in this sense foundational. But it is possible by a play on words to make what lies beneath mean what is kept down, and part of the Althusserian theory of ideology turns on this convenient verbal slide. To be subjectified is to be subjected. We become free, autonomous human subjects precisely by submitting ourselves obediently to the subject, or law. Once we have internalized this law, made it thoroughly our own, we begin to act it out spontaneously and unquestioningly. We come to work, as Althusser comments, all by ourselves, without need of constant coercive supervision, and it is this lamentable condition that we misrecognize as our freedom. In the words of the philosopher who stands behind all of Althusser's work, Baruch Spinoza, men and women fight for their slavery as if they were fighting for their liberation. Preface to Tractatus Theologico-Politicus. The model behind this argument is the subjection of the Freudian ego to the superego, source of all conscience and authority. Freedom and autonomy, then, would seem to be sheer illusions. They signify simply that the law is so deeply inscribed in us, so intimately at one with our desire, that we mistake it for our own free initiative. But this is only one side of the Freudian narrative. For Freud, the ego will rebel against its imperious master if his demands grow too insupportable, and the political equivalent of this moment would be insurrection or revolution. Freedom, in short, can transgress the very law of which it is an effect, but Althusser maintains a symptomatic silence about this more hopeful corollary of his case. For him, as even more glaringly for Michel Foucault, subjectivity itself would seem just a form of self-incarceration, and the question of where political resistance springs from must thus remain obscure. It is this stoicism in the face of an apparently all-pervasive power or inescapable metaphysical closure which will flow into the current of post-structuralism. Whatever its flaws and limits, Althusser's account of ideology represents one of the major breakthroughs in the subject in modern Marxist thought. Ideology is now not just a distortion or false reflection, a screen which intervenes between ourselves and reality, or an automatic effect of commodity production. It is an indispensable medium for the production of human subjects. Among the various modes of production in any society, there is one whose task is the production of forms of subjectivity themselves, and this is quite as material and historically variable as the production of chocolate bars or automobiles. Ideology is not primarily a matter of ideas, it is a structure which imposes itself upon us without necessarily having to pass through consciousness at all. Viewed psychologically, it is less a system of articulated doctrines than a set of images, symbols and occasionally concepts which we live at an unconscious level. Viewed sociologically, it consists in a range of material practices or rituals, voting, saluting, genuflecting, and so on, which are always embedded in material institutions. Althusser inherits this notion of ideology as habitual behavior rather than conscious thought from Gramsci, but he presses the case to a quasi-behaviorist extreme in his claim that the subject's ideas are his material actions inserted into material practices governed by material rituals which are themselves defined by the material ideological apparatus. 51 does not abolish consciousness simply by a hypnotic repetition of the word material. Indeed, in the wake of Althusser's work this term rapidly dwindled to the merest gesture, grossly inflated in meaning. If everything is material, even thought itself, then the word loses all discriminatory force. Althusser's insistence on the materiality of ideology, the fact that it is always a matter of concrete practices and institutions, is a valuable corrective to Georg Lukács's largely disembodied class consciousness, but it also stems from a structuralist hostility to consciousness as such. It forgets that ideology is a matter of meaning, and that meaning is not material in the sense that bleeding or bellowing are. It is true that ideology is less a question of ideas than of feelings, images, gut reactions, but ideas often figure importantly within it, as is obvious enough in the theoretical ideologies of Aquinas and Adam Smith. If the term material suffers undue inflation at Althusser's hands, so also does the concept of ideology itself. It becomes, in effect, identical with lived experience, but whether all lived experience can usefully be described as ideological is surely dubious. Expanded in this way, the concept threatens to lose all precise political reference. If loving God is ideological, then so, presumably, is loving Gorgonzola. One of Althusser's most controversial claims that ideology is eternal, and will exist even in communist society, then follows logically from this stretched sense of the word. For since there will be human subjects and lived experience under communism, there is bound to be ideology as well. Ideology, Althusser declares, has no history, a formulation adapted from the German ideology, but harnessed to quite different ends. Though its contents are, of course, historically variable, its structural mechanisms remain constant. In this sense, it is analogous to the Freudian unconscious. Everyone dreams differently, but the operations of the dream work remain constant from one time or place to another. It is hard to see how we could ever know that ideology is unchanging in its basic devices, but one telling piece of evidence against this claim is the fact that Althusser offers as a general theory of ideology what is arguably specific to the bourgeois epoch. The idea that our freedom and autonomy lie in a submission to the law has its sources in Enlightenment Europe. In what sense an Athenian slave regarded himself as free, autonomous and uniquely individuated is a question Althusser leaves unanswered. If ideological subjects work all by themselves, then some would seem to do so rather more than others. Like the poor, then, ideology is always with us. Indeed, the scandal of Althusser's thesis for orthodox Marxism is that it will actually outlast them. Ideology is a structure essential to the life of all historical societies, which secrete it organically, and post-revolutionary societies would be no different in this respect. But there is a sliding in Althusser's thought here between three quite different views of why ideology is in business in the first place. The first of these, as we have seen, is essentially political. Ideology exists to keep men and women in their appointed places in class society. So ideology in this sense would not linger on once classes had been abolished, but ideology in its more functionalist or sociological meaning clearly would. In a classless social order, ideology would carry on its task of adapting men and women to the exigencies of social life. It is indispensable in any society if men are to be formed, transformed and equipped to respond to the demands of their conditions of existence. 51 Such a case, as we have seen, follows logically from this somewhat dubiously stretched sense of the term, but there is also another reason why ideology will persist in post-class society, which is not quite at one with this. Ideology will be necessary in such a future, as it is necessary now, because of the inevitable complexity and opaqueness of social processes. The hope that in communism such processes might become transparent to human consciousness is denounced by Althusser as a humanist error. The workings of the social order as a whole can be known only to theory. As far as the practical lives of individuals go, ideology is needed to provide them with a kind of imaginary map of the social totality, so that they can find their way around it. These individuals may also, of course, have access to a scientific knowledge of the social formation, but they cannot exercise this knowledge in the dust and heat of everyday life. This case, we may note, introduces a hitherto unexamined element into the debate over ideology. Ideology, so the argument goes, springs from a situation in which social life has become too complex to be grasped as a whole by everyday consciousness. There is thus the need for an imaginary model of it, which will bear something of the oversimplifying relation to social reality that a map does to an actual terrain. It is a case which goes back at least as far as Hegel, for whom ancient Greece was a society immediately transparent as a whole to all its members. In the modern period, however, the division of labor, the fragmentation of social life and the proliferation of specialized discourses have expelled us from that happy garden, so that the concealed connections of society can be known only to the dialectical reason of the philosopher. Society, in the terminology of the 18th century, has become sublime. It is an object which cannot be represented. For the people as a whole to get their bearings within it, it is essential to construct a myth which will translate theoretical knowledge into more graphic, immediate terms. We must have a new mythology, Hegel writes. But this mythology must be in the service of ideas, it must be a mythology of reason. Until we express the ideas aesthetically, that is, mythologically, they have no interest for the people, and conversely, until mythology is rational, the philosopher must be ashamed of it. Thus in the end enlightened and unenlightened must clasp hands, mythology must become philosophical in order to make people rational, and philosophy must become mythological in order to make the philosophers sensible. Hegel's myth, then, is Althusser's ideology, at least in one of its versions. Ideology adapts individuals to their social functions by providing them with an imaginary model of the whole, suitably schematized and fictionalized for their purposes. Since this model is symbolic and affective rather than austerely cognitive, it can furnish motivations for action as some mere theoretical comprehension might not. Communist men and women of the future will require such an enabling fiction just like anyone else, but meanwhile, in class society, it serves the additional function of helping to thwart true insight into the social system, thus reconciling individuals to their locations within it. The imaginary map function of ideology, in other words, fulfills both a political and a sociological role in the present. Once exploitation has been overcome, ideology will live on in its purely sociological function, and mystification will yield to the mythical. Ideology will still be in a certain sense false, but its falsity will no longer be in the service of dominant interests. I have suggested that ideology is not for Althusser a pejorative term, but this claim now requires some qualification. It would be more accurate to say that his texts are simply inconsistent on this score. There are times in his work when he speaks explicitly of ideology as false and illusory, pays those commentators who take him to have broken entirely with such epistemological notions. 53 The imaginary mappings of ideological fictions are false from the standpoint of theoretical knowledge, in the sense that they actually get society wrong. So it is not here simply a question of self-misrecognition, as we saw in the case of the imaginary subject. On the other hand, this falsity is absolutely indispensable and performs a vital social function. So although ideology is false, it is not pejoratively so. We need protest only when such falsehood is harnessed to the purpose of reproducing exploitative social relations. There need be no implication that in post-revolutionary society ordinary men and women will not be equipped with a theoretical understanding of the social totality. It is just that this understanding cannot be lived, so that ideology is essential here too. At other times, however, Althusser writes as though terms like true and false are quite inapplicable to ideology, since it is no kind of knowledge at all. Ideology implicates subjects, but for Althusser knowledge is a subjectless process, so ideology must by definition be non-cognitive. It is a matter of experience rather than insight, and in Althusser's eyes it would be an empiricist error to believe that experience could ever give birth to knowledge. Ideology is a subject-centered view of reality, and as far as theory is concerned, the whole perspective of subjectivity is bound to get things wrong, viewing what is in truth a centerless world from some deceptively centered standpoint. But though ideology is thus false when viewed from the external vantage point of theory, it is not false in itself, for this subjective slant on the world is a matter of lived relations rather than controvertible propositions. Another way of putting this point is to say that Althusser oscillates between a rationalist and a positivist view of ideology. For the rationalist mind, ideology signifies error, as opposed to the truth of science or reason. For the positivist, only certain sorts of statements, scientific, empirical, are verifiable, and others moral prescriptions, for instance, are not even candidates for such truth/falsity judgments. Ideology is sometimes seen as wrong, and sometimes as not even propositional enough to be wrong. When Althusser relegates ideology to the false other of true knowledge, he speaks like a rationalist. When he dismisses the idea that, say, moral utterances are in any sense cognitive, he writes like a positivist. A somewhat similar tension can be observed in the work of Emil Durkheim, for whose The Rules of Sociological Method ideology is simply an irrational obstruction to scientific knowledge, but whose The Elementary Forms of Religious Life views religion as an essential set of collective representations of social solidarity. Althusser's thinking about ideology is on a fairly grand scale, revolving on such global concepts as the subject and ideological state apparatuses, whereas the French sociologist Pierre Bourdieu is more concerned to examine the mechanisms by which ideology takes hold in everyday life. To tackle this problem, Bourdieu develops in his Outline of a Theory of Practice, 1977, the concept of habitus, by which he means the inculcation in men and women of a set of durable dispositions which generate particular practices. It is because individuals in society act in accordance with such internalized systems, what Bourdieu calls the cultural unconscious, that we can explain how their actions can be objectively regulated and harmonized without being in any sense the result of conscious obedience to rules. Through these structured dispositions, human actions may be lent a unity and consistency without any reference to some conscious intention. In the very spontaneity of our habitual behavior, then, we reproduce certain deeply tacit norms and values, and habitus is thus the relay or transmission mechanism by which mental and social structures become incarnate in daily social activity. The habitus, rather like human language itself, is an open-ended system which enables individuals to cope with unforeseen, ever-changing situations. It is thus a strategy-generating principle which permits ceaseless innovation, rather than a rigid blueprint. The term ideology is not particularly central to Bourdieu's work, but if habitus is relevant to the concept, it is because it tends to induce in social agents such aspirations and actions as are compatible with the objective requirements of their social circumstances. At its strongest, it rules out all other modes of desiring and behaving as simply unthinkable. Habitus is thus history turned into nature, and for Bourdieu it is through this matching of the subjective and the objective, what we feel spontaneously disposed to do and what our social conditions demand of us, that power secures itself. A social order strives to naturalize its own arbitrariness through this dialectic of subjective aspirations and objective structures, defining each in terms of the other, so that the ideal condition would be one in which the agent's consciousness would have the same limits as the objective system which gives rise to it. The recognition of legitimacy, Bourdieu states, is the misrecognition of arbitrariness. What Bourdieu calls doxa belongs to the king of stable, tradition-bound social order in which power is fully naturalized and unquestionable, so that no social arrangement different from the present could even be imagined. Here, as it were, subject and object merge indistinguishably into each other. What matters in such societies is what goes without saying, which is determined by tradition, and tradition is always silent, not least about itself as tradition. Any challenge to such doxa is then heterodoxy, against which the given order must assert its claims in a new orthodoxy. Such orthodoxy differs from doxa in that the guardians of tradition, of what goes without saying, are now compelled to speak in their own defense, and thus implicitly to present themselves as simply one possible position, among others. Social life contains a number of different habitus, each system appropriate to what Bourdieu terms a field. A field, he argues in Questions de Sociologie, 1980, is a competitive system of social relations which functions according to its own internal logic, composed of institutions or individuals who are competing for the same stake. What is generally at stake in such fields is the attainment of maximum dominance within them, a dominance which allows those who achieve it to confer legitimacy on other participants, or to withdraw it from them. To achieve such dominance involves amassing the maximum amount of the particular kind of symbolic capital appropriate to the field, and for such power to become legitimate it must cease to be recognized for what it is. A power which is tacitly rather than explicitly endorsed is one which has succeeded in legitimating itself. Any such social field is necessarily structured by a set of unspoken rules for what can be validly uttered or perceived within it, and these rules thus operate as a mode of what Bourdieu terms symbolic violence. Since symbolic violence is legitimate, it generally goes unrecognized as violence. It is, Bourdieu remarks in Outline of a Theory of Practice, the gentle, invisible form of violence, which is never recognized as such, and is not so much undergone as chosen, the violence of credit, confidence, obligation, personal loyalty, hospitality, gifts, gratitude, piety. 54 In the field of education, for example, symbolic violence operates not so much by the teacher speaking ideologically to the students, but by the teacher being perceived as in possession of an amount of cultural capital which the student needs to acquire. The educational system thus contributes to reproducing the dominant social order not so much by the viewpoints it fosters, but by this regulated distribution of cultural capital. As Bourdieu argues in Distinction, 1979, a similar form of symbolic violence is at work in the whole field of culture, where those who lack the correct taste are unobtrusively excluded, relegated to shame and silence. Symbolic violence is thus Bourdieu's way of rethinking and elaborating the Gramscian concept of hegemony, and his work as a whole represents an original contribution to what one might call the microstructures of ideology, complementing the more general notions of the Marxist tradition with empirically detailed accounts of ideology as everyday life. 10. Feminism, Ideology, and Deconstruction, a Pragmatist View. Richard Rorty. Neither philosophy in general, nor deconstruction in particular, should be thought of as a pioneering, path-breaking, tool for feminist politics. Recent philosophy, including Derrida's, helps us see practices and ideas, including patriarchal practices and ideas, as neither natural nor inevitable, but that is all it does. When philosophy has finished showing that everything is a social construct, it does not help us decide which social constructs to retain and which to replace. Most intellectuals would like to find ways of joining in the struggle of the weak against the strong. So they hope that their particular gifts and competencies can be made relevant to that struggle. The term most frequently used in recent decades to formulate this hope is critique of ideology. The idea is that philosophers, literary critics, lawyers, historians, and others who are good at making distinctions, redscribing, and recontextualizing can put these talents to use by exposing or demystifying present social practices. But the most efficient way to expose or demystify an existing practice would seem to be by suggesting an alternative practice, rather than criticizing the current one. In politics, as in the Kuhnian model of theory change in the sciences, anomalies within old paradigms can pile up indefinitely without providing much basis for criticism until a new option is offered. Imminent criticism of the old paradigm is relatively ineffective. More specifically, the most effective way to criticize current descriptions of a given instance of the oppression of the weak as a necessary evil, the political equivalent of a negligible anomaly, is to explain just why it is not in fact necessary, by explaining how a specific institutional change would eliminate it. That means sketching an alternative future and a scenario of political action that might take us from the present to the future. Marx and Engels make this point in the German ideology when they criticize Feuerbach for changing the word communist, which in the real world means the follower of a definite revolutionary party, into a mere category. Their confidence that their criticisms of the German philosophical tradition substituted reality for illusion, science for fantasy, was greatly strengthened by the fact that they had a revolutionary party and a program, a concrete proposal about how to provide empirical verification of their claim that certain contemporary evils, for example income differentials, unemployment, were unnecessary ones. The difference between their situation and ours is principally that no one now wants the revolution they had in mind. No longer does anyone want to nationalize the means of production or to abolish private property. So the contemporary left lacks the sort of party and the sort of scenario that backed up Marx and Engels' claim that their thought was scientific rather than utopian, the voice of reality rather than fantasy. 2. The closest we leftist intellectuals in the rich democracies come nowadays to having such a party and a program is the feminist movement. But on its political side, feminism looks like a reformist rather than a revolutionary movement. For its political goals are fairly concrete and not difficult to envisage being achieved. These goals are argued for by appeals to widespread moral intuitions about fairness. So contemporary feminist politics is more analogous to 18th century abolitionism than to 19th century communism. Whereas it was very difficult in the 19th century to envisage what things might be like without private ownership, it was relatively easy in the 18th and early 19th centuries to envisage a world without slaves and to see slavery as just a leftover of a barbarous age morally repugnant to widely held intuitions. Analogously, it is relatively easy to envisage a world with equal pay for equal work, equally shared domestic responsibilities, as many women as men in positions of power, etc., and to see present inequities as repugnant to widely shared intuitions about what is right and just. Only insofar as feminism is more than a matter of specific reforms is it analogous to 19th century communism. Feminists are in the following situation: like Marx and Engels, they suspect that piecemeal reforms will leave an underlying, and unnecessary, evil largely untouched. But unlike Marx and Engels, they cannot easily sketch a revolutionary political scenario or a post-revolutionary utopia. The result is a lot of talk about philosophical revolutions, revolutions in consciousness. These revolutions, however, are not reflected at anything that Marx and Engels would recognize as the material level. So it is easy to imagine Marx and Engels making the same kind of fun of a lot of contemporary feminist theory that they made of Hegel, Feuerbach, or Bauer. The feminist theorists, they might say, have made feminist into a mere category, nor can they hope to do more, as long as the term does not signify follower of a definite revolutionary party. These considerations lead one to ask whether feminists can keep the notion of critique of ideology without invoking the distinction between matter and consciousness deployed in the German ideology. There is a large and depressing literature about the equivocity of the term ideology, the latest example of which is the first chapter of Terry Eagleton's Ideology. 3 Eagleton rejects the frequent suggestion that the term has become more trouble than it is worth, and offers the following as a definition: ideas and beliefs which help to legitimate the interests of a ruling group or class specifically by distortion and dissimulation. As an alternative, he suggests false or deceptive beliefs that arise not from the interests of a dominant class but from the material structure of society as a whole. For the latter formulation incorporates the material/non-material contrast central to the German ideology. But it is difficult for feminists to appropriate this contrast, which got whatever concrete relevance it had from the explication of material change by reference to Marx's eschatological history of changes in the organization of mechanisms of production. That history is largely irrelevant to the oppression of women by men. 5. If, however, we drop the matter-consciousness distinction and fall back on the first of the two definitions of ideology I quoted from Eagleton, we come into conflict with the philosophical views about truth, knowledge, and objectivity held by most of the contemporary feminist intellectuals who hope to put their gifts and competences to work criticizing masculinist ideology. For distortion presupposes a medium of representation which, intruding between us and the object under investigation, produces an appearance that does not correspond to the reality of the object. This representationalism cannot be squared either with the pragmatist insistence that truth is not a matter of correspondence to the intrinsic nature of reality, or with the deconstructionist rejection of what Derrida calls the metaphysics of presence. 6 Pragmatists and deconstructionists agree that everything is a social construct, and that there is no point in trying to distinguish between the natural and the merely cultural. They agree that the question is which social constructs to discard and which to keep, and that there is no point in appealing to the way things really are in the course of struggles over who gets to construct what. Both philosophical schools can agree with Eagleton that if there are no values and beliefs not bound up with power, then the term ideology threatens to expand to the vanishing point. 7 But, unlike Eagleton, both find this a reason to be dubious about the utility of the notion of ideology, at least if it is supposed to mean more than a set of bad ideas. The distinction that runs through the German ideology between Marxist science and mere philosophical fantasy is an excellent example of a claim to have reached what Derrida calls a full presence which is beyond the reach of play. 8 As a good Marxist, Eagleton has to echo the standard right-wing criticisms of Derrida when he says that the thesis that objects are entirely internal to the discourses which constitute them raises the thorny problem of how we could ever judge that a discourse had constructed its object validly, and goes on to ask if what validates my social interpretations are the political ends they serve, how am I to validate those ends? 9 You cannot talk about distorted communication or distorting ideas without believing in objects external to discourses, and objects capable of being accurately or inaccurately, scientifically or merely fantastically, represented by those discourses. Something, therefore, has to give. Feminist intellectuals who wish to criticize masculinist ideology, and to use deconstruction to do so, must 1. Think of something new for ideology to mean, or 2. Disassociate deconstruction from anti-representationalism, from the denial that we can answer the question have I constructed the object validly, as opposed, for example, to usefully for feminist purposes, or 3. Say that the question of whether their criticisms of masculinist social practices are scientific or philosophically well-grounded, like the question of whether masculinism has distorted things, is beside the point. The best option is the last one. The first option is simply not worth the trouble, and I do not think that the second can be done at all. It seems to me unfortunate that some people identified with deconstruction have tried to reconstitute the Marxist matter-consciousness distinction, as Wenderman said that it would be unfortunate to confuse the materiality of the signifier with the materiality of what it signifies, and went on to define ideology as the confusion of linguistic with natural reality, of reference with phenomenalism. 10 The way to rebut the accusation that literary theory, or deconstruction, is oblivious to social and historical reality is to insist that constitution of objects by discourse goes all the way down, and that respect for reality, social and historical, astrophysical, or any other kind of reality, is just respect for past language, past ways of describing what is really going on. 11 Sometimes such respect is a good thing, sometimes it is not. It depends on what you want. Feminists want to change the social world, so they cannot have too much respect for past descriptions of social institutions. The most interesting question about the utility of deconstruction for feminism is whether, once Nietzsche, Dewey, Derrida, et al. Have convinced us that there is nothing natural or scientific or objective about any given masculinist practice or description, and that all objects, neutrinos, chairs, women, men, literary theory, feminism, are social constructs, there is any further assistance that deconstruction can offer in deciding which constructs to keep and which to replace, or in finding substitutes for the latter. I doubt that there is. It is often said that deconstruction offers tools which enable feminists to show, as Barbara Johnson puts it, that the differences between entities, prose and poetry, man and woman, literature and theory, guilt and innocence, are shown to be based on a repression of differences within entities, ways by which an entity differs from itself. 12 The question of whether these differences were there, huddled together deep down within the entity, waiting to be brought to light by deconstructing excavators, or are there in the entity only after the feminist has finished reshaping the entity into a social construct nearer her heart's desire, seems to me of no interest whatever. Indeed, it seems to me an important part of the anti-metaphysical polemic common to post-Nietzscheans, pragmatists and deconstructionists alike, is to argue that this finding vs making distinction is of little interest. So I do not see that it is to any political purpose to say, as Johnson does, that difference is a form of work to the extent that it plays beyond the control of any subject. 13 It just doesn't matter whether God ordains, or the mass of productive forces dialectically unfolds, or difference plays beyond the control of any of us. All that matters is what we can do to persuade people to act differently than in the past. The question of what ultimately, deep down, determines whether they will or will not change their ways is the sort of metaphysical topic feminists can safely neglect. 14 To sum up, anything that philosophy can do to free up our imagination a little is all to the political good, for the freer the imagination of the present, the likelier it is that future social practices will be different from past practices. Nietzsche's, Dewey's, Derrida's, and Davidson's treatments of objectivity, truth, and language have freed us up a bit, as did Marx's and Keynes's treatments of money and Christ's and Kierkegaard's treatments of love. But philosophy is not, as the Marxist tradition unfortunately taught us to believe, a source of tools for path-breaking political work. Nothing politically useful happens until people begin saying things never said before, thereby permitting us to visualize new practices, as opposed to analyzing old ones. The moral of Kuhnian philosophy of science is important. There is no discipline called critique that one can practice to get strikingly better politics, any more than there is something called scientific method that one can apply in order to get strikingly better physics. Critique of ideology is, at best, mopping up, rather than path-breaking. It is parasitic on prophecy rather than a substitute for it. It stands to the imaginative production of new descriptions of what has been going on, for example of what men have been doing to women, as Locke, who described himself as an underlaborer, clearing away the rubbish, stood to Boyle and Newton. The picture of philosophy as pioneer is part of a logocentric conception of intellectual work with which we fans of Derrida should have no truck. One reason why many feminists resist this pragmatist view of the political utility of philosophy is that masculinism seems so thoroughly built into everything we do and say in contemporary society that it looks as if only some really massive intellectual change could budge it. So lots of feminists think that only by taking on some great big intellectual evil of the sort that philosophers specialize in spotting, something on the scale of logocentrism, or binarism, or technological thinking, interpreting this evil as intrinsically masculinist and masculinism as standing or falling with it, can they achieve the radicality and scope their task seems to demand. Without such an alliance with a campaign against some large philosophical monster, the campaign against masculinism seems to them doomed to some form of complicity in present practices. 15. This view seems to me to get the relative sizes all wrong. Masculinism is a much bigger and fiercer monster than any of the little, parochial monsters with which pragmatists and deconstructionists struggle. For masculinism is the defense of the people who have been on top since the beginning of history against attempts to topple them. That sort of monster is very adaptable, and I suspect that it can survive almost as well in an anti-logocentric as in a logocentric philosophical environment. It is true that, as Derrida has acutely noted, the logocentric tradition is bound up in subtle ways with the drive for purity, the drive to escape contamination by feminine messes symbolized by what he calls the essential and essentially sublime figure of virile homosexuality. 16 But that drive for purity and that sublime figure are likely to survive in some still more highly sublimated form even if we philosophers somehow manage an overcoming, or even just a verwindung, of metaphysics. Pragmatism considered as a set of philosophical views about truth, knowledge, objectivity, and language is neutral between feminism and masculinism. So if one wants specifically feminist doctrines about these topics, pragmatism will not provide them. But feminists who, like Mackinnon, think of philosophy as something to be picked up and laid down as occasion demands, rather than as a powerful and indispensable ally, will find in pragmatism the same antilogocentric doctrines they find in Nietzsche, Foucault and Derrida. The main advantage of the way pragmatists present these doctrines is that they make clear that they are not unlocking deep secrets, secrets that feminists must know in order to succeed. They admit that all they have to offer is occasional bits of ad hoc advice about how to reply when masculinists attempt to make present practices seem inevitable. Neither pragmatists nor deconstructionists can do more for feminism than help rebut attempts to ground these practices on something deeper than a contingent historical fact, the fact that the people with the slightly larger muscles have been bullying the people with the slightly smaller muscles for a very long time. 11. Ideology, politics, hegemony. From Gramsci to Laclau and Mouth. Michelle Barrett. Gramsci is something of a paradox in radical political thought. On the one hand, his work is much admired as the most sympathetic treatment, within the classical Marxist tradition, of cultural and ideological politics. He has become the adopted theorist of, for example, the Euro-communist strategy in Italy, Spain and other countries and, in Britain, the inspiration for many of those who wish to realign labor politics in a new and realistic mode. His approach to ideology, his theory of hegemony, his account of the role of intellectuals, his insistence on the importance of tactics and persuasion and his detailed attention to questions of culture, and the politics of everyday culture, have all been taken up enthusiastically by a generation sick of the moralizing rules and precepts of both the Marxist, Leninist and laborist lefts. Yet, in theoretical terms, Gramsci's work has posed many unresolved questions in the area of a theory of ideology, partly because, like Marx, perhaps, his brilliant insights often stand alone or in some tension with each other. It is not clear, to take an example I shall discuss in more detail, exactly how his approach to ideology ties in with the now celebrated definition and use of the idea of hegemony. More generally, Gramsci's thought has taken on an iconic significance for the contemporary left, both intellectual and cultural, but it is also Gramsci, at least the Gramsci read by Ernesto Laclau and Chantal Mouffe, who stands at the crucial breaking point of Marxism as a viable political theory. This latter argument, which hangs on the central status of the concept of class in Marxist theory and politics, will occupy much of this chapter. As we shall see, a very important feature of that debate is the question of whether particular ideologies necessarily pertain to different social classes, or whether this imputation of the class-belonging nature of political ideology is a mistake. Gramsci, as is no doubt known to all readers, wrote most of what has come down to us as the body of his writings in the extraordinarily coercive circumstances of an Italian fascist prison. The conditions under which he wrote, including his progressively poor health, obviously have a bearing on the nature of the texts we have, and a further important consideration is the fact that his works incorporate many strategies and detours related to the prison censor. These bald facts explain, to some extent anyway, the relatively fragmentary and open nature of these crucial writings. If we look first at one passage from the prison notebooks where Gramsci addresses directly the concept of ideology in the Marxist tradition, we find the following points made. Gramsci refers to the negative value judgment that has, erroneously, become attached to the meaning of ideology in Marxist philosophy. Here we should take note of Jorge Larraín's point that, first and foremost, Gramsci must be identified as taking a positive rather than critical stance on ideology. Gramsci suggests, though not quite in these words, that the weak understanding of ideology in Marxist thought can be blamed on those who have seen ideology as merely determined by an economic base and therefore pure appearance, useless, rubbish, etc. In this regard he lines himself up with cautious critique of vulgar Marxism. Gramsci then stresses that historically organic ideologies, those that are necessary, have a psychological validity and they create the terrain on which men move, acquire consciousness of their position, struggle, etc. It is this attention to psychological validity that has made Gramsci in some senses unique in the Marxist tradition. In the same brief, but highly condensed, set of theses, Gramsci suggests that organic ideologies can be distinguished from the polemics of individual ideologues, and he distinguishes between ideology as the necessary superstructure of a particular structure and ideology in the sense of these arbitrary elucubrations of individuals. Gramsci refers to Marx's view that a popular conviction often has the same energy as a material force, and concludes the passage with the following formal statement. The analysis of these propositions tends, I think, to reinforce the conception of historical block in which precisely material forces are the content and ideologies the form, though this distinction between form and content has purely didactic value, since the material forces would be inconceivable historically without form and the ideologies would be individual fancies without the material forces. 1. A difficulty in considering these linked theses is that even such a short passage contains some complex, but distinct, shifts of position. The last sentence would be enough on its own to mark Gramsci out as a clear historicist, but this is tricky to assess when it falls at the end of a paragraph in which the now classically Gramscian idea that ideology is a terrain of struggle has been suggested, a view that sits rather ill with the historicist tendency to think in terms of expressive totalities. Another problem is that frequently Gramsci is not explicit about whether something is or is not to be thought of as an organic ideology, Hence his discussions of cultural and intellectual struggle are often somewhat ambiguous. This is not a criticism, but it certainly has a bearing on the fact that Gramsci's work has become such a rich field for different interpretations. These ambiguities surround even fairly basic questions. It is often assumed, for example, that Gramsci's general discussions of cultural and intellectual phenomena are couched under the rubric of ideology, but this is not exactly or necessarily the case. It is not clear whether Gramsci's illuminating classification of different levels of making sense of the world from philosophy to folklore should be thought of as a treatment of ideology or not. Gramsci distinguishes, in another famous passage from the prison notebooks, between philosophy, religion, common sense and folklore as conceptions of the world with varying, decreasing, degrees of systematicity and coherence. Philosophy involves intellectual order, which religion and common sense do not, because they cannot be reduced to unity and coherence even within an individual consciousness, let alone collective consciousness. Gramsci goes on to say that every philosophical current leaves behind a sedimentation of common sense. This is the document of its historical effectiveness. Common sense is the folklore of philosophy, and is always halfway between folklore properly speaking and the philosophy, science and economics of the specialists. Common sense creates the folklore of the future too. Thus we have a hierarchy of forms, in which philosophers' systematic bodies of thought which can be espoused coherently take their place above religion, which is subject to philosophical criticism. Common sense will take many forms, but is a fragmented body of precepts. Folklore he describes as rigid popular formulae. Gramsci points out that there may be considerable conflict between these levels, noting that there may be contradictions between the philosophy one espouses at a systematic, rational level and one's conduct as determined by common sense. Hence we arrive at Gramsci's notion of contradictory consciousness and of a distinction between intellectual choice and real activity. 3 Gramsci himself, as is now increasingly appreciated in Britain from the new translations of his cultural writings, devoted considerable attention to popular culture and ideology, ranging over topics as diverse as architecture, popular songs, serial fiction, detective fiction, opera, journalism, and so on. Yet it remains somewhat unclear how far Gramsci is thinking of these various phenomena as ideology. Gramsci discusses these forms under the heading of philosophy, but most people have tended to assume that they are ideological forms. A rather impressionistic use of the concept of ideology can occur with impunity in Gramsci's approach, largely because he has taken the explanatory weight from the shoulders of ideology. This he can do as in turn he deploys another concept to carry the theoretical burden that in other writers is taken by the concept of ideology. Thus, in order to see how Gramsci's treatment of ideology meshes in with the tradition, we have to take it in conjunction with its companion term hegemony. Although the Italian word hegemonia was often seen as synonymous with Gramsci's contribution, its roots, as Perry Anderson and others have emphasized, lay in debates over the proletariat's need for hegemony, persuasive influence, over the peasantry in the pre-revolutionary period in Russia. 5. The concept of hegemony is the organizing focus of Gramsci's thought on politics and ideology, and his distinctive usage has rendered it the hallmark of the Gramscian approach in general. Hegemony is best understood as the organization of consent, the processes through which subordinated forms of consciousness are constructed without recourse to violence or coercion. The ruling bloc, according to Gramsci, operates not only in the political sphere but throughout the whole of society. Gramsci emphasized the lower, less systematic levels of consciousness and apprehension of the world, and in particular he was interested in the ways in which popular knowledge and culture developed in such a way as to secure the participation of the masses in the project of the ruling bloc. At this point it is worth remarking a significant difference of interpretation about hegemony. It is not clear whether Gramsci uses hegemony strictly to refer to the non-coercive, ideological, aspects of the organization of consent, or whether he uses it to explore the relationship between coercive and non-coercive forms of securing consent. Stuart Hall et al. Suggest that Gramsci's fundamental question, how can the state rule without coercion, is one that causes him to draw attention to non-coercive aspects of class rule. But, they argue, this is because of his underlying interest in the relationship between the state and civil society. It is not the product of a detached interest in the superstructures or in culture in the abstract. 6 Perry Anderson gives this question a somewhat different inflection. He notes that Gramsci's use of hegemony is inconsistent, since sometimes he uses it to mean consent rather than coercion, at other times it seems to mean a synthesis of the two. Anderson's explanation based on his view that state power is the linchpin of bourgeois hegemony is to say that Gramsci slipped towards focus on consent partly as a result of the difficulties of getting the coercion-related arguments past the prison censor. 7. Leaving this on one side for a moment, we can say that Gramsci's emphasis was on hegemony in relation to a political and cultural strategy for socialism, and this was also where his greatest interest lay. His concepts of war of position and war of maneuver form the heart of a conceptualization of strategy that involves classes moving, on the analogy of trench warfare, to better vantage points and positions. Hence the war of position is the battle for winning political hegemony, the securing of consent, the struggle for the hearts and minds of the people and not merely their transitory obedience or electoral support. War of maneuver, by contrast, comes at a later stage. It is the seizing of state power, but, in direct opposition to the Leninist tradition of political thought, cannot take place except in a situation where hegemony has already been secured. This model of socialist strategy had built into it a theory of the political function of intellectuals. Gramsci did not see these as expressive of particular classes, or as locked into specific and socially defined roles. He saw intellectuals as important actors on the field where class conflict is played out at the ideological level. In particular, he saw the hegemonic process from the left, that is, as one that would involve detaching traditional intellectuals from their base in the ruling bloc and developing what he called organic intellectuals of the working class. Gramsci's view of these processes is one that folds a theory of ideology, construed mainly as the varying forms of popular and systematic knowledge discussed earlier, into a more general political and cultural project that he theorizes in terms of the broader concept of hegemony. His interest in the relation between the state and civil society leads directly to his work on what has been called the socially cementing functions of ideology and the ways in which consent is secured at a non-violent level. Gramsci has come into his own as the exponent, par excellence, of a non-deterministic theory of ideology. Stuart Hall's article on base and superstructure has, definitively, laid out the terms of the debate on determinism within the Marxist theory of ideology. Hall reads Gramsci as delivering a polemic against a reductionist account of the superstructure, and he argues that Gramsci has shown us how capitalism is not just a system of production, but a whole form of social life. The superstructures, in Hall's reading of Gramsci, are vital in that they draw culture and civil society into increasing conformity with the needs of capital. They enlarge capitalism's sway, creating new types of individual and civilization, working through the various institutions of civil society such as the family, law, education, cultural institutions, church, and political parties. This is not a matter of economic interest alone, for Gramsci opposes economic reductionism and conceptualizes hegemony as political, cultural and social authority. Yet, concludes Stuart Hall, In Gramsci's view, the superstructures do all this for (8). There is, however, an issue that was never entirely articulated within the classical Marxist tradition, but on which some aspects of Gramsci's ideas have recently been brought to bear with striking consequences. This is the question of whether or not ideologies should be described as class belonging. As we shall see, the exploration of this issue has brought about a major challenge to Marxism, which Ernesto Laclau and Chantal Mouffe argue has now been superseded. It is an issue that was never raised within the Marxist tradition because it was taken for granted that whatever your theory of ideology, it would be organized around social class as the essential and formative category of an analysis of capitalism. Hence it would not really matter if you saw ideologies as expressions of the consciousness of particular social classes. The most common, if historicist, variant of the positive approach, or if you saw ideology as mystification serving class interest. It would in either case, and with other definitions too, be axiomatic that in an analysis of capitalism the role and function of ideology was construed in terms of social class. It is precisely this that has now been problematized at a very fundamental level, with consequences that are of obvious interest to feminists and others who have been questioning the status of class analysis with reference to the competing theoretical and political claims that arise from other salient social divisions. Class and non-class political ideologies. Let us begin by looking at the formulations of Ernesto Laclau's Politics and Ideology in Marxist Theory, 1977. Noting at the outset that the argument made in that book has proved far more acceptable to most Marxists than those of his later works, and particularly Hegemony and Socialist Strategy, 1985, co-authored with Chantal Mouffe. 9 Laclau's earlier text was concerned with the problem of reductionism in Marxist political theory, and in particular he was critical of those who had tended to see political ideology exclusively as, almost by definition, class ideology. To reduce, philosophically speaking, is to explain a phenomenon that appears in term A by invoking, or reducing it to, something else term B. Within Marxism, the problem of reductionism has been acute, for a classic explanatory strategy has been to say that a particular phenomenon, often an awkward one such as working class conservatism, racism or homophobia, is really caused by, or functional to, the overriding dynamic of class and class conflict. Marxism has no monopoly on this style of thought. Psychoanalysis, for example, has an even more pronounced tendency towards explanatory reductionism. But within Marxist theory the issue has in recent years been a much debated one, particularly in response to the question of gender and race as competing explanatory factors in thinking about the generation of social inequality. 10 In any case, Laclau was interested in the ways in which Marxists had ignored aspects of political ideology that did not fit into an analysis in which political ideology was explained by, or reduced to, the effects of social class interests. A key figure in this debate was Nikos Poulantzas, whose attempt to demarcate the specificity of the political in Marxist theory met in general terms with Laclau's approbation. According to Laclau, however, the enormous contribution made by Poulantzas was vitiated by the general assumption that dominates his whole analysis, the reduction of every contradiction to a class contradiction, and the assignment of a class belonging to every ideological element. 11 Laclau proposed a different, and entirely original, approach. He argued that Althusser's theory of the interpellation, hailing, process through which ideological subjects were constructed could be applied to the analysis of political ideology. This would enable us to see that non-class ideological elements operated, for example, in the integration of popular democratic themes into fascist ideological configurations, and that these processes might, historically, be either independent of class or articulated with class but were in no circumstances reducible to class ideologies. He suggested that fascist ideology could be understood, in particular historical instances which he described, as the articulation of popular democratic elements in political discourse rather than, as had been common in Marxist political analysis, the natural political discourse of extreme conservative groups. By popular democratic Laclau means that the ideology addressed, and therefore constituted, its subjects as the people rather than as the working class. Laclau justifiably claimed that his rethinking of fascism gave a perfect demonstration of the non-class character of popular interpellations. 12. Interestingly, then, Laclau was at pains in politics and ideology in Marxist theory not to depart too radically from the received wisdom of Marxism. At one point he explicitly rehearses the doxa: "We do not intend to cast doubt on the priority of production relations in the ultimate determination of historical processes." 13, a formulation that he would now reject entirely. Even more interesting, perhaps, is the formulation he arrived at to express the relationship between the non-class ideological elements that he had so illuminatingly uncovered and the traditional ground of class struggle. In a passage that reveals the extent to which, in that period, he had not as yet emancipated himself from the logic of Marxism's theoretical closure, he veers himself towards a perverse form of reductionism. The popular democratic interpellation not only has no precise class content, but is the domain of ideological class struggle par excellence. Every class struggles at the ideological level simultaneously as class and as the people, or rather, tries to give coherence to its ideological discourse by presenting its class objectives as the consummation of popular objectives. 14. This is interesting precisely because it takes away what, with the other hand, Laclau had just given us, instead of allowing us to savor the full independence of the non-class elements of political ideology that he so eloquently explained. We are enjoined here to restore class objectives as the striven for, if hidden, agenda of popular democratic appearances. We shall return to these ambivalences in discussing Laclau's later work. Meanwhile, it must be emphasized that Laclau's book, although highly contentious, had a terrific impact on work in the field of political ideology. Colin Mercer's study on Italian fascism would be one example. Mercer discusses the fascinating material, brought to light by Maria Maciocchi among others, about Mussolini's operatic events where women swapped their gold wedding rings, in the interests of the production of armaments, for iron bands symbolizing their marriage to two Jews. Mercer theorizes this and many other instances as a sexualization of the social sphere and an aestheticization of politics, seeing these as strategies that enabled popular democratic discourses to circulate freely within fascist political ideology. This he regards as a testament to Gramsci's assertion that in regimes of this nature, the terrains of the people and of culture are of key strategic importance and are foreground, and he concludes by quoting Gramsci's words that in these circumstances political questions are disguised as cultural ones. 15. Nothing could make more clear the thorny question that continues to dog the issue of political ideology and class belonging. Mercer's quotation from Gramsci, the darling of the anti-reductionist school, reveals to us a Gramsci who certainly takes ideology, culture and populism seriously, but ultimately as a cover for political, for which in practice read class, politics. Here lies the basis for much of the continuing disagreement over the interpretation of Gramsci. Stuart Hall's work on Thatcherism as a political ideology is perhaps one of the most well-known attempts to use Laclau's insights in the context of a Gramscian interpretation of contemporary British politics. 16. One of the most accessible routes into this style of thinking might be to consider the theme of patriotism decisively captured by Mrs. Thatcher at the outbreak of the Falklands War as a Conservative Party political identification, which it had not previously been. The success of this has been striking, to the extent that the idea of a patriotic socialism has become somewhat anomalous in Britain. We have for so long now heard the insistence on an identity between the government and the nation that, as Margaret Drabble recently remarked, we are actually surprised to encounter the old parliamentary expression Her Majesty's loyal opposition. Stuart Hall has analysed Thatcherism as a political ideology which combines the resonant themes of organic Toryism, nation, family, duty, authority, standards, traditionalism with the aggressive themes of a revived neoliberalism, self-interest, competitive individualism, anti-statism. 17 In his successive writings in this area, Hall has elaborated these arguments, originally developed in advance of the election of the Thatcher government and addressed, historically, to the consequences for the left of the collapsing post-war consensus of British politics. In the earlier statements of his analysis, Hall concentrated on explaining how Thatcherism was not to be seen as some error of judgment on the part of the masses, who had fallen for a political right wing that did not represent their true interests, but should be seen in terms of ideological developments that had spoken to real conditions, experiences and contradictions in the lives of the people and then recast them in new terms. The term authoritarian populism was developed to try and explore these ideas. Thatcherism was hegemonic in its intention, if not successful as such, in that its project was to restructure the whole texture of social life, to alter the entire formation of subjectivity and political identity, rather than simply to push through some economic policies. In Gramscian mode, Stuart Hall summarized this political intention. Thatcherite politics are hegemonic in their conception and project. The aim is to struggle on several fronts at once, not on the economic corporate one alone, and this is based on the knowledge that, in order really to dominate and restructure a social formation, political, moral and intellectual leadership must be coupled to economic dominance. The Thatcherites know they must win in civil society as well as in the state. 18. Stuart Hall is noteworthy for having devoted considerable attention to the inflection of Thatcherite themes, both organic Tory and the aggressive neoliberal strands of the ideology, in political constructions of gender, family and sexuality, and with regard to racism and the politics of ethnicity. So, if his analysis was frequently directed, as I believe it was, to an audience of the left, particularly those who clung to the hope that one morning they would wake up and find that it was all a bad dream and the working class had come to its senses, it nevertheless addressed the left as a group that is in significant ways internally differentiated and divided by gender and race. That Stuart Hall's interpretation of Thatcherism occasioned so much criticism from the left is, to my mind, symptomatic of the political weight carried by the theory of ideology. Bob Jessup and others, in a lengthy critical discussion of Hall's work, argued that one of his main errors was ideologism, or a tendency to neglect the structural underpinnings of Thatcherism in his concentration on ideological processes and his analysis of patently ideological institutions such as the media. 19 This is the classic charge of idealism and, as we shall see, it surfaces a great deal in contemporary debates about ideology. Hall's reply that he found it galling to be accused of ideologism simply for tactically drawing attention to important and specifically ideological aspects of Thatcherism is an apt one. 24 Classical Marxists. Any serious consideration of ideology is, in practice, nearly always too serious. Post-Marxism. It might seem a long way from debates about whether or not all elements of a political ideology should be designated as class-bound to the position described by this subheading. Yet this is the end point of Ernesto Laclau's trajectory, so far, and it marks the very interesting point at which critical arguments made within Marxism have coincided with some important post-structuralist ideas in such a way as to challenge the viability of Marxism as a systematic theory. It seems to me that we can speak of a paradigm shift here, however loosely such expressions are often used, since the philosophical project of post-structuralist thought, whilst scarcely winning over all comers, brought about a rethinking of Marxist certainties that verges on a major transformation. Ideology is a key element of this, indeed in my view it is a central focus of the debates, precisely because of the epistemological and political weight that theories of ideology have carried within Marxism. In considering such a shift, it is worth noting a prophetic point made by Laclau in his earlier book, where he suggests, following Althusser, that theoretical problems are never, strictly speaking, solved, they are superseded. This is because if they can be solved within the terms of the existing theory, they are not theoretical problems as such but, rather, empirical or local difficulties of applying the theoretical framework in that particular case. By definition, says Laclau, if there is a genuine theoretical problem, i.e. one involving an inconsistency in the logical structure of the theory, then the only way forward is to accept that it cannot be resolved within the systems of postulates of the theory, which would mean that the theoretical system would then go into internal contradiction or conflict. From this, suggests Laclau, the only way forward is to deny the system of axioms on which the theory is based, that is, to move from one theoretical system to another. And, as he correctly points out, the originating problem is dissolved in the new system rather than solved within the terms of the old. 21. There is little point in reading Laclau and Mauth's hegemony and socialist strategy if you refuse to countenance the starting point that Marxism is one among several general theories that are not now viable. They state categorically in the introduction that just as the era of normative epistemologies has come to an end, so too has the era of universal discourses. The arguments that Laclau and Mauth bring to bear on Marxism are central themes of post-structuralist thought, and they form part and parcel of that more general theoretical perspective. At times, their arguments are specifically indebted to those of Derrida, particularly, or Lacan. Laclau and Mauth have themselves constructed, in the field of Marxism and political theory, theses that are complementary to, but distinct from, arguments that others have developed elsewhere, be this in literary criticism, psychoanalysis or economics, for example. It is important to note the depth of the theoretical critique of Marxism that Laclau and Mauth are posing. They now believe that theories such as Marxism are not viable on general grounds, and it is inappropriate in my view for Marxists to respond to their arguments, as some have, with excoriation of them personally as lapsed, or anti-Marxists. 22. For Laclau and Mauth, Marxism is founded on a political imaginary. It is a conception of socialism that rests on the assumption that the interests of social classes are pre-given, the axiom that the working class is both ontologically and politically privileged in its centrality, and the illusion that politics will become pointless after a revolution has founded a new, and homogeneous, social order. In one sentence describing this Jacobin imaginary before its final stages of dissolution, Laclau and Mauth condense some central themes of post-structuralist thought, peopled with universal subjects and conceptually built around history in the singular. It has postulated society as an intelligible structure that could be intellectually mastered on the basis of certain class positions and reconstituted, as a rational, transparent order, through a founding act of a political character. 23. It is worth noting here the allusions to post-structuralist critiques of foundationalism in the epistemology of social and political theory, the critique of the Cartesian model of the unified subject, the critique of history as a monolithic and unilinear process, the glancing blow at phallocracy in the reference to mastery, and so on. It is also worth noting that the imaginary, as opposed to the more everyday use of imaginary as an adjective, is, of course, a Lacanian concept, and one that will trail particular resonances for some readers. 24. Laclau and Malf insist that they are not obliterating Marxism without trace, an impossible project, of course, for good Derridians, but are in some senses working through it. They are post-Marxist as well as post-Marxist. This, as we shall see, has led to some critics of their book saying that Laclau and Malf are themselves not really free from the residues of totalizing and essentialist thought that they have acquired on their long tramp through Marxism. One might ask, if you want to end up with a theory of the Rainbow Coalition, why pick Kautsky as the place to start? The substantive arguments of hegemony and socialist strategy pivot on Laclau and Malf's reading of Gramsci, and here, as they say, everything depends on how ideology is conceived. 25 Their account of Gramsci's theory of ideology and hegemony stresses initially, anyway, his break with the critical conception of ideology, in favor of a positive, which they call material, perspective, and his rejection of the deterministic base-forward/superstructure model of ideology. They insist, too, that for Gramsci the ideological elements articulated by a hegemonic class do not have a necessary class belonging. 26. Gramsci is a pivotal figure for Laclau and Malf because he represents the furthest point that can be reached within Marxism and the intrinsic limitations of the theoretical problematic. For even the articulatory role of the working class is, in their reading of Gramsci, assigned to it on the basis of economic location, and thus has a necessary rather than their preferred contingent character. Gramsci's view is therefore, in the last analysis, as essentialist one. It is essential with regard to the privileged position of the working class, and with regard to the last redoubt of essentialism, the economy. Their own conclusions, bracingly headed facing the consequences, are to deny that the economy is self-regulated and subject to endogenous laws, to deny that social agents are constituted, ultimately, in a class core, and to deny that class position is necessarily linked to interests. The propositions of the new theory can be reduced to two, at its most simple. They are, 1. A general philosophical position on the impossibility of society, explicated in the chapter entitled Beyond the Positivity of the Social, and, 2. A theorization of the issue of agency in radical democratic politics, in an epoch where class essentialism has given way to the pluralist demands of the new social movements: feminism, anti-racism, lesbian and gay rights, ecology, peace, etc. The impossibility of society. The Impossibility of Society is the title of an article published by Ernesto Laclau in 1983, prefiguring the more detailed argument on this theme to appear in Hegemony and Socialist Strategy. 27 Laclau and Malf are making a Derridian point here, not that there is no such thing as society, but as they put it, echoing Derrida's famous 2ny pas de hors text, society is not a valid object of discourse. 28. What do they mean by this? This is a decisive step in their argument, and it might be helpful to quote the passage at greater length, since it contains a number of key allusions and some characteristic moves. They write, "The incomplete character of every totality necessarily leads us to abandon, as a terrain of analysis, the premise of society as a sutured and self-defined totality. Society is not a valid object of discourse. There is no single underlying principle fixing and hence constituting the whole field of differences." 29 The first and most obvious point to extract from this is the rejection of a model of society as a totality. Marxists have, it is true, differed as to how far they thought of societies as integrated totalities, but certainly they have tended to see them at least as bounded entities. In recent years, however, this notion of a social totality has come under renewed scrutiny and reflection. In sociology, too, there has been a drift towards what we might call anti-totality models, with the rise of more micro-sociological and phenomenological approaches. Another aspect of this would be the reconsideration now underway of models of social entities that were, effectively, based on individual nation-states, as if the sociology of Britain or of India were a viable project in an increasingly global social environment. Anthony Giddens has provided incisive critiques of the naive assumptions underlying some conceptions of societies, and indeed, the slogan "Think globally, act locally" has recently been held up to sociologists as a better model for the discipline than some of the previous ones. 30. Laclau and Mauth do not rest at a critique of the idea of social totality, but move into a more fundamental philosophical rather than sociological set of arguments about the impossibility of society. Before going into these, it might be useful to summarize the schema of interlinked concepts that they propose for the analysis of social relations. They define 4 terms: articulation, discourse, moment, element, of which the second, discourse, has generated the most controversy. Articulation is defined as any practice establishing a relation among elements such that their identity is modified as a result of the articulatory practice. Discourse is the structured totality resulting from the articulatory practice. Moments are differential positions, insofar as they appear articulated within a discourse, and an element is any difference that is not discursively articulated. 31 The most important point to note about these definitions is that the very extended definition of discourse by Laclau and Mauth does not, as has been immediately concluded by several materialists, represent a vertiginous leap into idealism. The concept of discourse in their hands is a materialist one that enables them to rethink the analysis of social and historical phenomena in a different framework. Their concept of discourse has been developed in a mode of explicit criticism of the assumptions traditionally governing discussion of the material/ideal split in Marxist theory, and thus cannot, or at least should not, be assimilated automatically to one position within a polarity that they have explicitly rejected. It has something in common with Foucault's use of discourse, but there are important differences too. As I shall clarify later, whatever the problems associated with their concept of discourse, Laclau and Mauth, in their general epistemological orientation, do not occupy the idealist and relativist boxes into which their critics have tried to push them. Departing, for the moment, from the contentious definition of discourse in Hegemony and Socialist Strategy, I want to consider the related set of propositions put forward in the book as to the impossibility of society and represented, in the passage under discussion, by the sentence "there is no single underlying principle fixing and hence constituting the whole field of differences." What does it mean for them to say that absolute fixity of meaning, and absolute non-fixity, is not possible? A complication with their argument is that, as well as carrying its own considerable weight, it deploys concepts drawn from other theorists whose import to Laclau and Mauth's argument will be differentially understood by readers. I propose to look at 2 key concepts of this type, as a way into Laclau and Mauth's argument: suture and difference. Suture is a term whose current theoretical use is drawn from Lacanian psychoanalysis and has been developed, as Laclau and Mauth describe 32 in semiotic film theory. Conventionally, in English, meaning stitch, the term suture is rendered by the Oxford English Dictionary as the joining of the lips of a wound, and this original surgical meaning is given a neat and modern gloss in Landry and Maclean's remark that a suture marks the absence of a former identity, as when cut flesh heals but leaves a scar marking difference. 33 Laclau and Mauth present us with a body politic whose skin is permanently split open, necessitating ceaseless duty in the emergency room for the surgeons of hegemony, whose fate it is to try and close, temporarily and with difficulty, the gaps. This patient never makes it to the recovery ward. Their reference to Stephen Heath's account of suture stresses a double movement between on the one hand a Lacanian eye whose hallmark is division and lack, and on the other hand the simultaneous possibility of coherence or filling in of that lack. Their application of the concept of suture to the field of politics carries with it an idea that Derrida's work on deconstruction has made influential. The traces of the old cannot be destroyed but remain as sedimentary deposits even, and indeed especially, where the new is trying hardest to exclude the old. Deconstruction being the method of uncovering these buried traces. Thus Laclau and Mauth say, hegemonic practices are suturing insofar as their field of operation is determined by the openness of the social, by the ultimately unfixed character of every signifier. This original lack is precisely what the hegemonic practices try to fill in. They conclude that the closure implied in the idea of a totally sutured society is impossible. 34. The ultimate fixity of meaning is, explain Laclau and Mauth, a proposition that has been challenged by a powerful strand of philosophical thought from Heidegger to Wittgenstein and, most importantly perhaps for our purposes, by the post-structuralist philosopher Jacques Derrida. This is not the moment to attempt a summary of his views, but one might usefully refer here to Derrida's overarching insistence on meaning as positional rather than absolute. Derrida has elaborated a theory of language as the infinite play of signifiers, and of linguistic meaning as constructed through relations of difference within a chain. Difference has come to stand, in a broad range of modern social theory, as the exemplar of this approach to language and as the mark of a rejection of absolute meaning or, as Laclau and Mauth put it here, of ultimate fixity of meaning. At this point in their argument they quote Derrida's generalization of the concept of discourse, in writing and difference, as an approach that is coincident with that of our text. Derrida writes, "This was the moment." He gives as temporal examples the works of Nietzsche, Freud and Heidegger, when language invaded the universal problematic, the moment when, in the absence of a center or origin, everything became discourse provided we can agree on this word, that is to say, a system in which the central signified, the original or transcendental signified, is never absolutely present outside a system of differences. The absence of the transcendental signified extends the domain and the play of signification infinitely. 35. Hence, for Laclau and Mauth, a discourse is constituted as an attempt to dominate the field of discursivity, to arrest the flow of differences, to construct a center, and they describe the privileged discursive points of this partial fixation as nodal points, with reference to Lacan's point de capitan, privileged signifiers that fix meaning in a chain. 36. As far as the impossibility of society is concerned, we can see in Laclau and Mauth's perspective a very close and powerful fusing of Lacan and Derrida. The images and metaphors cut across the divisions of psychoanalytic, philosophical and political fields, and the guiding principle is the analysis of a tension between the always already, indeed, essentially, split and decentered, be it the Lacanian psyche or signification in Derrida, and the suturing hegemonic project of coherence. Thus Laclau and Mauth conclude that if the social does not manage to fix itself in the intelligible and instituted forms of a society, the social only exists, however, as an effort to construct that impossible object. 37. Society is the impossible object of the operations of the social, just as, we might say, the Jacobin imaginary figured as an empty and illusory prospect for the operations of the political. The unsatisfactory term new social movements. If, in their constitution of society as an impossibility, Laclau and Mauth draw on the ideas of other post-structuralist thinkers such as Derrida and Lacan, it will be conceded even by their sternest critics that in their analysis of the new social movements they have delivered an original and highly influential development in political thought. An obvious explanation of the enormous current interest in their work is that it speaks to a problem: the weight to be attached to social class as opposed to other salient divisions such as gender, ethnicity or age, for example, that has exercised a major hold on both academic analyses and on practical political activity across the traditional right/left spectrum. On the academic front, we have seen a variety of debates around this topic, largely, not surprisingly, in Marxist treatments of sociology, politics and economics. Partly these debates concern the massive retheorization required to apply Marx's own concepts and descriptors to societies whose class structures and relationships have changed radically in the ensuing century. Here one could point schematically to the debates around the work on class of Erik Olin Wright and Carchedi, around the questions that continue to arise from the writings of Poulantzas on politics and class, and from the revolution in rethinking Marxism spearheaded by the economists Steve Resnick and Rick Wolff, and indeed one could also mention the major developments known under the umbrella heading of rational choice theory as it continues to sweep across the field of what we might still, rather loosely, call Marxism. In all of these debates, there has been a potential for engagement with the actualities of non-class divisions, but, to express the situation tactfully, this has remained in many instances a potential rather than a nettle to be grasped. Partly, too, academic debates around class have taken place in a conscious dialogue with the work of feminists and the writings of those who have sought to rethink class in relation to the major concern of national identity and nationalist politics, as well as in relation to the issues of ethnicity and racism. It is perhaps worth stressing how rich and varied the challenge to class primacy has become in social science. Whole schools of thought now exist devoted to the ways in which housing, for example, or life cycle effects, cut across cherished assumptions about the determining effects of social class. So it seems very clear that a radical new theorization of politics, in which the iconic factor of class is dramatically shifted from its privileged position, would be of great interest to many people. Why Laclau and Mouth's book has been taken up so extensively in literary critical theory is a more complex question, which I will not take up here. In terms of practical politics, there can be no doubt that hegemony and socialist strategy addresses a problem of tremendous pertinence and significance. This is, perhaps, most obviously true of the beleaguered left, which has had, in a variety of contexts, to rethink not only its images of class themselves but the role it should occupy in left politics more generally, where it is in competition with the claims of environmentalism, gay rights, feminism, anti-racism, and so on. As we no doubt all know, dispute on this question has concerned the left very deeply in recent years. The coalition politics to emerge from some of these political interactions, of which perhaps the most notable example in recent years has been the Jesse Jackson campaign for the U.S. presidency in 1988, are exactly what the book addresses at a theoretical level. Given, however, that it has been the right and center, certainly in Britain and the USA, that have articulated some of these new connections and meanings, we should not suppose at all that the phenomenon is restricted to the politics of the left. Laclau and Mouth, presumably sensitive to the predicted charge that they are moving rightwards, suggest that their iconoclasm about social class paves the way for a new political radicalism. The rejection of privileged points of rupture and the confluence of struggles into a unified political space, and the acceptance, on the contrary, of the plurality and indeterminacy of the social, seem to us the two fundamental bases from which a new political imaginary can be constructed, radically libertarian and infinitely more ambitious in its objectives than the classic left. 38. At the most elementary level, the term new social movements is unsatisfactory, to Laclau and Mouth among others, in that it encodes its own historic marginality. These are, precisely, new movements in that they are not class movements, and this reference back to class will remain there as long as we use that style of nomination. What is being referred to is the phenomenon, which Laclau and Mauth try to locate historically in the web of post-1945 changes in labor process, state and cultural diffusion, of new antagonisms being articulated, in a novel way, in relation to increasingly numerous social relations. In practice, the term groups together struggles as diverse as urban, ecological, anti-authoritarian, anti-institutional, feminist, anti-racist, ethnic, regional or that of sexual minorities. 39 Laclau and Mauth see in these struggles the articulation of antagonisms in a wide range of sites beyond the traditional workplace in which class conflict has been situated by Marxism, and they point, for example, to consumption, services and habitat as terrains for these new conflicts. As well as extending such antagonisms far beyond the limits conventionally operating in Marxist analyses, they suggest that the bureaucratization of post-war, Western, industrial capitalist, society has given rise to new forms of regulation of social relations. They thus recast the arguments of Foucault and Donzelot by seeing as consequences of post-war bureaucratization the process of the imposition of multiple forms of vigilance and regulation in social relations which had previously been conceived as forming part of the private domain. 40 Acknowledging the familiar political ambiguities surrounding political resistance in a welfare state context, Laclau and Mauth see, amongst the various factors in play in such struggles, a newly articulated broad sphere of social rights. Categories such as justice and equality have been, in a sense, lifted from their liberal context and articulated within a democratic political discourse. Laclau and Mauth conclude here that commodification and bureaucratization, and the reformulation of a liberal democratic political ideology, form the context in which we should understand the expansion of social conflict and the constitution of new political subjects, which in turn they describe as a moment of deepening of the democratic revolution. 41. They add, however, that a third aspect of the new hegemonic formation of the post-war period plays an important role, the expansion of mass communication and the retreat of traditional cultural identities. Laclau and Mauth see, in the ambiguities of a cultural massification that interpellates subjects as theoretically equal consumers as well as providing some elements with subversive potential, a general homogenization of social life. They point, in a very interesting passage, to the fact that resistance to this has tended to take the form of a proliferation of particularisms and the valorization of differences, especially those geared to the creation of new cultural identities. In these demands for autonomy, so often slighted by the left for their apparent individualism, Laclau and Mauth see a reformulation of the demand for liberty, one of the central themes of the democratic imaginary. 42. In considering Laclau and Mauth's argument in general, one might want to draw attention to a key emphasis on what they describe as the logic of equivalence. This can be explained as follows. The French Revolution was an important moment in the development of a democratic imaginary in that it ushered out a hierarchical social order, ruled by a theological political logic in which the social order had its foundation in divine will, where political discourse could only be the repetition and reproduction of inequality. A striking instance of this is the notorious English hymn verse "The rich man in his castle, / the poor man at his gate, / God made them, high or lowly, / and ordered their estate." Here let me quote a crucial sentence from Laclau and Mauth. This break with the Ancien Regime, symbolized by the Declaration of the Rights of Man, would provide the discursive conditions which made it possible to propose the different forms of inequality as illegitimate and antinatural, and thus make them equivalent as forms of oppression. 43 Thus the logic of equivalence is born. We have moved from a social order in which subjects are differentially, but fatefully, positioned to a social order in which the democratic project can articulate itself in a political discourse which takes those differential positionings as an object of struggle. So the democratic revolution brings about a logic of equivalence, a logic of the comparison of subjects that are, essentially, construed as equals, through its new discourse of rights, liberty and equality. There are ambiguities at the heart of Laclau and Mouth's use of the idea of equivalence. For one thing, it is not clear how the antinatural element of the democratic imaginary could ever operate without lapsing into the humanism and essentialism that they consistently deplore. Secondly, there is a more confusing ambiguity as to whether equivalence is being construed as similar to equality, which is at times implied, or whether Laclau and Mouth's logic of equivalence is more appropriately captured with reference to the chemical use of equivalence to denote the proportional weights of substances equal in their chemical value. This would emphasize a notion of equal value, but introducing the tension between equality and precisely difference is difficult to square with the one man one vote logic of democratic equality. There is, however, no ambiguity on one central point of the logic of equivalence, and this is the secondary place that class occupies with regard to the prior category of the democratic imaginary. Laclau and Mouth write that socialist demands are not only a moment internal to the democratic revolution but are only intelligible on the basis of the equivalential logic which the latter establishes. 44 They write earlier of Marx that he had sought to rethink social division on a new principle, that of class, but that this was undermined from the start by a radical insufficiency, arising from the fact that class opposition is incapable of dividing the totality of the social body into two antagonistic camps, and they comment that Marx's sociological predictions about capitalist society becoming increasingly polarized were an effort to project a future simplification on a social world that in Marx's own time did not fit a crude class-reduced model. 45 Thus, in general, we have an account of Marxism's preoccupation with class as an articulation of political demands whose preconditions lay in the democratic revolution of the century before. Hence Laclau and Mouth see no need for subsequent antagonisms, and the new social movements articulating the demands of those oppressed by them, to cede place to class on the basis that social class is a founding principle. It is only, in their analysis, one of numerous contradictions that may be articulated within the parameters of democratic political discourse. Post-Marxism, discourse and ideology. Several major considerations present themselves in thinking about the issues raised by hegemony and socialist strategy. I have two reasons for taking its critique of Marxism very seriously, and both of them relate to long-standing difficulties with the arguments of Marxism. The first is the question of social class, in a political environment where it is increasingly obvious to everyone except the dogmatists of the far right and far left that social inequalities and political differences simply cannot plausibly be subsumed under or reduced to the question of class. Hence any attempt to advocate new ways of thinking about these different political struggles should be welcomed and considered. Secondly, Laclau and Mouth's argument addresses, although not in a predictable way, as I shall explain, the vexed question of how to theorize the concept of ideology. I say this is vexed, but its vexatiousness has a particular history and will be of more salience to some than to others. Within, roughly, socialist versions of feminism there has been an attempt to use the concept of ideology to theorize the oppression of women in capitalist society, but this has remained problematic, since that theory is itself embedded in an analysis that not only argues forward/assumes the primacy of class but also normally construes ideology in a determinist model such as the metaphor of base and superstructure. The ensuing problem was raised by the arguments of an earlier book of mine in which, according to Johanna Brenner and Maria Rommers, ideology is Barrett's deus ex machina, her means of escape from the vexing dilemma of the Marxist reductionist /dual systems idealist impasse of socialist feminist thought. What they and other critics wanted to know was the material basis in a capitalist society of this ideology that oppressed women. 46 Laclau and Mouth, in rejecting the class essentialist logic of Marxism, in providing so many arguments against the automatic privileging of class in Marxist analysis, have, albeit very contentiously, struck at the heart of this problem. In part this is a crisis of class politics and, as Richard Wright has noted in a review of the divergent responses of Barry Hindess and Ellen Wood, it has produced polar reactions, a pragmatic approach to class that has been shorn of the theoretical pretension of the Marxist model, and a reaffirmation of classical class politics. 47 The reason the polarity has developed is because the position of arguing in detail for the complexities and specificities of gender in relation to class, against the ceaseless rehearsal of so-called received truths about class, is an unenviable one, and the center of the debate has, increasingly, been evacuated. It is not without interest that the theoretical models attempting to reconcile conflicts between the claims of class and gender, as these emerge in social science anyway, have proved unequal to the task of dealing with the newer, to some, questions of ethnicity and racism. As I have suggested elsewhere, it is as if existing theories of social structure, already taxed by attempting to think about the interrelations of class and gender, have been quite unable to integrate a third axis of systematic inequality into their conceptual maps. And it is easy to point, by contrast, to the veritable explosion of work that does combine these three interests, the holy trinity of class, race and gender, in disciplines and genres where these structural /morphological constraints do not hold back the exploration of new issues. 48. It might be relevant to add, here, that the general orientation of Laclau's earlier work rejecting the class-belonging dimension of political ideology has proved a useful framework for thinking about political discourse in a nuanced manner. I have previously mentioned the influence of that work on the exploration, by Colin Mercer and Stuart Hall among others, of nationalism, the Gramscian national popular, patriotism and Thatcherism, for example. The idea of political discourse, as a concept that can accommodate a variety of groups, demands and interests as they are articulated, opens the way for an analysis of gender that was by definition marginalized in the reflection of class school of thought about political ideology. We have certainly seen, drawing loosely on the ideas of early Laclau, several analyses of contemporary political discourse as gendered. They consider the ways in which, for example, feminism and anti-feminism, constructions of family and sexuality, or articulations and denials of women's reproductive rights, figure in the discourses. 49. It remains to be seen, however, how far hegemony and socialist strategy really does carry through its iconoclastic project of the complete dismantling of class privilege. To say this is not to make a cheap point of the order of court using the word society but to address a more serious issue that surfaces in relation to the majority of post-structuralist work. This is the intrusion, or return in disguise, of elements, often of the kind that postmodernists refer to as metanarratives, which have been explicitly rejected elsewhere in the texts in question. As far as Laclau and Mouth are concerned, we revert here to the question of their post-Marxism. Let me take as an example the section of their argument where they set out the hegemonic transformation of the post-war social order, in which they locate the emergence of new social antagonisms and their articulation in new social movements. 50 Far from subscribing to a logic of contingency, the sequence of their propositions, and the model of causality expounded in them, are entirely characteristic of the traditional patterns of Marxist thought. If we take the sequence of the argument first, It is astonishing that in their historical reconstruction of the new hegemonic social formation they automatically move first to the economic point of view which, drawing on the work of Michel Aglietta, they analyze in terms of that most orthodox of Marxist concepts, commodification. Then we have a brief registration of environmental and urban issues, though, interestingly, the argument here does not operate by means of any concept equivalent to commodification. Next, and by contrast, we find the concept of bureaucratization mobilized. Laclau and Mouth move, in fact, to the state, and then on to political articulation and the reformulation of liberal democratic ideology. The classical Marxist mindset economy, then state, then ideology, then culture is then fully completed in the addition of the important aspect of mass communication and its new cultural forms. So, whatever their theoretical protestations about the economy as the last redoubt of essentialism, it is undoubtedly true that in one of the rare places where a substantive social /historical account is offered in the book it exactly reproduces, in its own ordering, that economistic and determinist logic. As does the content of the argument, too, at this point. The thesis about capitalist development in this period is concerned with the expansion of capitalist relations into previously non-capitalist areas, but it rests on an extraordinary construction of capitalism as being about commodification but not necessarily about labor-capital contradictions. They write, today it is not only as sellers of labor power that the individual is subordinated to capital, but also through his or her incorporation into a multitude of other social relations, culture, free time, illness, education, sex and even death. There is practically no domain of individual or collective life which escapes capitalist relations. 51 The entire discussion of this phenomenon is interesting in that it is uncritically couched within a Marxist reading of this historical process that has long been challenged on the one hand by the Foucault/Donzelot position of the historical emergence of the social, and on the other by feminist insistence on the non-capitalist power relations at play in the world of the private domain. 52. So, although Laclau and Mouth gesture in the direction of feminism by noting the subordination of women in traditional community networks, they adopt a highly functionalist and reductionist and classically orthodox Marxist formulation about the welfare state and the reproduction of labor power, and one which has been explicitly criticized by feminists. And what is interesting about their constitution of capitalism is that it remains an elemental and undefined agent in the argument, yet an agent whose existence they have, in general terms, challenged. If all this is to say that Laclau and Mouth are still too Marxist a position taken in Landry and MacLean's reading of the text 53, it is a far cry from the usual tenor of responses to the book. Most of these have taken the form of polemical engagement with the apostasy, from a Marxist point of view, of Laclau and Mouth's arguments. Ellen Wood, to take one of her criticisms at random, accuses them of not only a breathtaking misreading of Marx, but also a very substantial failure of reasoning. 54 Many of these debates are concerned, which I am not, with a doxological restatement of the primacy of class to Marxist theory and practice, but some issues are worth recapitulating briefly. One of these is the question of materialism, and the issue of whether Laclau and Mouth's rejection of the discursive/non-discursive distinction necessarily makes them idealist. I have suggested earlier that it does not, and that their use of the category discourse is defensible in relation to what people like to call the real world. The elementary point to make is that discourse is real. In their reply to a critique by Norman Gers, Laclau and Mouth explain, with some examples, the sense in which they use the term discourse, which is defined in the book as the structured totality resulting from articulatory practice. First of all, but it is a source of some misunderstanding, they include within the category of discourse both linguistic and non-linguistic phenomena. Discourse is not a text or speech or similar. The term is principally concerned with meaning, and they give the example, which jurors finds patronizing but others have found useful, of football. If I kick a spherical object in the street or if I kick a ball in a football match, the physical fact is the same, but its meaning is different. The object is a football only to the extent that it establishes a system of relations with other objects, and these relations are not given by the mere referential materiality of the objects but are, rather, socially constructed. 55. The example is helpful in that it answers those who think that their use of the term discourse is in some way a threat to ontological reality. They do not dispute referential materiality. The discursive character of an object does not, by any means, imply putting its existence into question, but insist that the meaning of physical objects must be understood by apprehension of their place in a system, or discourse, of socially constructed rules. What applies to footballs, we could add, applies to tanks, police horses, jails, fighter bombers, and any other material appurtenances of the suppression of the working class. Laclau and Mouth are not collapsing or dissolving everything into discourse. They are insisting that we cannot apprehend or think of the non-discursive other than in contextualizing discursive categories, be they scientific, political or whatever. Related to this is the question of relativism. It is sometimes assumed that Laclau and Mouth must be taking up a position of epistemological relativism, but nothing could be further from the case. As may readily be noted, although truth is always theoretically contextual in their frame of reference, there is no shortage of truth claims in their own theoretical discourse. One interesting example here is to look at their treatment of the question of ideology, for so long a stumbling block in terms of the assignation of real interests, correct consciousness, and so on. Laclau and Mouth's attachment to epistemological security is such that they even take on, within the terms of their own model, the old conundrum about whether people can be said to be oppressed if they themselves do not think they are. This is the subject of a fascinating distinction that they draw between subordination and oppression. The former simply marks a set of differential positions between social agents, whereas the latter requires a point exterior to the discourse from which for oppression to exist, the discourse of subordination can be interrupted. And just for those who still see relativism as indexically linked to privileging the discursive, let me quote their definition of relations of domination, those relations which are considered as illegitimate from the perspective, or in the judgment, of a social agent external to them. 56 Far from being relativist, these confident formulations, spoken naturally from the position of the judging external agent rather than that of the judges, are on the side of being hard to justify in epistemological terms. So it is perhaps not surprising to find Laclau and Mouth offering us a defense of the critical, epistemological view of ideology, but of course a fundamentally reformulated one. There are points in the argument of hegemony and socialist strategy where one can say that for Laclau and Mouth something is essentially of such and such a character, and this is an important recognition. A key point of interaction between epistemology and the general concerns I have indicated about ideology can be found in the conclusion of Laclau's article The Impossibility of Society. Here Laclau clarifies the solid epistemological foundation of their anti-essentialism. We cannot do without the concept of misrecognition, precisely because the very assertion that the identity and homogeneity of social agents is an illusion cannot be formulated without introducing the category of misrecognition. Hence Laclau concludes that both the category of ideology and that of misrecognition can be retained, but by inverting their traditional content, he suggests that the ideological would not consist of the misrecognition of a positive essence, an illusion as to real class interests, for example, but exactly the opposite. It would consist of the non-recognition of the precarious character of any positivity. of the impossibility of any ultimate suture. 57. The substantive thesis put forward here that ideology is a vain attempt to impose closure on a social world whose essential characteristic is the infinite play of differences and the impossibility of any ultimate fixing of meaning, is thus couched in a framework in which the traditional distinction within Marxism between knowledge and ideological misrecognition is, paradoxically to some, retained. In general, perhaps it would be a good thing for Marxists to look at the world, even if only for an experimental, but it would have to be open-minded, through the glasses of Laclau and Mouth. It certainly is a different place, and despite all the refined and detailed arguments about their theses, one is left with a sense that these people have woken up one morning and, simply, seen society differently. This is a possible interpretation of Paul Hirst's differentiation between himself and Althusser. He conceives social relations. I, on the other hand, consider social relations. What makes the passage interesting is the assertion, cool and reflective with only a hint of the ex cathedra, of a simple difference of view. Much argued over in the past, but now a difference of vision rather than opinion. Perhaps one could draw an analogy with the normal curve on which IQ testing rests. Leave aside for the moment the morass of detailed problems about whether IQ tests are culture-bound, or racist, and consider the more fundamental question of whether intelligence occurs through the population on the basis of a normal distribution with regression to the mean. Strictly speaking, this cannot and could not be proved, but people continue to measure IQ on a basis that makes sense only if this assumption is true. Some of Laclau and Mouth's arguments can be responded to at the level of whether they are substantively accurate, if you like, the level of whether IQ testing is, within its own terms, objective, but some of their arguments are characteristically post-structuralist in that they lift us out of the frame of reference in which we began, of denying, or querying, the proposition about the normal curve, and hence delegitimating the whole exercise. The most interesting example of this type of argument is the treatment, in Hegemony and Socialist Strategy, of the issue of positivity and negativity in a social context, and it is to here that I want to round off this discussion. It is curiously disturbing to encounter the word positive as a negative term, but this is indeed how it figures in Laclau and Mouth's text. What does it mean to advocate a movement beyond the positivity of the social? I have tried to explicate earlier what is meant by this in the context of the impossibility of society, and of the proposition that the social is always an attempt at suture rather than a complete closure. In more general terms, however, Laclau and Mouth are in harmony with a strand of modern philosophy that might go under the headings of a celebration of negativity, a certain nihilism, a delight in destruction/deconstruction, an emphasis on meaninglessness. All these currents can be found, as is mentioned in the book, in modern European philosophy, from Sartre's existentialism to the more negative side of the phenomenological tradition, in Heidegger, Nietzsche and parts of Wittgenstein. In this sense, contemporary post-structuralism has a long history in 20th-century European philosophy, and this is the context in which we need to read Laclau and Mouth. What is unique to them is the project of a rigorous re-engagement or rereading of the Marxist tradition of political thought through the lens of these ideas. At the heart of their project is a recognition that Marxism delivers some elements of this negative worldview, but is, in contrast, by and large what Timpano has called triumphalist in its orientation. Marxism was born of a confident moment, indeed an imperialist one, and it speaks that Victorian sense of conquest of the natural world in Marx's founding ideas about human nature and human labor. 58 As Laclau puts it, it would be absurd to deny that this dimension of mastery/transparency/rationalism is present in Marxism. Rather disarmingly, Laclau, in summarizing the negative dimension of Marxism that he finds inspiring, negativity, struggle, antagonism, opacity, ideology, the gap between the real and the sensual, comments that for this reading to be possible, one has to ignore at least half of Marx's work. 59 It is for this reason that hegemony and socialist strategy is post-Marxist. Laclau, in the slightly later article from which I am now quoting, sees the negative dimension as the founding one. The moment of negativity, shone for just a brief moment in theoretical discourse, only to dissolve an instant later into the full positivity which reabsorbed it, positivity of history and society as totalizations of their partial processes, the positivity of the subject, the social classes as agents of history. 60 Laclau's tone is elegiac here, and indeed he goes on to cite Stalin as the end point of the affirmation of positivity in Marxism. There can be no doubt that the critique of positivity and the critique of essentialist thought, which are applied by Laclau and Mauth to Marxism, are aspects of a broader challenge to a wide variety of thought. The article to which I have just referred is, in fact, a consideration by Laclau of points of comparison between this reading of Marxism, now post-Marxism, and psychoanalysis. Here, Laclau offers some links between the Laclau/Mauth conception of hegemony, dislocation, the attempt at suture, and a Lacanian notion of lack, and he recommends a possible confluence of post-Marxism and psychoanalysis around the logic of the signifier as a logic of unevenness and dislocation. 61 What Laclau does not mention at this point, however, is that this reading of psychoanalysis requires us to ignore not just half but almost all of psychoanalysis, and take up a strictly Lacanian interpretation. For about 90% of psychoanalysis is burdened with a leaden weight of essentialism, and it is, in fact, only the Lacanian reworking of the theory that has stripped it of these positivities. Hence it could be more appropriate to be discussing a confluence of post-psychoanalysis with post-Marxism. At this point we might turn to Charles Jenks's useful comment on the paradoxical dualism that the hybrid term postmodernism entails. It is, he writes, at one and the same time the continuation of modernism and its transcendence. 62 So it is with Laclau and Mauth, whose work in some respects remains locked inside a Marxist framework and in others breaks out into an altogether different philosophical frame of reference. And if you conclude that the axioms of Marxism, particularly with regard to the relationships between class, ideology and political discourse, are not self-evidently true in the contemporary world, then their challenge to Marxism's class essentialism will represent a considerable cracking, indeed, collapse of the Marxist model. 12. Doxa and Common Life, an interview. Pierre Bourdieu and Terry Eagleton. Terry Eagleton. Hello and welcome. Pierre Bourdieu and I will discuss some of the themes in our new books, primarily his book, Language and Symbolic Power, but also my book, Ideology 1, and then we will invite questions and comments. I would like to welcome you, Pierre, on one of your 2 rare visits to this country. We are delighted to see you and to have these translated essays. One of the themes of your work is that language is as much or is perhaps more an instrument of power and of action than of communication. This is a theme that informs everything you write in this book and that leads you to be properly hostile, as I would see it, to any mere semiotics. You want to look instead at what you call at one point the social conditions of the production of utterances, and also, I suppose, at the conditions of the reception of utterances. In other words, you are arguing that what matters in talk, in discourse, is not some power inherent in language itself, but the kind of authority or legitimacy with which it is backed. And that leads you to mobilize concepts that, I think, many of us are very familiar with from your other work, such as symbolic power, symbolic violence, linguistic capital and the rest. I would like to ask you whether I have got this right and to explain how these processes might relate to the concept of ideology. Are they synonymous, or is ideology for you something quite different? The concept of ideology does sometimes crop up in your work, but it is not a central concern in this particular book. Pierre Bourdieu, thank you for what you say about my book. In only a few sentences you have summarized its main intention, so it is now easier for me to answer the question. In fact, I tend to avoid the word ideology because, as your own book shows, it has very often been misused, or used in a very vague manner. It seems to convey a sort of discredit. To describe a statement as ideological is very often an insult, so that this ascription itself becomes an instrument of symbolic domination. I have tried to substitute concepts like symbolic domination or symbolic power or symbolic violence for the concept of ideology in order to try to control some of the uses, or abuses, to which it is subject. Through the concept of symbolic violence I try to make visible an unperceived form of everyday violence. For example, here in this auditorium now I feel very shy, I am anxious and have difficulty formulating my thoughts. I am under a strong form of symbolic violence which is related to the fact that the language is not mine and I don't feel at ease in front of this audience. I think that the concept of ideology could not convey that, or it would do so in a more general manner. Sometimes we must refurbish concepts first, to be more precise, and second, to make them more alive. I am sure you agree that the concept of ideology has been so used and abused that it does not work anymore. We no longer believe in it, and it is important, for example in political uses, to have concepts that are efficient and effective. This prompts me to explain why I still write about ideology, even though I agree with what you say about the frequent vagueness of the concept and that there are many different notions of ideology in circulation. My book was partly an attempt to clarify the concept. I also think there are reasons now why the concept of ideology seems to be superfluous or redundant, and I try to look at these in my book too. One is that the theory of ideology would seem to depend on a concept of representation, and certain models of representation have been called into question and thereby also, so it is thought, the notion of ideology. Another reason, perhaps a more interesting one, is that it is often felt now that in order to identify a form of thought as ideological you would need to have some kind of access to absolute truth. If the idea of absolute truth is called into question, then the concept of ideology would seem to fall to the ground with it. There are two further reasons why it seems that ideology is no longer a fashionable concept. One is what has been called enlightened false consciousness, namely, that in a postmodern epoch the idea that we simply labor under false consciousness is too simple, that people are actually much more cynically or shrewdly aware of their values than that would suggest. This again calls the concept of ideology into question. Finally, there is the argument that what keeps the system going is less rhetoric or discourse than, as it were, its own systemic logic, the idea that advanced capitalism works all by itself, that it doesn't any longer need to pass through consciousness to be validated, that it somehow secures its own reproduction. I actually am dubious about whether all of that is sufficient to ditch the concept of ideology. I accept there is a force in those various points, but I suppose one reason I want to retain the concept of ideology is that I do think there is something that corresponds to the notion of false consciousness, and I am interested in your own work in that respect. Can I put it this way? When you use concepts like doxa, spontaneous belief or opinion, then in a sense those are operating as notions of ideology for you, in that doxa would seem unquestionable and natural. On the other hand, does that allow you to talk about false consciousness in the sense of false notions or propositions that actually sustain unjust systems of power? Do you want to talk about false consciousness only in terms of naturalization or universalization, or would you want to talk in more epistemological terms about the relation of false or true ideas to social reality? PB, I agree with the first part of your reasoning, the doubts you expressed about the concept of ideology. I agree and can expand on your objections. In particular, I think that one of the main uses of the concept of ideology was to make a strong break between the scientist and others. For example, Althusser and those influenced by him made a very violent symbolic use of the concept. They used it as a sort of religious notion by which you must climb by degrees to the truth, never being sure to have achieved the true Marxist theory. The theorist was able to say you are an ideologist. For example, Althusser would refer disparagingly to the so-called social sciences. It was a manner of making visible a sort of invisible separation between the true knowledge, the possessor of science, and false consciousness. That, I think, is very aristocratic indeed. One of the reasons why I don't like the word ideology is because of the aristocratic thinking of Althusser. So now to move on to more familiar ground. Why do I think the notion of doxa is more useful? Many things that are called ideology in Marxist tradition in fact operate in a very obscure manner. For example, I could say that all the academic systems, all the educational systems, are a sort of ideological mechanism. They are a mechanism that produces an unequal distribution of personal capital, and they legitimate this production. Such mechanisms are unconscious. They are accepted, and that is something very powerful, which is not grasped, in my view, in the traditional definition of ideology as representation, as false consciousness. I think that Marxism, in fact, remains a sort of Cartesian philosophy, in which you have a conscious agent who is the scholar, the learned person, and the others who don't have access to consciousness. We have spoken too much about consciousness, too much in terms of representation. The social world doesn't work in terms of consciousness, it works in terms of practices, mechanisms, and so forth. By using doxa we accept many things without knowing them, and that is what is called ideology. In my view, we must work with a philosophy of change. We must move away from the Cartesian philosophy of the Marxist tradition towards a different philosophy in which agents are not aiming consciously towards things, or mistakenly guided by false representation. I think all that is wrong, and I don't believe in it. Tell if I have understood you. The concept of doxa is what might be called a much more adequate theory of ideology. But I have two worries about that reformulation, which I would like to explain. One is that the concept of doxa stresses the naturalization of ideas. While this does allow you to look at unconscious mechanisms, isn't it too simple to claim that all symbolic violence or ideology is actually naturalized? That is, can't people be in some way more critical, even more skeptical, of those values and beliefs, and nevertheless continue to conform to them? Don't you rather overstress, in other words, the naturalizing function of ideology or doxa? And secondly, are you not in danger of accepting too quickly the idea that people do legitimate prevailing forms of power? There are presumably different kinds of legitimation, all the way from an absolute internalization of ruling ideas to a more pragmatic or skeptical acceptance. What room does your doctrine leave for that kind of dissent, criticism and opposition? PB, that is a very good question. Even in the most economistic tradition that we know, namely Marxism, I think the capacity for resistance, as a capacity of consciousness, was overestimated. I fear that what I have to say is shocking for the self-confidence of intellectuals, especially for the more generous, left-wing intellectuals. I am seen as pessimistic, as discouraging the people, and so on. But I think it is better to know the truth, and the fact is that when we see with our own eyes people living in poor conditions such as existed, when I was a young scholar, among the local proletariat, the workers in factories, it is clear that they are prepared to accept much more than we would have believed. That was a very strong experience for me. They put up with a great deal, and this is what I mean by doxa, that there are many things people accept without knowing. I will give you an example taken from our society. When you ask a sample of individuals what are the main factors of achievement at school, the further you go down the social scale, the more they believe in natural talent or gifts, the more they believe that those who are successful are naturally endowed with intellectual capacities. And the more they accept their own exclusion, the more they believe they are stupid, the more they say, yes, I was no good at English, I was no good at French, I was no good at mathematics. Now that is a fact. In my view it is an appalling fact, one that intellectuals don't like to accept, but which they must accept. It doesn't mean that the dominated individuals tolerate everything, but they assent to much more than we believe and much more than they know. It is a formidable mechanism, like the imperial system, a wonderful instrument of ideology, much bigger and more powerful than television or propaganda. That is the main experience I want to convey. What you say about the capacity for dissent is very important. This indeed exists, but not where we look for it. It takes another form. Yes, you do talk about what you call heterodoxy, which is an oppositional kind of language. What Marxists call pessimism in your work, you yourself would see, presumably, as realism. One may agree with that, but on the other hand I know that you don't want to sound too much like Michel Foucault. You don't wish, by virtue of stressing that material realism, to move into a theory of power which you yourself have criticized, I think quite properly, as too abstract, too metaphysical, too all-pervasive, and you want to leave room for some kind of political opposition. My objection to the idea of doxa is that you seem to be saying that there is internalization of dominant and oppressive beliefs, but there is also, in a second movement, something that can be broken and thereby enable a heterodoxy to emerge. But isn't that too chronological? Maybe I'm caricaturing it, but is doxa not itself a more contradictory affair? That is, can people believe and not believe, or believe at different levels? PB No. That is related to the program of the philosophy of man we have, of the philosophy of action, and so on. I would say that as long as you think in terms of consciousness, false consciousness, unconsciousness, and so on, you cannot grasp the main ideological effects, which most of the time are transmitted through the body. The main mechanism of domination operates through the unconscious manipulation of the body. For example, I have just written a paper about the processes of male domination in a so-called primitive society. They are the same as in our society, but a lot more visible. In the former case, the dominated persons, the women, acquire domination through bodily education. I could go into detail. For instance, girls learn to walk in a determinate manner, they learn to move their feet in a particular way, they learn to hide their breasts. When they learn to speak, they don't say I know, they say I don't know. For example, if you ask a woman for directions, she will say I don't know. We have the equivalent process, but it operates in a much more subtle manner through language, through the body, through attitudes towards things which are below the level of consciousness. But this is not mechanistic, it does not refer us to unconsciousness. As soon as we think in those terms, it becomes clear that the work of emancipation is very difficult. It is a question of mental gymnastics as much as consciousness raising. And as intellectuals we are not used to that. I call it a scholastic bias, a bias to which we are all exposed. We think that the problems can be solved only through consciousness. And that is where I differ from Foucault, and would draw a contrast with his important concept of discipline. Discipline, in French at least, points towards something external. Discipline is enforced by a military strength, you must obey. In a sense, it is easy to revolt against discipline because you are conscious of it. In fact, I think that in terms of symbolic domination, resistance is more difficult, since it is something you absorb like air, something you don't feel pressured by, it is everywhere and nowhere, and to escape from that is very difficult. Workers are under this kind of invisible pressure, and so they become much more adapted to their situation than we can believe. To change this is very difficult, especially today. With the mechanism of symbolic violence, domination tends to take the form of a more effective, and in this sense more brutal, means of oppression. Consider contemporary societies in which the violence has become soft, invisible. I would suggest there is a kind of irony there, because on the one hand you are reacting against what you see as an excessive emphasis on consciousness. I think that is right, but some of the Marxist tradition has registered that too. At the same time that you were developing these theories, the Marxist tradition itself, in the work of Althusser, whatever its limits, was trying to shift the concept of ideology onto a much less conscious, and much more practical, institutional place, which in a way comes closer perhaps to your own position. I would like to consider the point about political opposition or pessimism from a different perspective, one that informs a vital area of your work now. You talk very boldly and, I think, very imaginatively, about linguistic markets and the price or the value of utterances price formation, and you deliberately transpose a whole Marxist economic language into the cultural or symbolic spheres, and you speak of the field of struggle in which people try to amass an amount of cultural capital, whether in education or the arts or whatever. I think this is very illuminating, not least your stress that in looking at the phenomenon of art, we can't go directly to the whole social field, but have to pass through the particular artistic cultural field first. I think that is enormously useful. However, couldn't it be argued that you come out with a notion of the whole of human practice, action and language as a war, in which players will try to increase their stakes, to invest more effectively to the detriment of other players? That is a true description of many fields of our experience, but are there not other forms of discourse, other forms of action, which you couldn't conceptualize so easily in those agonistic terms? You are yourself giving a good example of the fact that such forms exist, through your sympathetic engagement with my ideas. Anyway, that is an important question, and one that I ask myself. I agree that it is a problem. I don't know why I tend to think in those terms. I feel obliged to by reality. My sense is that the kind of exchange we are now engaged in is unusual. Where this happens, it is the exception based on what Aristotle called philia, or friendship. To use a more general expression is, according to Aristotle, an economic exchange or symbolic exchange that you may have within the family, among parents or with friends. I tend to think that the structure of most of the fields, most of the social games, is such that competition, a struggle for domination, is quasi-inevitable. It is evident in the economic field, but even in the religious field you will find the description is right. In most fields, we may observe what we characterize as competition for accumulation of different forms of capital, religious capital, economic capital, and so on. And things being what they are, the undistorted communication referred to by Habermas is always an exception. We can achieve this undistorted communication only by a special effort when extraordinary conditions are fulfilled. I would just add a word on the analogy between linguistic exchange and economic exchange, which you referred to just now. This analogy, in my view, is very fruitful in understanding many phenomena that cannot be treated simply as communication, as language production. Some English philosophers, like Austin, made a point of this. They saw the presence of very important things in language, like giving orders, for example, or making announcements which do not conform to the communication model. Many things cannot be understood in terms of pure communication, and so by proposing my economic analogy I try only to generalize and to give to an insight of analytical philosophy a sociological foundation which it lacks. I don't criticize Austin, I say that he does not give a full account of the social conditions of possibility of the process he describes. So, though I may seem very far from this philosophy of language, I am in fact very close. Clearly, you are thinking sociologically as much as semiologically. Running throughout the whole of your work is a sort of steady subtext which is a deep preoccupation with the conditions of your own work itself, or more generally, with the difficulty of a sociological discourse that seeks, for whatever good, potentially emancipatory, reasons to analyze the common life. That is, there is a very powerful commitment in your work, not always explicit, but present as a kind of sensibility to what one might inadequately call the common life. This is one of many ways in which your work parallels that of Raymond Williams in this country. But of course it is difficult for a sociologist involved in a highly specialized discourse to take that common life as an object of analysis or even of contemplation. You, like myself, don't come from an intellectual background, and it seems to me that your work is very interesting because it is marked by the tension between some sense of common value that has nothing to do with intellect in the first place, and the other dimension which is very much to analyze the academic institution, the social condition of intellectuals and its implications. Do you think this biographical circumstance helps to explain your preoccupations? P.B. What you say is very sympathetic and generous. You have expressed my personal feeling exactly. I try to put together the two parts of my life, as many first-generation intellectuals do. Some use different means. For instance, they find a solution in political action, in some kind of social rationalization. My main problem is to try and understand what happened to me. My trajectory may be described as miraculous, I suppose, an ascension to a place where I don't belong. And so to be able to live in a world that is not mine, I must try to understand both things, what it means to have an academic mind, how such is created, and at the same time what was lost in acquiring it. For that reason, even if my full work is a sort of autobiography, it is a work for people who have the same sort of trajectory, and the same need to understand. We have some time for questions or comments. Would anyone like to take up any of the points raised in the discussion? It has been advanced as an argument against the concept of ideology that Marxism credited people with too much ability to recognize the truth, and that those further down the social scale are less likely to recognize it. Isn't it more the case that people further down that scale don't have the economic power that would enable them to go to discussion groups and escape from the narrow circle of their home life and recognize other possibilities? Do you think the part this has to play is more significant than intellectual capabilities, that people have the potential to recognize the wider truths, but their economic and family situations prevent them from reaching them? I argue in my book that the full business of internalizing, legitimating the authoritative power is itself a complex matter which requires capacity, intelligence. A degree of creativity is needed even to accept that one is being defined in a negative way, as low on the scale or as oppressed. And it is a paradox, I think, that the legitimation of a dominant power is never just a passive affair, a matter of taking it into yourself. So the capacities you are talking about must be there even for people to accept a dominant power, to define themselves in relation to it. I would have thought that much of Pierre Bourdieu's work is about the conditions in which people can or can't acquire capital. PB There is a sort of de facto division of labor of social production with respect to major varieties of experience. Very often the persons who are able to speak about the social world know nothing about the social world, and the people who do know about the social world are not able to speak about it. If so few true things are said about the social world, the reason lies in this division. For example, doxa implies a knowledge, a practical knowledge. Workers know a lot, more than any intellectual, more than any sociologist. But in a sense they don't know it, they lack the instrument to grasp it, to speak about it. And we have this mythology of the intellectual who is able to transform his doxic experiences, his mastery of the social world, to an explicit and nicely expressed presentation. That is a very difficult problem for social reasons. For example, if the intellectual tries to reproduce the experience of a worker, as in France after 1968, he encounters the experience of a worker who lacks the habits of an intellectual. Many of the things he is appalled at are in fact quite run-of-the-mill. He must be able to include in his vision a description of the worker's experience, the fact that it is an experience from his point of view. And that is very difficult. One of the reasons why intellectuals don't pay attention, in my view, is that they have very many interests related to cultural capital. I will give you an example. I was always shocked by what Marx said about Proudhon. He was very hard on him. Marx said, he is a stupid French petit bourgeois, that Proudhon only writes aesthetics from the point of view of the Greek aesthetes, that Proudhon was very naive. Marx, for his part, learned Greek. When he was 18 he was able to write in Greek. He condescended to Proudhon as a poorly educated petit bourgeois, whereas Marx had had the classical education befitting the son of a high functionary of the Prussian monarchy. Such distinctions are very important. When you look for the crumbs of Marxism, they are there. They come from the arrogance of the intellectual with cultural capital. The behavior and the many struggles of left-wing parties are related to that. Intellectuals hate and despise the workers, or they admire them too much, which is a manner of despising them. It is very important to know all these things, and so, for that reason, the process of self-criticism, which one can practice by studying the intellectual, academic mind, is vital. It is, as it were, a necessary personal condition for any kind of communication on ideology. Can I shift your attention to the arts for a moment? I am interested in the way the ideology of symbolic capital rests on arts and aesthetics, which you attack in both distinctions. At the end of your book you argue that people across the social scale subscribe to the universal classification system. They buy into Kantian aesthetics from the top to the bottom of the social range. What happens to the economy of symbolic goods when taking into account, say, Frederick Jameson's claim that there is a proliferation of new cultural codes? If it is true that there is a proliferation of new codes, how does it relate to your analysis of symbolic power? PB That is a difficult question. In my view, there are higher markets, places in which the dominant code remains absolutely efficient, and these places are where the main games are played, that is, the academic system, in France, the Grandes Écoles system, the places from which the executives are selected. Since I have worked on cultural themes, I will address these in my answer. We have a rehearsal of the old idea that mass culture, popular culture, and so on, is growing, that people are blind to that they are unconsciously attached to the difference of cultures. It is a form of dominant chic among intellectuals to say, look at these cartoons or some other cultural item, do they not display great cultural creativity? Such a person is saying you don't see that, but I do, and I am the first to see it. The perception may be valid, but there is an overestimation of the capacity of these new things to change the structure of the distribution of symbolic capital. To exaggerate the extent of change is, in a sense, a form of populism. You mystify people when you say, look, rap is great. The question is, does this music really change the structure of the culture? I think it is fine to say that rap is great, and in a sense it is better than being ethnocentric and to suggest that such music has no value, but in fact it is a manner of being ethnocentric when you forget what remains the dominant form, and that you still can't realize symbolic profits from rap, in the main social games. I certainly think we must pay attention to these things, but there is a political and scientific danger in overestimating their cultural efficacy. Depending on the place in which I speak, I could be on one side or the other. You say that symbolic violence is violence. What do you mean by that? I believe that violence takes more sophisticated forms. One example is opinion polls, at least in France. I was told that here it is different, but in France opinion polls are a more sophisticated form of grasping opinion than the simple contact between political men and their audience. Opinion polls are an example of the kind of manipulation we have been discussing, a new form of symbolic violence for which nobody has full responsibility. I would need 2 hours to tell you how it works, since the manipulation is so complex. I think that no more than 10 people understand what happens, not even the people who organize the polls. For example, the political men, those in government, don't know how the process operates, and it therefore governs them. It is a complex structure with a lot of different agents, journalists, opinion poll makers, intellectuals who comment on polls, TV intellectuals, who are very important in terms of political effect, political men, and so on. All these persons are in a network of interconnections, and everyone mystifies the others and mystifies himself by mystifying the others. Nobody is conscious of the process, and it works in such a manner that no one could say that France is simply governed by opinion poll. To understand that, you need an instrument much more sophisticated than the methods traditionally used. I say that to all the union leaders. I tell them, you are late, we are 3 wars on, you are 3 class wars too late, you fight with instruments suited to the class struggle of the 19th century, and you have in front of you forms of power that are very sophisticated. I was very interested to hear the reference to the first-generation intellectual, and to the trajectory of such a person. For obvious reasons it is still a fairly rare breed, but since that breed is now itself at the age of breeding, what about the children of such people? Do they become second-generation intellectuals? Do they merge seamlessly into the middle classes, or do they form some kind of subculture? I am asking this of both of you, partly because my own experience makes me despair of what seems to happen. The subsequent generation appears both to lose the strengths of the working class tradition and somehow never completely goes into the middle class tradition, and I would be interested in the comments of such first-generation intellectuals on this. Well, my children wouldn't touch an intellectual with a barge pole. I think they regard education as bourgeois ideology, which is very convenient for them. You are right. There is something in what you say about being neither one thing nor the other, but I don't see why that should necessarily be a source of despair. I think that could be an interesting position to be in, couldn't it? Such a generation, of course, are not working class anymore, just as their parents aren't any longer working class, but they have also seen their parents in action and have a proper suspicion of intellectuals. In other words, they don't think that the answer is to be an intellectual. I'd like to pick up on a point Pierre Bourdieu was making about the young intellectual talking about rap, and shifting the focus to culture. Don't you think that with your notion of habitus you are in danger of obfuscating the basic economic determinants of people's possibility for emancipation by talking about capital and culture and ideology, when, ultimately, if they haven't got the means to go and read a book, then they don't get emancipated in that way? The other thing I would like to question is the notion of doxa. If people internalize their own domination, and in a sense it is subconscious and they are happy with it, then don't you run into trouble trying to justify the idea of emancipation? PB, are you saying that you suspect I have a sort of intellectual bias and that there is only one way to escape? Is that your impression? You criticize the young intellectual for talking rap as if this was a means of emancipation, but in your notion of habitus you are incorporating culture as a determinant, and it could be that focusing on culture in that way shifts the emphasis from economic determinants that do still provide access to means for emancipation. I would like to formulate the point like this. Your concentration on culture is shifting the emphasis away from the economic determinants that prevent people from being emancipated. You are reacting to economism by lifting economic imagery into the cultural sphere rather than by registering the weight of the material and economic within culture. PB, maybe you are right. I tend to bend the stick too much, as Mao Zedong said, while trying to correct the previous bias. In this domain the dominant critical vision is in danger of economism. I tend to insist upon the other aspects, but maybe I am wrong. Even if in my head I have a better balance, I tend, in exposition of my ideas, to insist on the less probable, less visible, aspect, so you may be right. The second point is interesting about people internalizing and so feeling happy with their oppression. Wouldn't one have to argue that they cannot be really happy if they are oppressed? But if you are talking about the subconscious, if part of your subconscious habitus determines how you are, then it becomes very difficult to change it. Fair enough, you can't attribute happiness, but at the same time you can't attribute sadness, whereas Marxism and ideology would want to retain the notion of the act of fighting against something that seems wrong. With doxa you lose that. You don't begin to wonder what the point is. There is no drive to emancipation. PB, I think this question of happiness is very important. The doxic attitude does not mean happiness, it means bodily submission, unconscious submission, which may indicate a lot of internalized tension, a lot of bodily suffering. I am currently conducting a survey in which I interview persons of indefinite social status, those who occupy places that are subject to powerful contradictions. And I try to be more Socratic than is usual when making positivistic surveys. I try to help them to express what they suffer. I have discovered a lot of suffering which had been hidden by this smooth working of habitus. It helps people to adjust, but it causes internalized contradictions. When this happens, some may, for instance, become drug addicts. I try to help the person who is suffering, to make their situation explicit in a sort of social analysis conducted in a friendly and supportive way. Often when I do that, the individuals experience a sort of intellectual pleasure. They say, yes, I understand what happens to me. But at the same time it is very sad. I lack the positive confidence that psychoanalysts have. They expect consciousness to be a tale of sadness, and respond with sadness when the individual says, look what happened to me. Isn't it terrible? To some extent social work is like that. When you do it, it punishes you. This is a situation that arises very often, and it does not contradict what I say about doxa. One may be very well adapted to this state of affairs, and the pain comes from the fact that one internalizes silent suffering, which may find bodily expression, in the form of self-hatred, self-punishment. 13. Postmodernism and the market. Frederick Jameson. Linguistics has a useful scheme that is unfortunately lacking in ideological analysis. It can mark a given word as either word or idea by alternating slash marks or brackets. Thus the word market, with its various dialect pronunciations and its etymological origins in the Latin for trade and merchandise, is printed as /market/. On the other hand, the concept, as it has been theorized by philosophers and ideologues down through the ages, from Aristotle to Milton Friedman, would be printed markets. One thinks for a moment that this would solve so many of our problems in dealing with a subject of this kind, which is at one and the same time an ideology and a set of practical institutional problems, until one remembers the great flanking and pincer movements of the opening section of the Grundrisse, where Marx undoes the hopes and longings for simplification of the proud Honists, who thought they would get rid of all the problems of money by abolishing money, without seeing that it is the very contradiction of the exchange system that is objectified and expressed in money proper and would continue to objectify and express itself in any of its simpler substitutes, like work-time coupons. These last, Marx observes dryly, would under ongoing capitalism simply turn back into money itself, and all the previous contradictions would return in force. So also with the attempt to separate ideology and reality. The ideology of the market is unfortunately not some supplementary ideational or representational luxury or embellishment that can be removed from the economic problem and then sent over to some cultural or superstructural morgue, to be dissected by specialists over there. It is somehow generated by the thing itself, as its objectively necessary after-image. Somehow both dimensions must be registered together, in their identity as well as in their difference. They are, to use a contemporary but already outmoded language, semi-autonomous, which means, if it is to mean anything, that they are not really autonomous or independent from each other, but they are not really at one with each other, either. The Marxian concept of ideology was always meant to respect and to rehearse and flex the paradox of the mere semi-autonomy of the ideological concept, for example, the ideologies of the market, with respect to the thing itself, or in this case the problems of market and planning in late capitalism as well as in the socialist countries today. But the classical Marxian concept, including the very word ideology, itself something like the ideology of the thing, as opposed to its reality, often broke down in precisely this respect, becoming purely autonomous and then drifting off as sheer epiphenomenon into the world of the superstructures, while reality remained below the real-life responsibility of professional economists. There are, of course, many professional models of ideology in Marx himself. The following one from the Grundrisse and turning on the delusions of the proud Honists has been less often remarked and studied, but is very rich and suggestive indeed. Marx is here discussing a very central feature of our current topic, namely, the relationship of the ideas and values of freedom and equality to the exchange system, and he argues, just like Milton Friedman, that these concepts and values are real and objective, organically generated by the market system itself, and dialectically are indissolubly linked to it. He goes on to add, I was going to say now unlike Milton Friedman, but a pause for reflection allows me to remember that even these unpleasant consequences are also acknowledged, and sometimes even celebrated, by the neoliberals, that in practice this freedom and equality turn out to be unfreedom and inequality. Meanwhile, however, it is a question of the attitude of the proud Honists to this reversal, and of their miscomprehension of the ideological dimension of the exchange system and how that functions both true and false, both objective and delusional, what we used to try to render with the Hegelian expression objective appearance. Exchange value, or, more precisely, the money system, is indeed the system of freedom and equality, and what disturbs the proud Honists in the more recent development of the system are disturbances immanent to the system, i.e., the very realization of equality and freedom, which turn out to be inequality and unfreedom. It is an aspiration as pious as it is stupid to wish that exchange value would not develop into capital, or that labor which produces exchange value would not develop into wage labor. What distinguishes these gentlemen, in other words, the proud honists, or as we might say today, the social democrats, from the bourgeois apologists is, on the one hand, their awareness of the contradictions inherent in the system, and, on the other, their utopianism, manifest in their failure to grasp the inevitable difference between the real and the ideal shape of bourgeois society, and the consequent desire to undertake the superfluous task of changing the ideal expression itself back into reality, whereas it is in fact merely the photographic image, liked build, of this reality. 1. So it is very much a cultural question, in the contemporary sense of the word, turning on the problem of representation itself. The proudhonists are realists, we might say, of the correspondence model variety. They think, along with the Habermasians today, perhaps, that the revolutionary ideals of the bourgeois system, freedom and equality, are properties of real societies, and they note that, while still present in the utopian ideal image or portrait of bourgeois market society, these same features are absent and woefully lacking when we turn to the reality which sat as the model for that ideal portrait. It will then be enough to change and improve the model and make freedom and equality finally appear, for real, in flesh and blood, in the market system. But Marx is, so to speak, a modernist, and this particular theorization of ideology drawing, only 20 years after the invention of photography, on very contemporary photographic figures, where previously Marx and Engels had favored the pictorial tradition, with its various camera obscuras, suggests that the ideological dimension is intrinsically embedded within the reality, which secretes it as a necessary feature of its own structure. That dimension is thus profoundly imaginary in a real and positive sense, that is to say, it exists and is real in so far as it is an image, marked and destined to remain as such, its very unreality and unrealizability being what is real about it. I think of episodes in Sartre's plays which might serve as useful textbook allegories of this peculiar process, for example, the passionate desire of Electra to murder her mother, which, however, turns out not to have been intended for realization. Electra, after the fact, discovers that she did not really want her mother dead, i.e. dead in reality. What she wanted was to go on longing in rage and resentment to have her /dead /. And so it is, as we shall see with those two rather contradictory features of the market system, freedom and equality. Everybody wants to want them, but they cannot be realized. The only thing that can happen to them is for the system that generates them to disappear, thereby abolishing the ideals along with the reality itself. But to restore to ideology this complex way of dealing with its roots in its own social reality would mean reinventing the dialectic, something every generation fails in its own way to do. Ours has, indeed, not even tried, and the last attempt, the Alt-Husserlian moment, long since passed under the horizon along with the hurricanes of yesteryear. Meanwhile, I have the impression that only so-called discourse theory has tried to fill the void left when the concept of ideology was yanked along with the rest of classical Marxism into the abyss. One may readily endorse Stuart Hall's program based, as I understand it, on the notion that the fundamental level on which political struggle is waged is that of the struggle over the legitimacy of concepts and ideologies, that political legitimation comes from that, and that, for example, Thatcherism and its cultural counter-revolution were founded fully as much on the delegitimation of welfare state or social democratic, we used to call it liberal, ideology as on the inherent structural problems of the welfare state itself. This allows me to express my thesis in its strongest form, which is that the rhetoric of the market has been a fundamental and central component of this ideological struggle. this struggle for the legitimation or delegitimation of left discourse. The surrender to the various forms of market ideology on the left, I mean, not to mention everybody else, has been imperceptible but alarmingly universal. Everyone is now willing to mumble, as though it were an inconsequential concession in passing to public opinion and current received wisdom, or shared communicational presuppositions, that no society can function efficiently without the market, and that planning is obviously impossible. This is the second shoe of the destiny of that older piece of discourse, nationalization, which it follows some 20 years later, just as, in general, full postmodernism, particularly in the political field, has turned out to be the sequel, continuation, and fulfillment of the old 50s end of ideology episode. At any rate, we were then willing to murmur agreement to the increasingly widespread proposition that socialism had nothing to do with nationalization. The consequence is that today we find ourselves having to agree to the proposition that socialism really has nothing to do with socialism itself any longer. The market is in human nature is the proposition that cannot be allowed to stand unchallenged. In my opinion, it is the most crucial terrain of ideological struggle in our time. If you let it pass because it seems an inconsequential admission, or, worse yet, because you've really come to believe in it yourself, in your heart of hearts, then socialism and Marxism alike will have effectively become delegitimated, at least for a time. Sweezy reminds us that capitalism failed to catch on in a number of places before it finally arrived in England, and that if the actually existing socialisms go down the drain, there will be other, better, ones later on. I believe this also, but we don't have to make it a self-fulfilling prophecy. In the same spirit, I want to add to the formulations and tactics of Stuart Hall's discourse analysis the same kind of historical qualifier. The fundamental level on which political struggle is waged is that of the legitimacy of concepts like planning or the market, at least right now and in our current situation. At future times, politics will take more activist forms from that, just as it has done in the past. It must finally be added, on this methodological point, that the conceptual framework of discourse analysis, although allowing us conveniently, in a postmodern age, to practice ideological analysis without calling it that, is no more satisfactory than the reveries of the proud honists, autonomizing the dimension of the concept and calling it discourse suggests that this dimension is potentially unrelated to reality and can be left to float off on its own, to found its own subdiscipline and develop its own specialists. I still prefer to call /market what it is, namely, an ideologism, and to premise about it what one must premise about all ideologies, that, unfortunately, we have to talk about the realities fully as much as the concepts. Is market discourse merely a rhetoric? It is and isn't. To rehearse the great formal logic of the identity of identity and non-identity, and to get it right, you have to talk about real markets just as much as about metaphysics, psychology, advertising, culture, representations, and libidinal apparatuses. But this means somehow skirting the vast continent of political philosophy as such, itself a kind of ideological market in its own right, in which, as in some gigantic combinational system, all possible variants and combinations of political values, options and solutions are available, on condition you think you are free to choose among them. In this great emporium, for example, we may combine the ratio of freedom to equality according to our individual temperament, as when state intervention is opposed because of its damage to this or that fantasy of individual or personal freedom, or equality is deplored because its values lead to demands for the correction of market mechanisms and the intervention of other kinds of values and priorities. The theory of ideology excludes this optionality of political theories, not merely because values as such have deeper class and unconscious sources than those of the conscious mind, but also because theory is itself a kind of form determined by social content, and it reflects social reality in more complicated ways than a solution reflects its problem. What can be observed at work here is the fundamental dialectical law of the determination of a form by its content, something not active in theories or disciplines in which there is no differentiation between a level of appearance and a level of essence, and in which phenomena like ethics or sheer political opinion as such are modifiable by conscious decision or rational persuasion. Indeed, an extraordinary remark of Malamillen exist duvert à la recherche mentale que deux voies, en tout, ou by faire notre besoin, à savoir, l'esthétique d'un parti aussi l'économie politique too suggests that the deeper affinities between a Marxian conception of political economy in general and the realm of the aesthetic, as, for instance, in Adorno's or Benjamin's work, are to be located precisely here, in the perception shared by both disciplines of this immense dual movement of a plane of form and a plane of substance, to use an alternative language from the linguist Jelmslev. This would seem to confirm the traditional complaint about Marxism that it lacks any autonomous political reflection as such, something which, however, tends to strike one as a strength rather than a weakness. Marxism is indeed not a political philosophy of the Weltanschauung variety, and in no way on all fours with conservation, liberalism, radicalism, populism, or whatever. There is certainly a Marxist practice of politics, but political thinking in Marxism, when it is not practical in that way, has exclusively to do with the economic organization of society and how people cooperate to organize production. This means that socialism is not exactly a political idea, or, if you like, that it presupposes the end of a certain political thinking. It also means that we do have our homologues among the bourgeois thinkers, but they are not the fascists, who have very little in the way of thought in that sense, and have in any case become historically extinct, but, rather, the neoliberals and the market people. For them also, political philosophy is worthless, at least once you get rid of the arguments of the Marxist, collectivist enemy, and politics now means simply the care and feeding of the economic apparatus, in this case the market rather than the collectively owned and organized means of production. Indeed, I will argue the proposition that we have much in common with the neoliberals, in fact virtually everything save the essentials. But the obvious must first be said, namely, that the slogan of the market not only covers a great variety of different referents or concerns but is also virtually always a misnomer. For one thing, no free market exists today in the realm of oligopolies and multinationals. Indeed, Galbraith suggested long ago that oligopolies were our imperfect substitute for planning and planification of the socialist type. Meanwhile, on its general use, market as a concept rarely has anything to do with choice or freedom, since those are all determined for us in advance, whether we are talking about new model cars, toys, or television programs. We select among those, no doubt, but we can scarcely be said to have a say in actually choosing any of them. Thus the homology with freedom is at best a homology with parliamentary democracy of our representative type. Then too, the market in the socialist countries would seem to have more to do with production than consumption, since it is above all a question of supplying spare parts, components, and raw materials to other production units that is foregrounded as the most urgent problem, and to which the Western-type market is then fantasized as a solution. But presumably the slogan of the market and all its accompanying rhetoric was devised to secure a decisive shift and displacement from the conceptuality of production to that of distribution and consumption, something it rarely seems in fact to do. It also seems, incidentally, to screen out the rather crucial matter of property, with which conservatives have had notorious intellectual difficulty. Here, the exclusion of the justification of original property titles. 3 will be viewed as a synchronic framing that excludes the dimension of history and systemic historical change. Finally, it should be noted that in the view of many neoliberals, not only do we not yet have a free market, but what we have in its place, and what is sometimes otherwise defended as a free market against the Soviet Union, for namely, a mutual compromise and buying off of pressure groups, special interests, and the like is in itself, according to the new right, a structure absolutely inimical to the real free market and its establishment. This kind of analysis, sometimes called public choice theory, is the right-wing equivalent of the left analysis of the media and consumerism, in other words, the obligatory theory of resistance, the account of what in the public area and the public sphere generally prevents people from adopting a better system and impedes their very understanding and reception of such a system. The reasons for the success of market ideology can therefore not be sought in the market itself, even when you have sorted out exactly which of these many phenomena is being designated by the word. But it is best to begin with the strongest and most comprehensive metaphysical version, which associates the market with human nature. This view comes in many, often imperceptible, forms, but it has been conveniently formalized into a whole method by Gary Becker in his admirably totalizing approach. I am saying that the economic approach provides a valuable unified framework for understanding all human behavior. 5 Thus, for example, marriage is susceptible to a kind of market analysis. My analysis implies that likes or unlikes mate when that maximizes total household commodity output over all marriages, regardless of whether the tray is financial, like wage rates and property income, or genetical, like height and intelligence, or psychological, like aggressiveness and passiveness. 6 But here the clarifying footnote is crucial and marks a beginning towards grasping what is really at stake in Becker's interesting proposal. Let me emphasize again that commodity output is not the same as national product as usually measured, but includes children, companionship, health, and a variety of other commodities. What immediately leaps to the eye, therefore, is the paradox of the greatest symptomatic significance for the Marxian theoretical tourist that this most scandalous of all market models is in reality a production model. In it, consumption is explicitly described as the production of a commodity or a specific utility, in other words, a use value which can be anything from sexual gratification to a convenient place to take it out on your children if the outside world proves inclement. Here is Becker's core description. The household production function framework emphasizes the parallel services performed by firms and households as organizational units. Similar to the typical firm analyzed in standard production theory, the household invests in capital assets, savings, capital equipment, durable goods, and capital embodied in its labor force, human capital of family members. As an organizational entity, the household, like the firm, engages in production using this labor and capital. Each is viewed as maximizing its objective function subject to resource and technological constraints. The production model not only emphasizes that the household is the appropriate basic unit of analysis in consumption theory, it also brings out the interdependence of several household decisions about family labor supply and time and goods expenditures in a single time period analysis, and decisions about marriage, family size, labor force attachment, and expenditures on goods and human capital investments in a life cycle analysis. The recognition of the importance of time as a scarce resource in the household has played an integral role in the development of empirical applications of the household production function approach. 7. I have to admit that I think one can accept this, and that it provides a perfectly realistic and sensible view not only of this human world but of all of them, going back to the earliest hominids. Let me underscore a few crucial features of the Becker model. The first is the stress on time itself as a resource. Another fundamental essay is entitled A Theory of the Allocation of Time. This is, of course, very much Marx's own view of temporality, as that supremely disengages itself from the Grundriss, where finally all value is a matter of time. I also want to suggest the consistency and kinship between this peculiar proposal and much of contemporary theory or philosophy, which has involved a prodigious expansion in what we consider to be rational or meaningful behavior. My sense is that, particularly after the diffusion of psychoanalysis but also with the gradual evaporation of otherness on a shrinking globe and in a media-suffused society, very little remains that can be considered irrational in the older sense of incomprehensible. The vilest forms of human decision-making and behavior, torture by sadists and overt or covert foreign intervention by government leaders, are now for all of us comprehensible, in terms of Adilthian Verstehen, say. Whatever we think of them. Whether such an enormously expanded concept of reason then has any further normative value, as Habermas still thinks, in a situation in which its opposite, the irrational, has shrunk to virtual non-existence, is another, and an interesting, question. But Becker's calculations, and the word does not at all in him imply homo economicus, but rather very much unreflective, everyday, preconscious behavior of all kinds, belong in that mainstream. Indeed, the system makes me think more than anything else of Sartrean freedom insofar as it implies a responsibility for everything we do, Sartrean choice, which, of course, in the same way takes place on a non-self-conscious everyday behavioral level, means the individual or collective production. At every moment of Becker's commodities, which need not be hedonistic in any narrow sense, altruism being, for example, just such a commodity or pleasure. The representational consequences of a view like this will now lead us belatedly to pronounce the word postmodernism for the first time. Only Sartre's novels, indeed, and they are samples, enormous, unfinished fragments, give any sense of what a representation of life that interpreted and narrated every human act and gesture, desire and decision, in terms of Becker's maximization model would look like. Such representation would reveal a world peculiarly without transcendence and without perspective. Death is here, for example, just another matter of utility maximization, and indeed without plot in any traditional sense, since all choices would be equidistant and on the same level. The analogy with Sartre, however, suggests that this kind of reading, which ought to be very much a demystifying eyeball-to-eyeball encounter with daily life, with no distance and no embellishments, might not be altogether postmodern in the more fantastic senses of that aesthetic. Becker seems to have missed the wilder forms of consumption available in the postmodern, which is elsewhere capable of staging a virtual delirium of the consumption of the very idea of consumption. In the postmodern, indeed, it is the very idea of the market that is consumed with the most prodigious gratification, as it were, a bonus or surplus of the commodification process. Becker's sober calculations fall far short of that, not necessarily because postmodernism is inconsistent or incompatible with political conservatism, but, rather, primarily because his is finally a production and not a consumption model at all, as has been suggested above. Shades of the great introduction to the Grundriss, in which production turns into consumption and distribution and then ceaselessly returns to its basic productive form, in the enlarged systemic category of production Marx wishes to substitute for the thematic or analytic one. Indeed, it seems possible to complain that the current celebrants of the market, the theoretical conservatives, fail to show much enjoyment or jouissance, as we will see below. Their market mainly serves as a policeman meant to keep Stalin from the gates, where in addition one suspects that Stalin in turn is merely a code word for Roosevelt. As description, then, Becker's model seems to me impeccable and very faithful indeed to the facts of life as we know it, When it becomes prescriptive, of course, we face the most insidious forms of reaction. My two favorite practical consequences are, first, that oppressed minorities only make it worse for themselves by fighting back, and, second, that household production, in his special sense, see above, is seriously lowered in productivity when the wife has a job. But it is easy to see how this should be so. The Becker model is postmodern in its structure as a transcoding. Two separate explanatory systems are combined here by way of the assertion of a fundamental identity, about which it is always protested that it is not metaphorical, the surest sign of an intent to metaphorize human behavior, preeminently the family or the oikos, on the one hand, the firm or enterprise, on the other. Much force and clarity are then generated by the rewriting of phenomena like spare time and personality traits in terms of potential raw materials. It does not follow, however, that the figural bracket can then be removed, as a veil is triumphantly snatched from a statue, allowing one then to reason about domestic matters in terms of money or the economic as such. But that is very precisely how Becker goes about deducing his practical political conclusions. Here too, then, he falls short of absolute postmodernity, where the transcoding process has as a consequence the suspension of everything that used to be literal. Becker wants to marshal the equipment of metaphor and figural identification, only to return in a final moment to the literal level, which has in the meantime, in late capitalism, evaporated out from under him. Why do I find none of this particularly scandalous, and what could possibly be its proper use? As with Sartre, in Becker choice takes place within an already pre-given environment, which Sartre theorizes as such. He calls it the situation, but which Becker neglects. In both we have a welcome reduction of the old-fashioned subject, or individual, or ego, who is now little more than a point of consciousness directed onto the stockpile of materials available in the outside world, and making decisions on that information which are rational in the new enlarged sense of what any other human being could understand, in Dilthey's sense, or in Rousseau's, what every other human being could sympathize with. That means that we are freed from all kinds of more properly irrational myths about subjectivity and can turn our attention to that situation itself, that available inventory of resources, which is the outside world itself and which must now indeed be called history. The Sartrean concept of the situation is a new way of thinking history as such. Becker avoids any comparable move, for good reasons. I have implied that even under socialism, as in earlier modes of production, people can very well be imagined operating under the Becker model. What will be different is then the situation itself, the nature of the household, the stock of raw materials, indeed, the very form and shape of the commodities therein to be produced. Becker's market thus by no means ends up as just another celebration of the market system but, rather, as an involuntary redirection of our attention towards history itself and the variety of alternative situations it offers. We must suspect, therefore, that essentialist defenses of the market in reality involve other themes and issues altogether. The pleasures of consumption are little more than the ideological fantasy consequences available for ideological consumers who buy into the market theory, of which they are not themselves a part. Indeed, one of the great crises in the new conservative cultural revolution and by the same token one of its great internal contradictions was displayed by these same ideologues when some nervousness began to appear over the success with which consumer America had overcome the Protestant ethic and was able to throw its savings, and future income, to the winds in exercising its new nature as the full-time professional shopper. But obviously you can't have it both ways. There is no such thing as a booming, functioning market whose customer personnel is staffed by Calvinists and hard-working traditionalists knowing the value of the dollar. The passion for the market was indeed always political, as Albert O. Hirschman's great book The Passions and the Interests taught us. The market, finally, for market ideology, has less to do with consumption than it has to do with government intervention, and indeed with the evils of freedom and human nature itself. A representative description of the famous market mechanism is provided by Barry. By a natural process, Smith meant what would occur, or which pattern of events would emerge, from individual interaction in the absence of some specific human intervention, either of a political kind or from violence. The behavior of a market is an obvious example of such natural phenomena. The self-regulating properties of the market system are not the product of a designing mind but are a spontaneous outcome of the price mechanism. Now, from certain uniformities in human nature, including, of course, the natural desire to better ourselves, it can be deduced what will happen when government disturbs this self-regulating process. Thus Smith shows how apprenticeship laws, restraints on international trade, the privileges of corporations, and so on, disrupt, but cannot entirely suppress, natural economic tendencies. The spontaneous order of the market is brought about by the interdependency of its constituent parts, and any intervention with this order is simply self-defeating. No regulation of commerce can increase the quantity of industry in any part of society beyond what its capital can maintain. It can only divert a part of it into a direction which it otherwise would not have gone. By the phrase natural liberty, Smith meant that system in which every man, provided that he does not violate the negative laws of justice, is left perfectly free to pursue his own interest in his own way and bring both his industry and capital into competition with those of any other man. 8. The force, then, of the concept of the market lies in its totalizing structure, as they say nowadays, that is, in its capacity to afford a model of a social totality. It offers another way of displacing the Marxian model, distinct from the now familiar Weberian and post-Weberian shift from economics to politics, from production to power and domination. But the displacement from production to circulation is no less a profound and ideological one, and it has the advantage of replacing the rather antediluvian fantasy representations that accompanied the domination model from 1984 and Oriental despotism all the way to Foucault narratives rather comical for the new postmodern age with representations of a wholly different order. I will argue in a moment that these are not primarily consumptive ones, either. What we first need to grasp, however, are the conditions of possibility of this alternate concept of the social totality. Marx suggests, again, in the Grundriss, that the circulation of market model will historically and epistemologically precede other forms of mapping and offer the first representation by which the social totality is grasped. Circulation is the movement in which general alienation appears as general appropriation, and general appropriation as general alienation. Though the whole of this movement may well appear as a social process, and though the individual elements of this movement originate from the conscious will and particular purposes of individuals, nevertheless the totality of the process appears as an objective relationship arising spontaneously, a relationship which results from the interaction of conscious individuals, but which is neither part of their consciousness nor as a whole subsumed under them. Their collisions give rise to an alien social power standing above them. Their own interaction appears as a process and force independent of them. Because circulation is a totality of the social process, it is also the first form in which not only the social relation appears as something independent of individuals as, say, in a coin or an exchange value, but the whole of the social movement itself. 9. What is remarkable about the movement of these reflections is that they seem to identify two things which have most often been thought to be very different from each other as concepts, Hobbes's bellum omnium contra omnes and Adam Smith's invisible hand, here appearing disguised as Hegel's ruse of reason. I would argue that Marx's concept of civil society is something like what happens when these two concepts, like matter and antimatter, are unexpectedly combined. Here, however, what is significant is that what Hobbes fears is somehow the same as what gives Smith confidence. The deeper nature of Hobbesian terror is in any case peculiarly illuminated by the complacency of Mr. Milton Friedman's definition. A liberal is fundamentally fearful of concentrated power. 10. The conception of some ferocious violence inherent in human nature and acted out in the English Revolution, whence it is theorized, fearfully, by Hobbes, is not modified and ameliorated by Hirschman's Douceur du Commerce. 11. It is rigorously identical, in Marx, with market competition as such. The difference is not political ideological but historical. Hobbes needs state power to tame and control the violence of human nature and competition. In Adam Smith, and Hegel on some other metaphysical plane, the competitive system, the market, does the taming and controlling all by itself, no longer needing the absolute state. But what is clear throughout the conservative tradition is its motivation by fear and by anxieties in which civil war or urban crime are themselves mere figures for class struggle. The market is thus Leviathan in sheep's clothing. Its function is not to encourage and perpetuate freedom, let alone freedom of a political variety, but, rather, to repress it. And about such visions, indeed, one may revive the slogans of the existential years: the fear of freedom, the flight from freedom. Market ideology assures us that human beings make a mess of it when they try to control their destinies. Socialism is impossible, and that we are fortunate in possessing an interpersonal mechanism, the market, which can substitute for human hubris and planning, and replace human decisions altogether. We only need to keep it clean and well-oiled, and it now, like the monarch so many centuries ago, will see to us and keep us in line. Why this consoling replacement for the divinity should be so universally attractive at the present time, however, is a different kind of historical question. The attribution of the newfound embrace of market freedom to the fear of Stalinism and Stalin is touching but just slightly misplaced in time, although certainly the current Gulag industry has been a crucial component in the legitimation of these ideological representations, along with the Holocaust industry, whose peculiar relations to the rhetoric of the Gulag demand closer cultural and ideological study. The most intelligent criticism ever offered me on a long analysis of the 60s I once published 12io to Slavoj, who expressed Socratic amazement at the absence, from my global model, of the Second World, and in particular the Soviet Union. Our experience of perestroika has revealed dimensions of Soviet history that powerfully reinforce Godzika's point and make my own lapse all the more deplorable. So I will here make amends by exaggerating in the other direction. My feeling has, in fact, come to be that the failure of the Khrushchev experiment was not disastrous merely for the Soviet Union, but somehow fundamentally crucial for the rest of global history, and not least the future of socialism itself. In the Soviet Union, indeed, we are given to understand that the Khrushchev generation was the last to believe in the possibility of a renewal of Marxism, let alone socialism, or rather, the other way around, that it was their failure which now determines the utter indifference to Marxism and socialism of several generations of younger intellectuals. But I think this failure was also determinant of the most basic developments in other countries as well, and while one does not want the Russian comrades to bear all the responsibility for global history, there does seem to me to be some similarity between what the Soviet Revolution meant for the rest of the world positively and the negative effects of this last, missed, opportunity to restore that revolution and to transform the party in the process. Both the anarchism of the 60s in the West and the Cultural Revolution in China are to be attributed to that failure, whose prolongation, long after the end of both, explains the universal triumph of what Sloterdijk calls cynical reason in the omnipresent consumerism of the postmodern today. It is therefore no wonder that such profound disillusionment with political praxis should result in the popularity of the rhetoric of market abnegation and the surrender of human freedom to a now lavish invisible hand. None of these things, however, which still involve thinking and reasoning, goes very far towards explaining the most astonishing feature of this discursive development, namely, how the dreariness of business and private property, the dustiness of entrepreneurship, and the well-nigh Dickensian flavor of title and appropriation, coupon clipping, mergers, investment banking, and other such transactions, after the close of the heroic, or robber baron, stage of business, should in our time have proved to be so sexy. In my opinion, the excitement of the once tiresome old 50s representation of the free market derives from its illicit metaphorical association with a very different kind of representation, namely, the media themselves in their largest contemporary and global sense, including an infrastructure of all the latest media gadgets and high technology. The operation is the postmodern one alluded to above, in which two systems of codes are identified in such a way as to allow the libidinal energies of the one to suffuse the other, without, however, as in older moments of our cultural and intellectual history, producing a synthesis, a new combination, a new combined language, or whatever. Horkheimer and Adorno observed long ago, in the age of radio, the peculiarity of the structure of a commercial culture industry in which the products were free. 13 The analogy between media and market is in fact cemented by this mechanism. It is not because the media are like a market that the two things are comparable, rather, it is because the market is as unlike its concept, or Platonic idea, as the media are unlike their own concept that the two things are comparable. The media offer free programs in whose content and assortment the consumer has no choice whatsoever but whose selection is then rebaptized free choice. In the gradual disappearance of the physical marketplace, of course, and the tendential identification of the commodity with its image, or brand name or logo, another, more intimate, symbiosis between the market and the media is effectuated, in which boundaries are washed over, in ways profoundly characteristic of the postmodern, and an indifferentiation of levels gradually takes the place of an older separation between thing and concept, or indeed, economics and culture, base and superstructure. For one thing, the products sold on the market become the very content of the media image, so that, as it were, the same referent seems to maintain in both domains. This is very different from a more primitive situation in which to a series of informational signals, news reports, feuilletons, articles, a rider is appended touting an unrelated commercial product. Today the products are, as it were, diffused throughout the space and time of the entertainment, or even news, segments, as part of that content, so that in a few well-publicized cases, most notably the series Dynasty 14, it is sometimes not clear when the narrative segment has ended and the commercial has begun, since the same actors appear in the commercial segment as well. This interpenetration by way of the content is then augmented in a somewhat different way by the nature of the products themselves. One's sense, particularly when dealing with foreigners who have been enflamed by American consumerism, is that the products form a kind of hierarchy whose climax lies very precisely in the technology of reproduction itself, which now, of course, fans out well beyond the classical television set and has come in general to epitomize the new informational or computer technology of the third stage of capitalism. We must therefore also posit another type of consumption of the very process of consumption itself, above and beyond its content and the immediate commercial products. It is necessary to speak of a kind of technological bonus of pleasure afforded by the new machinery and, as it were, symbolically reenacted and ritually devoured at each session of official media consumption itself. It is indeed no accident that the conservative rhetoric that often used to accompany the market rhetoric in question here, but that in my opinion represented a somewhat different strategy of delegitimation, had to do with the end of social classes, a conclusion always demonstrated and proved by the presence of TV in the workers' housing. Much of the euphoria of postmodernism derives from this celebration of the very process of high-tech informatization, the prevalence of current theories of communication, language, or signs being an ideological spin-off of this more general worldview. This is, then, as Marx might have put it, a second moment in which, like capital in general as opposed to the many capitals, the media in general as a unified process are somehow foregrounded and experienced, as opposed to the content of individual media projections, and it would seem to be this totalization that allows a bridge to be made to fantasy images of the market in general or the market as a unified process. The third feature of the complex set of analogies between media and market that underlies the force of the latter's current rhetoric may then be located in the form itself. This is the place at which we need to return to the theory of the image, recalling Guy Debord's remarkable theoretical derivation, the image as the final form of commodity reification. 15 At this point the process is reversed, and it is not the commercial products of the market which in advertising become images but, rather, the very entertainment and narrative processes of commercial television, which are, in their turn, reified and turned into so many commodities, from the serial narrative itself, with its well-nigh formulaic and rigid temporal segments and breaks, to what the camera shots do to space, story, characters, and fashion, and very much including a new process of the production of stars and celebrities that seems distinct from the older and more familiar historical experience of these matters, and that now converges with the hitherto secular phenomena of the former public sphere itself, real people and events in your nightly news broadcast. The transformation of names into something like news logos, etc. Many analyses have shown how the news broadcasts are structured exactly like narrative serials. Meanwhile, some of us in that other precinct of an official, or high, culture have tried to show the waning and obsolescence of categories like fiction, in the sense of something opposed to either the literal or the factual. But here I think a profound modification of the public sphere needs to be theorized, the emergence of a new realm of image reality which is both fictional, narrative, and factual. Even the characters in the serials are grasped as real named stars with external histories to read about, and which now, like the former classical sphere of culture, becomes semi-autonomous and floats above reality, with this fundamental historical difference that in the classical period reality persisted independently of that sentimental and romantic cultural sphere, whereas today it seems to have lost that separate mode of existence. Today, culture impacts back on reality in ways that make any independent and, as it were, non- or extra-cultural form of it problematical, in a kind of Heisenberg principle of mass culture which intervenes between your I and the thing itself, so that finally the theorists unite their voices in the new doxa that the referent no longer exists. At any rate, in this third moment the contents of the media themselves have now become commodities, which are then flung out on some wider version of the market with which they become affiliated until the two things are indistinguishable. Here, then, the media, as which the market was itself fantasized, now return into the market and, by becoming a part of it, seal and certify the formerly metaphorical or analogical identification as a literal reality. What must finally be added to these abstract discussions of the market is a pragmatic qualifier, a secret functionality such as sometimes sheds a whole new light, striking at a lurid mid-level height on the ostensible discourse itself. This is what Barry, at the conclusion of his useful book, blurts out in either desperation or exasperation, namely, that the philosophical test of the various neoliberal theories can be applied only in a single fundamental situation, which we may call, not without irony, the transition from socialism to capitalism. 16 Market theories, in other words, remain utopian insofar as they are not applicable to this fundamental process of systemic deregulation. Barry himself has already illustrated the significance of the judgment in an earlier chapter when, discussing the rational choice people, he points out that the ideal market situation is for them as utopian and unrealizable under present-day conditions as, for the left, socialist revolution or transformation in the advanced capitalist countries today. One wants to add that the referent here is twofold, not merely the processes in the various Eastern countries which have been understood as an attempt to re-establish the market in one way or another, but also those efforts in the West, particularly under Reagan and Thatcher, to do away with the regulations of the welfare state and return to some purer form of market conditions. We need to take into account the possibility that both of these efforts may fail for structural reasons, but we also need to point out tirelessly the interesting development that the market turns out finally to be as utopian as socialism has recently been held to be. Under these circumstances, nothing is served by substituting one inert institutional structure, bureaucratic planning, for another inert institutional structure, namely, the market itself. What is wanted is a great collective project in which an active majority of the population participates, as something belonging to it and constructed by its own energies. The setting of social priorities, also known in the socialist literature as planning, would have to be a part of such a collective project. It should be clear, however, that virtually by definition the market cannot be a project at all. 14. How did Marx invent the symptom? Slavoj Zizek. Marx, Freud, the analysis of form. According to Lacan, it was none other than Karl Marx who invented the notion of symptom. Is this Lacanian thesis just a sally of wit, a vague analogy, or does it possess a pertinent theoretical foundation? If Marx really articulated the notion of the symptom as it is also at work in the Freudian field, then we must ask ourselves the Kantian question concerning the epistemological conditions of possibility of such an encounter. How was it possible for Marx, in his analysis of the world of commodities, to produce a notion which applies also to the analysis of dreams, hysterical phenomena, and so on? The answer is that there is a fundamental homology between the interpretative procedure of Marx and Freud, more precisely, between their analysis of commodity and of dreams. In both cases the point is to avoid the properly fetishistic fascination of the content supposedly hidden behind the form. The secret to be unveiled through analysis is not the content hidden by the form of commodities, the form of dreams, but, on the contrary, the secret of this form itself. The theoretical intelligence of the form of dreams does not consist in penetrating from the manifest content to its hidden kernel, to the latent dream thoughts. It consists in the answer to the question, why have the latent dream thoughts assumed such a form, why were they transposed into the form of a dream? It is the same with commodities. The real problem is not to penetrate to the hidden kernel of the commodity, the determination of its value by the quantity of the work consumed in its production, but to explain why work assumed the form of the value of a commodity, why it can affirm its social character only in the commodity form of its product. The notorious reproach of pansexualism addressed at the Freudian interpretation of dreams is already a commonplace. Hans-Georg Ernst, a severe critic of psychoanalysis, long ago observed a crucial paradox in the Freudian approach to dreams. According to Freud, the desire articulated in a dream is supposed to be as a rule, at least unconscious and at the same time of a sexual nature, which contradicts the majority of examples analyzed by Freud himself, starting with the dream he chose as an introductory case to exemplify the logic of dreams, the famous dream of Irma's injection. The latent thought articulated in this dream is Freud's attempt to get rid of the responsibility for the failure of his treatment of Irma, a patient of his, by means of arguments of the type "it was not my fault, it was caused by a series of circumstances." But this desire, the meaning of the dream, is obviously neither of a sexual nature, it rather concerns professional ethics, nor unconscious. The failure of Irma's treatment was troubling Freud day and night. 1. This kind of reproach is based on a fundamental theoretical error, the identification of the unconscious desire at work in the dream with the latent thought, that is, the signification of the dream. But as Freud continually emphasizes, there is nothing unconscious in the latent dream thought. This thought is an entirely normal thought which can be articulated in the syntax of everyday, common language. Topologically, it belongs to the system of consciousness / pre-consciousness. The subject is usually aware of it, even excessively so. It harasses him all the time. Under certain conditions this thought is pushed away, forced out of the consciousness, drawn into the unconscious, that is, submitted to the laws of the primary process, translated into the language of the unconscious. The relationship between the latent thought and what is called the manifest content of a dream, the text of the dream in its literal phenomenality, is therefore that between some entirely normal, pre-conscious thought and its translation into the rebus of the dream. The essential constitution of dream is thus not its latent thought but this work, the mechanisms of displacement and condensation, the figuration of the contents of words or syllables, which confers on it the form of a dream. Herein, then, lies the basic misunderstanding. If we seek the secret of the dream in the latent content hidden by the manifest text, we are doomed to disappointment. All we find is some entirely normal, albeit usually unpleasant thought, the nature of which is mostly non-sexual and definitely not unconscious. This normal, conscious / pre-conscious thought is not drawn towards the unconscious, repressed simply because of its disagreeable character for the conscious, but because it achieves a kind of short circuit between it and another desire which is already repressed, located in the unconscious, a desire which has nothing whatsoever to do with the latent dream thought. A normal train of thought, normal and therefore one which can be articulated in common, everyday language, that is, in the syntax of the secondary process, is only submitted to the abnormal psychical treatment of the sort we have been describing, to the dream work, to the mechanisms of the primary process if an unconscious wish, derived from infancy and in a state of repression, has been transferred onto it. 2. It is this unconscious / sexual desire which cannot be reduced to a normal train of thought because it is, from the very beginning, constitutively repressed, Freud's Verdrängung, because it has no original in the normal language of everyday communication, in the syntax of the conscious / pre-conscious, its only place is in the mechanisms of the primary process. This is why we should not reduce the interpretation of dreams, or symptoms in general, to the retranslation of the latent dream thought into the normal, everyday common language of intersubjective communication, Habermas's formula. The structure is always triple, there are always three elements at work: the manifest dream text, the latent dream content or thought, and the unconscious desire articulated in a dream. This desire attaches itself to the dream, it intercalates itself in the interspace between the latent thought and the manifest text, it is therefore not more concealed, deeper in relation to the latent thought, it is decidedly more on the surface, consisting entirely of the signifier's mechanisms, of the treatment to which the latent thought is submitted. In other words, its only place is in the form of the dream, the real subject matter of the dream. The unconscious desire articulates itself in the dream work, in the elaboration of its latent content. As is often the case with Freud, what he formulates as an empirical observation, although of quite surprising frequency, announces a fundamental, universal principle, the form of a dream or the form in which it is dreamt is used with quite surprising frequency for representing its concealed subject matter. 3. This, then, is the basic paradox of the dream, the unconscious desire, that which is supposedly its most hidden kernel, articulates itself precisely through the dissimulation work of the kernel of a dream, its latent thought, through the work of disguising this content kernel by means of its translation into the dream rebus. Again, as characteristically, Freud gave this paradox its final formulation in a footnote added in a later edition. I used at one time to find it extraordinarily difficult to accustom readers to the distinction between the manifest content of dreams and the latent dream thoughts. Again and again arguments and objections would be brought up based upon some uninterpreted dream in the form in which it had been retained in the memory, and the need to interpret it would be ignored. But now the analysts at least have become reconciled to replacing the manifest dream by the meaning revealed by its interpretation. Many of them have become guilty of falling into another confusion which they cling to with an equal obstinacy. They seek to find the essence of dreams in their latent content, and in so doing they overlook the distinction between the latent dream thoughts and the dream work. At bottom, dreams are nothing other than a particular form of thinking, made possible by the conditions of the state of sleep. It is the dream work which creates that form, and it alone is the essence of dreaming, the explanation of its peculiar nature. 4. Freud proceeds here in 2 stages. First, we must break the appearance according to which a dream is nothing but a simple and meaningless confusion, a disorder caused by physiological processes and as such having nothing whatsoever to do with signification. In other words, we must accomplish a crucial step towards a hermeneutical approach and conceive the dream as a meaningful phenomenon, as something transmitting a repressed message which has to be discovered by an interpretative procedure. Then we must get rid of the fascination in this kernel of signification, in the hidden meaning of the dream, that is to say, in the content concealed behind the form of a dream, and center our attention on this form itself, on the dream work to which the latent dream thoughts were submitted. The crucial thing to note here is that we find exactly the same articulation in 2 stages with Marx, in his analysis of the secret of the commodity form. First, we must break the appearance according to which the value of a commodity depends on pure hazard, on an accidental interplay between supply and demand. For example, we must accomplish the crucial step of conceiving the hidden meaning behind the commodity form, the signification expressed by this form. We must penetrate the secret of the value of commodities. The determination of the magnitude of value by labor time is therefore a secret, hidden under the apparent fluctuations in the relative values of commodities. Its discovery, while removing all appearance of mere accidentally from the determination of the magnitude of the values of products, yet in no way alters the mode in which that determination takes place. 5. But as Marx points out, there is a certain yet, the unmasking of the secret is not sufficient. Classical bourgeois political economy has already discovered the secret of the commodity form. Its limit is that it is not able to disengage itself from this fascination in the secret hidden behind the commodity form, that its attention is captivated by labor as the true source of wealth. In other words, classical political economy is interested only in contents concealed behind the commodity form, which is why it cannot explain the true secret. Not the secret behind the form, but the secret of this form itself. In spite of its quite correct explanation of the secret of the magnitude of value, the commodity remains for classical political economy a mysterious, enigmatic thing. It is the same as with the dream. Even after we have explained its hidden meaning, its latent thought, the dream remains an enigmatic phenomenon. What is not yet explained is simply its form, the process by means of which the hidden meaning disguised itself in such a form. We must, then, accomplish another crucial step and analyze the genesis of the commodity form itself. It is not sufficient to reduce the form to the essence, to the hidden kernel, we must also examine the process homologous to the dream work by means of which the concealed content assumes such a form, because, as Marx points out, whence, then, arises the enigmatical character of the product of labor, as soon as it assumes the form of commodities. Clearly from this form itself it is this step towards the genesis of the form that classical political economy cannot accomplish, and this is its crucial weakness. Political economy has indeed analyzed value and its magnitude, however incompletely, and has uncovered the content concealed within these forms. But it has never once asked the question why this content has assumed that particular form, that is to say, why labor is expressed in value, and why the measurement of labor by its duration is expressed in the magnitude of the value of the product. 7. The unconscious of the commodity form. Why did the Marxian analysis of the commodity form, which, prima facie, concerns a purely economic question, exert such an influence in the general field of social sciences? Why has it fascinated generations of philosophers, sociologists, art historians, and others? Because it offers a kind of matrix enabling us to generate all other forms of the fetishistic inversion. It is as if the dialectics of the commodity form presents us with a pure distilled, so to speak, version of a mechanism, offering us a key to the theoretical understanding of phenomena which, at first sight, have nothing whatsoever to do with the field of political economy, law, religion, and so on. In the commodity form there is definitely more at stake than the commodity form itself, and it was precisely this more which exerted such a fascinating power of attraction. The theoretician who has gone furthest in unfolding the universal reach of the commodity form is indubitably Alfred Sonrethel, one of the fellow travelers of the Frankfurt School. His fundamental thesis was that the formal analysis of the commodity holds the key not only to the critique of political economy, but also to the historical explanation of the abstract conceptual mode of thinking and of the division of intellectual and manual labor which came into existence with it. 8. In other words, in the structure of the commodity form it is possible to find the transcendental subject. The commodity form articulates in advance the anatomy, the skeleton of the Kantian transcendental subject, that is, the network of transcendental categories which constitute the a priori frame of objective scientific knowledge. Herein lies the paradox of the commodity form. This inner-worldly, pathological, in the Kantian meaning of the word, phenomenon offers us a key to solving the fundamental question of the theory of knowledge, objective knowledge with universal validity. How is this possible? After a series of detailed analyses, Sonrethel came to the following conclusion: the apparatus of categories presupposed, implied by the scientific procedure, that, of course, of the Newtonian science of nature, the network of notions by means of which it seizes nature, is already present in the social effectivity, already at work in the act of commodity exchange. Before thought could arrive at pure abstraction, the abstraction was already at work in the social effectivity of the market. The exchange of commodities implies a double abstraction: the abstraction from the changeable character of the commodity during the act of exchange, and the abstraction from the concrete, empirical, sensual, particular character of the commodity in the act of exchange. The distinct, particular qualitative determination of a commodity is not taken into account. A commodity is reduced to an abstract entity which, irrespective of its particular nature, of its use value, possesses the same value as another commodity for which it is being exchanged. Before thought could arrive at the idea of a purely quantitative determination, a sine qua non of the modern science of nature, pure quantity was already at work in money, that commodity which renders possible the commensurability of the value of all other commodities notwithstanding their particular qualitative determination. Before physics could articulate the notion of a purely abstract movement going on in a geometric space, independently of all qualitative determinations of the moving objects, the social act of exchange had already realized such a pure, abstract movement which leaves totally intact the concrete sensual properties of the object caught in movement, the transference of property. And Sonrethel demonstrated the same about the relationship of substance and its accidents, about the notion of causality operative in Newtonian science, in short, about the whole network of categories of pure reason. In this way, the transcendental subject, the support of the net of a priori categories, is confronted with the disquieting fact that it depends, in its very formal genesis, on some inner-worldly, pathological process, a scandal, a nonsensical impossibility from the transcendental point of view, insofar as the formal transcendental a priori is by definition independent of all positive contents, a scandal corresponding perfectly to the scandalous character of the Freudian unconscious, which is also unbearable from the transcendental philosophical perspective. That is to say, if we look closely at the ontological status of what Sonrethel calls the real abstraction, das real Abstraction, that is, the act of abstraction at work in the very effective process of the exchange of commodities, the homology between its status and that of the unconscious, this signifying chain which persists on another scene, is striking. The real abstraction is the unconscious of the transcendental subject, the support of objective universal scientific knowledge. On the one hand, the real abstraction is of course not real in the sense of the real, effective properties of commodities as material objects. The object commodity does not contain value in the same way as it possesses a set of particular properties determining its use value, its form, color, taste, and so on. As Sonrethel pointed out, its nature is that of a postulate implied by the effective act of exchange, in other words, that of a certain as if, alzib, during the act of exchange, individuals proceed as if the commodity is not submitted to physical, material exchanges, as if it is excluded from the natural cycle of generation and corruption, although on the level of their consciousness they know very well that this is not the case. The easiest way to detect the effectivity of this postulate is to think of the way we behave towards the materiality of money. We know very well that money, like all other material objects, suffers the effects of use, that its material body changes through time, but in the social effectivity of the market we nonetheless treat coins as if they consist of an immutable substance, a substance over which time has no power, and which stands in antithetic contrast to any matter found in nature. 9. How tempting to recall here the formula of fetishistic disavowal, I know very well, but still. To the current exemplifications of this formula, I know that Mother has not got a phallus, but still. I believe she has got one. I know that Jews are people like us, but still. There is something in them. We must undoubtedly add also the variant of money. I know that money is a material object like others, but still. It is as if it were made of a special substance over which time has no power. Here we have touched a problem unsolved by Marx, that of the material character of money, not of the empirical, material stuff money is made of, but of the sublime material, of that other indestructible and immutable body which persists beyond the corruption of the body physical. This other body of money is like the corpse of the Sadian victim which endures all torments and survives with its beauty immaculate. This immaterial corporality of the body within the body gives us a precise definition of the sublime object, and it is in this sense only that the psychoanalytic notion of money as a pre-phallic, anal object is acceptable, provided that we do not forget how this postulated existence of the sublime body depends on the symbolic order. The indestructible body within the body exempted from the effects of wear and tear is always sustained by the guarantee of some symbolic authority. A coin has it stamped upon its body that it is to serve as a means of exchange and not as an object of use. Its weight and metallic purity are guaranteed by the issuing authority, so that, if by the wear and tear of circulation it has lost in weight, full replacement is provided. Its physical matter has visibly become a mere carrier of its social function. 10. If, then, the real abstraction has nothing to do with the level of reality, of the effective properties, of an object, it would be wrong for that reason to conceive of it as a thought abstraction, as a process taking place in the interior of the thinking subject. In relation to this interior, the abstraction appertaining to the act of exchange is in an irreducible way external, decentered, or, to quote Sonreithel's concise formulation, the exchange abstraction is not thought, but it has the form of thought. Here we have one of the possible definitions of the unconscious, the form of thought whose ontological status is not that of thought, that is to say, the form of thought external to the thought itself. In short, some other scene external to the thought whereby the form of the thought is already articulated in advance. The symbolic order is precisely such a formal order which supplements and or disrupts the dual relationship of external factual reality and internal subjective experience. Sonreithel is thus quite justified in his criticism of Althusser, who conceives abstraction as a process taking place entirely in the domain of knowledge, and for that reason refuses the category of real abstraction as the expression of an epistemological confusion. The real abstraction is unthinkable in the frame of the fundamental Althusserian epistemological distinction between the real object and the object of knowledge, in so far as it introduces a third element which subverts the very field of this distinction, the form of the thought previous and external to the thought, in short, the symbolic order. We are now able to formulate precisely the scandalous nature of Sonreithel's undertaking for philosophical reflection. He has confronted the closed circle of philosophical reflection with an external place where its form is already staged. Philosophical reflection is thus subjected to an uncanny experience similar to the one summarized by the old Oriental formula "Thou art that." There, in the external effectivity of the exchange process, is your proper place. There is the theatre in which your truth was performed before you took cognizance of it. The confrontation with this place is unbearable because philosophy as such is defined by its blindness to this place. It cannot take it into consideration without dissolving itself, without losing its consistency. This does not mean, on the other hand, that everyday practical consciousness, as opposed to the philosophical theoretical one, the consciousness of the individuals partaking in the act of exchange, is not also subjected to a complementary blindness. During the act of exchange, individuals proceed as practical solipsists. They misrecognize the socio-synthetic function of exchange, that is the level of the real abstraction, as the form of socialization of private production through the medium of the market. What the commodity owners do in an exchange relation is practical solipsism, irrespective of what they think and say about it. 11. Such a misrecognition is the sine qua non of the effectuation of an act of exchange. If the participants were to take note of the dimension of real abstraction, the effective act of exchange itself would no longer be possible. Thus, in speaking of the abstractness of exchange, we must be careful not to apply the term to the consciousness of the exchange agents. They are supposed to be occupied with the use of the commodities they see, but occupied in their imagination only. It is the action of exchange, and the action alone, that is abstract. The abstractness of that action cannot be noted when it happens, because the consciousness of its agents is taken up with their business and with the empirical appearance of things which pertain to their use. One could say that the abstractness of their action is beyond realization by the actors, because their very consciousness stands in the way. Were the abstractness to catch their minds, their action would cease to be exchange and the abstraction would not arise. 12. This misrecognition brings about the fissure of the consciousness into practical and theoretical. The proprietor partaking in the act of exchange proceeds as a practical solipsist. He overlooks the universal, socio-synthetic dimension of his act, reducing it to a casual encounter of atomized individuals in the market. This repressed social dimension of his act emerges thereupon in the form of its contrary as universal reason turned towards the observation of nature, the network of categories of pure reason as the conceptual frame of natural sciences. The crucial paradox of this relationship between the social effectivity of the commodity exchange and the consciousness of it is that, to use again a concise formulation by Sonrethel, this non-knowledge of the reality is part of its very essence. The social effectivity of the exchange process is a kind of reality which is possible only on condition that the individuals partaking in it are not aware of its proper logic, that is, a kind of reality whose very ontological consistency implies a certain non-knowledge of its participants. If we come to know too much, to pierce the true functioning of social reality, this reality would dissolve itself. This is probably the fundamental dimension of ideology. Ideology is not simply a false consciousness, an illusory representation of reality, it is, rather, this reality itself which is already to be conceived as ideological. Ideological is a social reality whose very existence implies the non-knowledge of its participants as to its essence, that is, the social effectivity, the very reproduction of which implies that the individuals do not know what they are doing. Ideological is not the false consciousness of a social being, but this being itself in so far as it is supported by false consciousness. Thus we have finally reached the dimension of the symptom, because one of its possible definitions would also be a formation whose very consistency implies a certain non-knowledge on the part of the subject. The subject can enjoy his symptom only in so far as its logic escapes him. The measure of the success of its interpretation is precisely its dissolution. The social symptom. How, then, can we define the Marxian symptom? Marx invented the symptom, Lacan, by means of detecting a certain fissure, an asymmetry, a certain pathological imbalance which belies the universalism of bourgeois rights and duties. This imbalance, far from announcing the imperfect realization of these universal principles, that is, an insufficiency to be abolished by further development, functions as their constitutive moment. The symptom is, strictly speaking, a particular element which subverts its own universal foundation, a species subverting its own genus. In this sense, we can say that the elementary Marxian procedure of criticism of ideology is already symptomatic. It consists in detecting a point of breakdown heterogeneous to a given ideological field and at the same time necessary for that field to achieve its closure, its accomplished form. This procedure thus implies a certain logic of exception. Every ideological universal, for example, freedom, equality, is false in so far as it necessarily includes a specific case which breaks its unity, lays open its falsity. Freedom, for example, a universal notion comprising a number of species, freedom of speech and press, freedom of consciousness, freedom of commerce, political freedom, and so on, but also, by means of a structural necessity, a specific freedom, that of the worker to sell freely his own labor on the market, which subverts this universal notion. That is to say, this freedom is the very opposite of effective freedom. By selling his labor freely, the worker loses his freedom. The real content of this free act of sale is the worker's enslavement to capital. The crucial point is, of course, that it is precisely this paradoxical freedom, the form of its opposite, which closes the circle of bourgeois freedoms. The same can also be shown for fair, equivalent exchange, this ideal of the market. When, in pre-capitalist society, the production of commodities has not yet attained universal character, that is, when it is still so-called natural production which predominates, the proprietors of the means of production are still themselves producers. As a rule, at least, it is artisan production. The proprietors themselves work and sell their products on the market. At this stage of development there is no exploitation, in principle, at least, that is, if we do not consider the exploitation of apprentices, and so on. the exchange on the market is equivalent, every commodity is paid its full value. But as soon as production for the market prevails in the economic edifice of a given society, this generalization is necessarily accompanied by the appearance of a new, paradoxical type of commodity, the labor force, the workers who are not themselves proprietors of the means of production and who are consequently obliged to sell on the market their own labor instead of the products of their labor. With this new commodity, the equivalent exchange becomes its own negation, the very form of exploitation, of appropriation of the surplus value. The crucial point not to be missed here is that this negation is strictly internal to equivalent exchange, not its simple violation. The labor force is not exploited in the sense that its full value is not remunerated. In principle, at least, the exchange between labor and capital is wholly equivalent and equitable. The catch is that the labor force is a peculiar commodity, the use of which labor itself produces a certain surplus value, and it is this surplus over the value of the labor force itself which is appropriated by the capitalist. We have here again a certain ideological universal, that of equivalent and equitable exchange, and a particular paradoxical exchange, that of the labor force for its wages, which, precisely as an equivalent, functions as the very form of exploitation. The quantitative development itself, the universalization of the production of commodities, brings about a new quality, the emergence of a new commodity representing the internal negation of the universal principle of equivalent exchange of commodities. In other words, it brings about a symptom. And in the Marxian perspective, utopian socialism consists in the very belief that a society is possible in which the relations of exchange are universalized and production for the market predominates, but workers themselves nonetheless remain proprietors of their means of production and are therefore not exploited. In short, utopian conveys a belief in the possibility of a universality without its symptom, without the point of exception functioning as its internal negation. This is also the logic of the Marxian critique of Hegel, of the Hegelian notion of society as a rational totality. As soon as we try to conceive the existing social order as a rational totality, we must include in it a paradoxical element which, without ceasing to be its internal constituent, functions as its symptom, subverts the very universal rational principle of this totality. For Marx, this irrational element of the existing society was, of course, the proletariat, the unreason of reason itself. Marx, the point at which the reason embodied in the existing social order encounters its own unreason. Commodity fetishism. In his attribution of the discovery of symptom to Marx, Lacan is, however, more distinct. He locates this discovery in the way Marx conceived the passage from feudalism to capitalism. One has to look for the origins of the notion of symptom not in Hippocrates but in Marx, in the connection he was first to establish between capitalism and what the good old times, what we call the feudal times. 13. To grasp the logic of this passage from feudalism to capitalism, we have first to elucidate its theoretical background, the Marxian notion of commodity fetishism. In a first approach, commodity fetishism is a definite social relation between men, that assumes, in their eyes, the fantastic form of a relation between things. 14. The value of a certain commodity, which is effectively an insignia of a network of social relations between producers of diverse commodities, assumes the form of a quasi-natural property of another thing. Commodity, money. We say that the value of a certain commodity is such and such amount of money. Consequently, the essential feature of commodity fetishism does not consist of the famous replacement of men with things. A relation between men assumes the form of a relation between things. Rather, it consists of a certain misrecognition which concerns the relation between a structured network and one of its elements. What is really a structural effect, an effect of the network of relations between elements, appears as an immediate property of one of the elements, as if this property also belongs to it outside its relation with other elements. Such a misrecognition can take place in a relation between things as well as in a relation between men. Marx states this explicitly apropos of the simple form of the value expression. Commodity A can express its value only by referring itself to another commodity, B, which thus becomes its equivalent, in the value relationship. The natural form of commodity B, its use value, its positive, empirical properties, functions as a form of value of commodity A. In other words, the body of B becomes for the mirror of its value. To these reflections, Marx added the following note. In a sort of way, it is with man as with commodities. Since he comes into the world neither with a looking glass in his hand, nor as a fission philosopher, to whom I is sufficient, man first sees and recognizes himself in other men. Peter only establishes his own identity as a man by first comparing himself with Paul as being of like kind. And thereby Paul, just as he stands in his Pauline personality, becomes to Peter the type of the genus Homo. 15. This short note anticipates in a way the Lacanian theory of the mirror phase, only by being reflected in another man, that is, insofar as this other man offers it an image of its unity can the ego arrive at its self-identity. Identity and alienation are thus strictly correlative. Marx pursues this homology. The other commodity, B, is an equivalent only insofar as it relates to it as to the form of appearance of its own value, only within this relationship. But the appearance, and herein lies the effect of inversion proper to fetishism, the appearance is exactly opposite. A seems to relate to B as if, for B, to be an equivalent of A would not be a reflexive determination, Marx, of A, that is as if B would already in itself be the equivalent of A. The property of being an equivalent appears to belong to it even outside its relation to A, on the same level as its other natural effective properties constituting its use value. To these reflections, Marx again added a very interesting note. Such expressions of relations in general, called by Hegel reflex categories, form a very curious class. For instance, one man is king only because other men stand in the relation of subjects to him. They, on the contrary, imagine that they are subjects because he is king. 16. Being a king is an effect of the network of social relations between a king and his subjects, and here is the fetishistic misrecognition to the participants of this social bond. The relationship appears necessarily in an inverse form. They think that they are subjects giving the king royal treatment because the king is already in himself, outside the relationship to his subjects, a king, as if the determination of being a king were a natural property of the person of a king. How can one not remind oneself here of the famous Lacanian affirmation that a madman who believes himself to be a king is no more mad than a king who believes himself to be a king who, that is, identifies immediately with the mandate king. What we have here is thus a parallel between two modes of fetishism, and the crucial question concerns the exact relationship between these two levels. That is to say, this relationship is by no means a simple homology. We cannot say that in societies in which production for the market predominates ultimately, that is, in capitalist societies it is with man as with commodities. Precisely the opposite is true. Commodity fetishism occurs in capitalist societies, but in capitalism relations between men are definitely not fetishized. What we have here are relations between free people, each following his or her proper egoistic interest. The predominant and determining form of their interrelations is not domination and servitude but a contract between free people who are equal in the eyes of the law. Its model is the market exchange. Here, two subjects meet. Their relation is free of all the lumber of veneration of the master, of the master's patronage and care for his subjects. They meet as two persons whose activity is thoroughly determined by their egoistic interest. Every one of them proceeds as a good utilitarian. The other person is for him wholly delivered of all mystical aura, all he sees in his partner is another subject who follows his interest and interests him only in so far as he possesses something, a commodity that could satisfy some of his needs. The two forms of fetishism are thus incompatible. In societies in which commodity fetishism reigns, the relations between men are totally defetishized, while in societies in which there is fetishism in relations between men in pre-capitalist societies, commodity fetishism is not yet developed, because it is natural production, not production for the market, which predominates. This fetishism in relations between men has to be called by its proper name. What we have here are, as Marx points out, relations of domination and servitude, that is to say, precisely the relation of lordship and bondage in a Hegelian sense. 17 And it is as if the retreat of the master in capitalism was only a displacement, as if the defetishization in the relations between men was paid for by the emergence of fetishism in the relations between things by commodity fetishism. The place of fetishism has just shifted from intersubjective relations to relations between things. The crucial social relations, those of production, are no longer immediately transparent in the form of the interpersonal relations of domination and servitude, of the lord and his serfs, and so on. They disguise themselves, to use Marx's accurate formula, under the shape of social relations between things, between the products of labor. This is why one has to look for the discovery of the symptom in the way Marx conceived the passage from feudalism to capitalism. With the establishment of bourgeois society, the relations of domination and servitude are repressed. Formally, we are apparently concerned with free subjects whose interpersonal relations are discharged of all fetishism. The repressed truth that of the persistence of domination and servitude emerges in a symptom which subverts the ideological appearance of equality, freedom, and so on. This symptom, the point of emergence of the truth about social relations, is precisely the social relations between things. Instead of appearing at all events as their own mutual relations, the social relations between individuals are disguised under the shape of social relations between things. Here we have a precise definition of the hysterical symptom, of the hysteria of conversion proper to capitalism. Totalitarian laughter. Here Marx is more subversive than the majority of his contemporary critics, who discard the dialectics of commodity fetishism as outdated. This dialectics can still help us to grasp the phenomenon of so-called totalitarianism. Let us take as our starting point number 2 echoes the name of the rose, precisely because there is something wrong with this book. This criticism does not apply only to its ideology, which might be called on the model of spaghetti western's spaghetti structuralism, a kind of simplified, mass culture version of structuralist and post-structuralist ideas. There is no final reality, we all live in a world of signs referring to other signs. What should bother us about this book is its basic underlying thesis. The source of totalitarianism is a dogmatic attachment to the official word, the lack of laughter, of ironic detachment. An excessive commitment to good may in itself become the greatest evil. Real evil is any kind of fanatical dogmatism, especially that exerted in the name of the supreme good. First, this idea of an obsession with, a fanatical devotion to, good turning into evil masks the inverse experience, which is much more disquieting, how an obsessive, fanatical attachment to evil may in itself acquire the status of an ethical position, of a position which is not guided by our egoistical interests. Consider only Mozart's Don Giovanni at the end of the opera, when he is confronted with the following choice: if he confesses his sins, he can still achieve salvation; if he persists, he will be damned forever. From the viewpoint of the pleasure principle, the proper thing to do would be to renounce his past, but he does not. He persists in his evil, although he knows that by persisting he will be damned forever. Paradoxically, with his final choice of evil, he acquires the status of an ethical hero, that is, of someone who is guided by fundamental principles beyond the pleasure principle and not just by the search for pleasure or material gain. What is really disturbing about the name of the rose, however, is the underlying belief in the liberating, anti-totalitarian force of laughter, of ironic distance. Our thesis here is almost the exact opposite of this underlying premise of Eco's novel. In contemporary societies, democratic or totalitarian, that cynical distance, laughter, irony, are, so to speak, part of the game. The ruling ideology is not meant to be taken seriously or literally. Perhaps the greatest danger for totalitarianism is people who take its ideology literally. Even in Eco's novel, poor old Jorge, the incarnation of dogmatic belief who does not laugh, is rather a tragic figure, outdated, a kind of living dead, a remnant of the past, certainly not a person representing the existing social and political powers. What conclusion should we draw from this? Should we say that we live in a post-ideological society? Perhaps it would be better, first, to try to specify what we mean by ideology. Cynicism as a form of ideology. The most elementary definition of ideology is probably the well-known phrase from Marx's Capital, Sie wissen das nicht, aber sie tun es. They do not know it, but they are doing it. The very concept of ideology implies a kind of basic, constitutive naivety, the misrecognition of its own presuppositions, of its own effective conditions, a distance, a divergence between so-called social reality and our distorted representation, our false consciousness of it. That is why such a naive consciousness can be submitted to a critical ideological procedure. The aim of this procedure is to lead the naive ideological consciousness to a point at which it can recognize its own effective conditions, the social reality that it is distorting, and through this very act dissolve itself. In the more sophisticated versions of the critics of ideology that developed by the Frankfurt School, for example, it is not just a question of seeing things, that is, social reality, as they really are, of throwing away the distorting spectacles of ideology. The main point is to see how the reality itself cannot reproduce itself without this so-called ideological mystification. The mask is not simply hiding the real state of things. The ideological distortion is written into its very essence. We find, then, the paradox of a being which can reproduce itself only insofar as it is misrecognized and overlooked. The moment we see it as it really is, this being dissolves itself into nothingness, or, more precisely, it changes into another kind of reality. That is why we must avoid the simple metaphors of demasking, of throwing away the veils which are supposed to hide the naked reality. But all this is already well known. It is the classic concept of ideology as false consciousness, misrecognition of the social reality which is part of this reality itself. Our question is, does this concept of ideology as a naive consciousness still apply to today's world? Is it still operating today? In the Critique of Cynical Reason, a great bestseller in Germany, Peter Sloterdijk puts forward the thesis that ideology's dominant mode of functioning is cynical, which renders impossible, or, more precisely, vain the classic critical ideological procedure. The cynical subject is quite aware of the distance between the ideological mask and the social reality, but he nonetheless still insists upon the mask. The formula, as proposed by Sloterdijk, would then be, they know very well what they are doing, but still, they are doing it. Cynical reason is no longer naive, but is a paradox of an enlightened false consciousness. One knows the falsehood very well, one is well aware of a particular interest hidden behind an ideological universality, but still one does not renounce it. We must distinguish this cynical position strictly from what Sloterdijk calls kynicism. Kynicism represents the popular, plebeian rejection of the official culture by means of irony and sarcasm. The classical kynical procedure is to confront the pathetic phrases of the ruling official ideology, its solemn, grave tonality with everyday banality, and to hold them up to ridicule, thus exposing behind the sublime noblesse of the ideological phrases the egotistical interests, the violence, the brutal claims to power. This procedure, then, is more pragmatic than argumentative. It subverts the official proposition by confronting it with the situation of its enunciation. It proceeds ad hominem. For example, when a politician preaches the duty of patriotic sacrifice, cynicism exposes the personal gain he is making from the sacrifice of others. Cynicism is the answer of the ruling culture to this kynical subversion. It recognizes, it takes into account, the particular interest behind the ideological universality, the distance between the ideological mask and the reality, but it still finds reasons to retain the mask. This cynicism is not a direct position of immorality, it is more like morality itself put in the service of immorality. The model of cynical wisdom is to conceive probity, integrity, as a supreme form of dishonesty, and morals as a supreme form of profligacy, the truth as the most effective form of a lie. This cynicism is therefore a kind of perverted negation of the official ideology. Confronted with illegal enrichment, with robbery, the cynical reaction consists in saying that legal enrichment is a lot more effective and, moreover, protected by the law. As Bertolt Brecht puts it in his threepenny opera, what is the robbery of a bank compared to the founding of a new bank? It is clear, therefore, that confronted with such cynical reason, the traditional critique of ideology no longer works. We can no longer subject the ideological text to symptomatic reading, confronting it with its blank spots, with what it must repress to organize itself, to preserve its consistency. Cynical reason takes this distance into account in advance. Is then the only issue left to us to affirm that, with the reign of cynical reason, we find ourselves in the so-called post-ideological world. Even Adorno came to this conclusion, starting from the premise that ideology is, strictly speaking, only a system which makes a claim to the truth that is, which is not simply a lie but a lie experienced as truth, a lie which pretends to be taken seriously. Totalitarian ideology no longer has this pretension. It is no longer meant, even by its authors, to be taken seriously. Its status is just that of a means of manipulation, purely external and instrumental. Its rule is secured not by its truth value but by simple extra-ideological violence and promise of gain. It is here, at this point, that the distinction between symptom and fantasy must be introduced in order to show how the idea that we live in a post-ideological society proceeds a little too quickly. Cynical reason, with all its ironic detachment, leaves untouched the fundamental level of ideological fantasy, the level on which ideology structures the social reality itself. Ideological fantasy. If we want to grasp this dimension of fantasy, we must return to the Marxian formula. They do not know it, but they are doing it and pose ourselves a very simple question: where is the place of ideological illusion, in the knowing or in the doing, in the reality itself? At first sight, the answer seems obvious: ideological illusion lies in the knowing. It is a matter of a discordance between what people are effectively doing and what they think they are doing. Ideology consists in the very fact that the people do not know what they are really doing, that they have a false representation of the social reality to which they belong, the distortion produced, of course, by the same reality. Let us take again the classic Marxian example of so-called commodity fetishism. Money is in reality just an embodiment, a condensation, a materialization of a network of social relations. The fact that it functions as a universal equivalent of all commodities is conditioned by its position in the texture of social relations. But to the individuals themselves, this function of money to be the embodiment of wealth appears as an immediate, natural property of a thing called money, as if money is already in itself, in its immediate material reality, the embodiment of wealth. Here, we have touched upon the classic Marxist motive of reification. Behind the things, the relation between things, we must detect the social relations, the relations between human subjects. But such a reading of the Marxian formula leaves out an illusion, an error, a distortion which is already at work in the social reality itself, at the level of what the individuals are doing, and not only what they think or know they are doing. When individuals use money, they know very well that there is nothing magical about it, that money, in its materiality, is simply an expression of social relations. The everyday spontaneous ideology reduces money to a simple sign giving the individual possessing it a right to a certain part of the social product. So, on an everyday level, the individuals know very well that there are relations between people behind the relations between things. The problem is that in their social activity itself, in what they are doing, they are acting as if money, in its material reality, is the immediate embodiment of wealth as such. They are fetishists in practice, not in theory. What they do not know, what they misrecognize, is the fact that in their social reality itself, in their social activity, in the act of commodity exchange, they are guided by the fetishistic illusion. To make this clear, let us again take the classic Marxian motive of the speculative inversion of the relationship between the universal and the particular. The universal is just a property of particular objects which really exist, but when we are victims of commodity fetishism, it appears as if the concrete content of a commodity, its use value, is an expression of its abstract universality, its exchange value. The abstract universal, the value, appears as a real substance which successively incarnates itself in a series of concrete objects. That is the basic Marxian thesis. It is already the effective world of commodities which behaves like a Hegelian subject-substance, like a universal going through a series of particular embodiments. Marx speaks about commodity metaphysics, about the religion of everyday life. The roots of philosophical speculative idealism are in the social reality of the world of commodities. It is this world which behaves idealistically, or, as Marx puts it in the first chapter of the first edition of Capital. This inversion through which what is sensible and concrete counts only as a phenomenal form of what is abstract and universal, contrary to the real state of things where the abstract and the universal count only as a property of the concrete. Such an inversion is characteristic of the expression of value, and it is this inversion which, at the same time, makes the understanding of this expression so difficult. If I say, Roman law and German law are both laws, it is something which goes by itself. But if, on the contrary, I say, the law, this abstract thing, realizes itself in Roman law and in German law, i.e. in these concrete laws, the interconnection becomes mystical. 19. The question to ask again is, where is the illusion here? We must not forget that the bourgeois individual, in his everyday ideology, is definitely not a speculative Hegelian. He does not conceive the particular content as resulting from an autonomous movement of the universal idea. He is, on the contrary, a good Anglo-Saxon nominalist, thinking that the universal is a property of the particular, that is, of really existing things. Value in itself does not exist, there are just individual things which, among other properties, have value. The problem is that in his practice, in his real activity, he acts as if the particular things, the commodities, were just so many embodiments of universal value. To rephrase Marx, he knows very well that Roman law and German law are just two kinds of law, but in his practice, he acts as if the law itself, this abstract entity, realizes itself in Roman law and in German law. So now we have made a decisive step forward. We have established a new way to read the Marxian formula. They do not know it, but they are doing it. The illusion is not on the side of knowledge, it is already on the side of reality itself. of what the people are doing. What they do not know is that their social reality itself, their activity, is guided by an illusion, by a fetishistic inversion. What they overlook, what they misrecognize, is not the reality but the illusion which is structuring their reality, their real social activity. They know very well how things really are, but still they are doing it as if they did not know. The illusion is therefore double. It consists in overlooking the illusion which is structuring our real, effective relationship to reality. And this overlooked, unconscious illusion is what may be called the ideological fantasy. If our concept of ideology remains the classic one in which the illusion is located in knowledge, then today's society must appear post-ideological. The prevailing ideology is that of cynicism. People no longer believe in ideological truth, they do not take ideological propositions seriously. The fundamental level of ideology, however, is not of an illusion masking the real state of things but that of an unconscious fantasy structuring our social reality itself. And at this level, we are of course far from being post-ideological society. Cynical distance is just one of many ways to blind ourselves to the structuring power of ideological fantasy, even if we do not take things seriously, even if we keep an ironical distance, we are still doing them. It is from this standpoint that we can account for the formula of cynical reason proposed by Slavoj Zizek. They know very well what they are doing, but still, they are doing it. If the illusion were on the side of knowledge, then the cynical position would really be a post-ideological position, simply a position without illusions. They know what they are doing, and they are doing it. But if the place of the illusion is in the reality of doing itself, then this formula can be read in quite another way. They know that, in their activity, they are following an illusion, but still, they are doing it. For example, they know that their idea of freedom is masking a particular form of exploitation, but they still continue to follow this idea of freedom. The objectivity of belief. From this standpoint, it would also be worth rereading the elementary Marxian formulation of so-called commodity fetishism. In a society in which the products of human labor acquire the form of commodities, the crucial relations between people take on the form of relations between things, between commodities instead of immediate relations between people. We have social relations between things. In the 1960s and 1970s, this whole problem was discredited through alt-Husserlian anti-humanism. The principal reproach of the alt-Husserlians was that the Marxian theory of commodity fetishism is based on a naive, ideological, epistemologically unfounded opposition between persons, human subjects, and things. But a Lacanian reading can give this formulation a new, unexpected twist. The subversive power of Marx's approach lies precisely in the way he uses the opposition of persons and things. The point of Marx's analysis is that things, commodities, themselves believe in the place of subjects. It is as if all their beliefs, superstitions and metaphysical mystifications, supposedly surmounted by the rational, utilitarian personality, are embodied in the social relations between things. They no longer believe, but the things themselves believe for them. This seems also to be a basic Lacanian proposition, contrary to the usual thesis that a belief is something interior and knowledge something exterior, in the sense that it can be verified through an external procedure. Rather, it is belief which is radically exterior, embodied in the practical, effective procedure of people. It is similar to Tibetan prayer wheels. You write a prayer on a piece of paper, put the rolled paper into a wheel, and turn it automatically, without thinking, or, if you want to proceed according to the Hegelian cunning of reason, you attach it to a windmill, so that it is moved around by the wind. In this way, the wheel itself is praying for me, instead of me, or, more precisely, I myself am praying through the medium of the wheel. The beauty of it all is that in my psychological interiority I can think about whatever I want, I can yield to the most dirty and obscene fantasies, and it does not matter because, to use a good old Stalinist expression, whatever I am thinking, objectively I am praying. Law is law. The lesson to be drawn from this concerning the social field is above all that belief, far from being an intimate, purely mental state, is always materialized in our effective social activity. Belief supports the fantasy which regulates social reality. Let us take the case of Kafka. It is usually said that in the irrational universe of his novels, Kafka has given an exaggerated, fantastic, subjectively distorted expression to modern bureaucracy and the fate of the individual within it. In saying this, we overlook the crucial fact that it is this very exaggeration which articulates the fantasy regulating the libidinal functioning of the effective, real bureaucracy itself. The so-called Kafka's universe is not a fantasy image of social reality but, on the contrary, the mise-en scene of the fantasy which is at work in the midst of social reality itself. We all know very well that bureaucracy is not all-powerful, but our effective conduct in the presence of bureaucratic machinery is already regulated by a belief in its almightiness. In contrast to the usual criticism of ideology trying to deduce the ideological form of a determinate society from the conjunction of its effective social relations, the analytical approach aims above all at the ideological fantasy efficient in social reality itself. What we call social reality is in the last resort an ethical construction. It is supported by a certain as if. We act as if we believe in the almightiness of bureaucracy, as if the president incarnates the will of the people, as if the party expresses the objective interest of the working class. As soon as the belief, which, let us remind ourselves again, is definitely not to be conceived at a psychological level, it is embodied, materialized, in the effective functioning of the social field, is lost, the very texture of the social field disintegrates. This was already articulated by Pascal, one of Althusser's principal points of reference in his attempt to develop the concept of ideological state apparatuses. According to Pascal, the interiority of our reasoning is determined by the external, nonsensical machine automatism of the signifier, of the symbolic network in which the subjects are caught. For we must make no mistake about ourselves, we are as much automaton as mind. Proofs only convince the mind, habit provides the strongest proofs and those that are most believed. It inclines the automaton, which leads the mind unconsciously along with it. 20. Here Pascal produces the very Lacanian definition of the unconscious, the automaton, i.e. the dead, senseless letter, which leads the mind unconsciously, sans le savoir, with it. It follows, from this constitutively senseless character of the law, that we must obey it not because it is just, good or even beneficial, but simply because it is the law. This tautology articulates the vicious circle of its authority, the fact that the last foundation of the law's authority lies in its process of enunciation. Custom is the whole of equity for the sole reason that it is accepted. That is the mystic basis of its authority. Anyone who tries to bring it back to its first principle destroys it. 21. The only real obedience, then, is an external one. Obedience out of conviction is not real obedience because it is already mediated through our subjectivity, that is, we are not really obeying the authority but simply following our judgment, which tells us that the authority deserves to be obeyed in so far as it is good, wise, beneficent. Even more than for our relation to external social authority, this inversion applies to our obedience to the internal authority of belief. It was Kierkegaard who wrote that to believe in Christ because we consider him wise and good is a dreadful blasphemy. It is, on the contrary, only the act of belief itself which can give us an insight into his goodness and wisdom. Certainly we must search for rational reasons which can substantiate our belief, our obedience to the religious command, but the crucial religious experience is that these reasons reveal themselves only to those who already believe. We find reasons attesting our belief because we already believe. We do not believe because we have found sufficient good reasons to believe. External obedience to the law is thus not submission to external pressure, to so-called non-ideological brute force, but obedience to the command insofar as it is incomprehensible, not understood, insofar as it retains a traumatic, irrational character, far from hiding its full authority. This traumatic, non-integrated character of the law is a positive condition of it. This is the fundamental feature of the psychoanalytic concept of the superego, an injunction which is experienced as traumatic, senseless, that is, which cannot be integrated into the symbolic universe of the subject. But for the law to function normally, this traumatic fact that custom is the whole of equity for the sole reason that it is accepted the dependence of the law on its process of enunciation, or, to use a concept developed by Laclau and Mouth, its radically contingent character must be repressed into the unconscious, through the ideological, imaginary experience of the meaning of the law, of its foundation in justice, truth, or, in a more modern way, functionality. It would therefore be a good thing for us to obey laws and customs because they are laws. But people are not amenable to this doctrine, and thus, believing that truth can be found and resides in laws and customs, they believe them and take their antiquity as a proof of their truth, and not just of their authority, without truth. 22. It is highly significant that we find exactly the same formulation in Kafka's trial, at the end of the conversation between K and the priest. "I do not agree with that point of view," said K, shaking his head, "for if one accepts it, one must accept as true everything the doorkeeper says." "But you yourself have sufficiently proved how impossible it is to do that." "No," said the priest, "it is not necessary to accept everything as true, one must only accept it as necessary." "A melancholy conclusion," said K. "It turns lying into a universal principle." 23. What is repressed, then, is not some obscure origin of the law but the very fact that the law is not to be accepted as true, only as necessary, the fact that its authority is without truth. The necessary structural illusion which drives people to believe that truth can be found in laws describes precisely the mechanism of transference. Transference is this supposition of a truth, of a meaning behind the stupid, traumatic, inconsistent fact of the law. In other words, transference names the vicious circle of belief. The reasons why we should believe are persuasive only to those who already believe. The crucial text of Pascal here is the famous fragment 233 on the necessity of the wager. The first, largest part of it demonstrates at length why it is rationally sensible to bet on God, but this argument is invalidated by the following remark of Pascal's imaginary partner in dialogue. "My hands are tied and my lips are sealed, I am being forced to wager and I am not free, I am being held fast and I am so made that I cannot believe." What do you want me to do then? That is true, but at least get it into your head that, if you are unable to believe, it is because of your passions, since reason impels you to believe and yet you cannot do so. Concentrate then not on convincing yourself by multiplying proofs of God's existence but by diminishing your passions. You want to find faith and you do not know the road. You want to be cured of unbelief and you ask for the remedy. Learn from those who were once bound like you and who now wager all they have. These are people who know the road you wish to follow, who have been cured of the affliction of which you wish to be cured. Follow the way by which they began. They behaved just as if they did believe, taking holy water, having masses said, and so on. That will make you believe quite naturally, and will make you more docile. Now what harm will come to you from choosing this course? You will be faithful, honest, humble, grateful, full of good works, a sincere, true friend. It is true you will not enjoy noxious pleasures, glory and good living, but will you not have others? I tell you that you will gain even in this life, and that at every step you take along this road you will see that your gain is so certain and your risk so negligible that in the end you will realize that you have wagered on something certain and infinite for which you have paid nothing. 24. Pascal's final answer, then, is, leave rational argumentation and submit yourself simply to ideological ritual, stupefy yourself by repeating the meaningless gestures, act as if you already believe, and the belief will come by itself. What distinguishes this Pascalian custom from insipid behaviorist wisdom? The content of your belief is conditioned by your factual behavior, is the paradoxical status of a belief before belief. By following a custom, the subject believes without knowing it, so that the final conversion is merely a formal act by means of which we recognize what we have already believed. In other words, what the behaviorist reading of Pascalian custom misses is the crucial fact that the external custom is always a material support for the subject's unconscious. Kafka, critic of Althusser. The externality of the symbolic machine, automaton, is therefore not simply external, it is at the same time the place where the fate of our internal, most sincere and intimate beliefs is in advance staged and decided. When we subject ourselves to the machine of a religious ritual, we already believe without knowing it. Our belief is already materialized in the external ritual, in other words, we already believe unconsciously, because it is from this external character of the symbolic machine that we can explain the status of the unconscious as radically external that of a dead letter. Belief is an affair of obedience to the dead, uncomprehended letter. It is this short circuit between the intimate belief and the external machine which is the most subversive kernel of Pascalian theology. Of course, in his theory of ideological state apparatuses 25, Althusser gave an elaborated, contemporary version of this Pascalian machine, but the weak point of his theory is that he or his school never succeeded in thinking out the link between ideological state apparatuses and ideological interpellation. How does the ideological state apparatus, the Pascalian machine, the signifying automatism, internalize itself? How does it produce the effect of ideological belief in a cause and the interconnecting effect of subjectivation, of recognition of one's ideological position? The answer to this is, as we have seen, that this external machine of state apparatuses exercises its force only insofar as it is experienced, in the unconscious economy of the subject, as a traumatic, senseless injunction. Althusser speaks only of the process of ideological interpellation through which the symbolic machine of ideology is internalized into the ideological experience of meaning and truth, but we can learn from Pascal that this internalization, by structural necessity, never fully succeeds, that there is always a residue, a leftover, a stain of traumatic irrationality and senselessness sticking to it, and that this leftover, far from hindering the full submission of the subject to the ideological command, is the very condition of it. It is precisely this non-integrated surplus of senseless traumatism which confers on the law its unconditional authority, in other words, which insofar as it escapes ideological sense sustains what we might call the ideological Jewish sense, enjoyment in sense, enjoyment, proper to ideology. And again, it was no accident that we mentioned the name of Kafka. Concerning this ideological Jewish sense we can say that Kafka develops a kind of criticism of Althusser avant la lettre, in letting us see that which is constitutive of the gap between machine and its internalization. Is not Kafka's irrational bureaucracy, this blind, gigantic, nonsensical apparatus, precisely the ideological state apparatus with which a subject is confronted before any identification, any recognition, any subjectivation takes place? What, then, can we learn from Kafka? In a first approach, the starting point in Kafka's novels is that of an interpellation, The Kafkaesque subject is interpellated by a mysterious bureaucratic entity, law, castle. But this interpellation has a somewhat strange look. It is, so to say, an interpellation without identification. Subjectivation. It does not offer us a cause with which to identify the Kafkaesque subject. Is the subject desperately seeking a trait with which to identify? He does not understand the meaning of the call of the other. This is the dimension overlooked in the old Husserlian account of interpellation. Before being caught in the identification, in the symbolic recognition / misrecognition, the subject is trapped by the other through a paradoxical object cause of desire in the midst of it, through this secret supposed to be hidden in the other, the Lacanian formula of fantasy. What does it mean, more precisely, to say that ideological fantasy structures reality itself? Let us explain by starting from the fundamental Lacanian thesis that in the opposition between dream and reality, fantasy is on the side of reality. It is, as Lacan once said, the support that gives consistency to what we call reality. In his seminar on the 4 fundamental concepts of psychoanalysis, Lacan develops this through an interpretation of the well-known dream about the burning child. A father had been watching beside his child's sick bed for days and nights on end. After the child had died, he went into the next room to lie down, but left the door open so that he could see from his bedroom into the room in which his child's body was laid out, with tall candles standing round it. An old man had been engaged to keep watch over it, and sat beside the body murmuring prayers. After a few hours' sleep, the father had a dream that his child was standing beside his bed, caught him by the arm and whispered to him reproachfully, "Father, don't you see FM burning?" He woke up, noticed a bright glare of light from the next room, hurried into it and found the old watchman had dropped off to sleep and that the wrappings and one of the arms of his beloved child's dead body had been burned by a lighted candle that had fallen on them. 26. The usual interpretation of this dream is based on a thesis that one of the functions of the dream is to enable the dreamer to prolong his sleep. The sleeper is suddenly exposed to an exterior irritation, a stimulus coming from reality, the ringing of an alarm clock, knocking on the door or, in this case, the smell of smoke, and to prolong his sleep he quickly, on the spot, constructs a dream, a little scene, a small story, which includes this irritating element. However, the external irritation soon becomes too strong and the subject is awakened. The Lacanian reading is directly opposed to this. The subject does not awake himself when the external irritation becomes too strong. The logic of his awakening is quite different. First he constructs a dream, a story which enables him to prolong his sleep, to avoid awakening into reality. But the thing that he encounters in the dream, the reality of his desire, the Lacanian real in our case, the reality of the child's reproach to his father, "Can't you see that I am burning?" implying the father's fundamental guilt, is more terrifying than so-called external reality itself, and that is why he awakens, to escape the real of his desire, which announces itself in the terrifying dream. He escapes into so-called reality to be able to continue to sleep, to maintain his blindness, to elude awakening into the real of his desire. We can rephrase here the old hippie motto of the 1960s, reality is for those who cannot support the dream. Reality is a fantasy construction which enables us to mask the real of our desire. 27. It is exactly the same with ideology. Ideology is not a dream-like illusion that we build to escape insupportable reality. In its basic dimension it is a fantasy construction which serves as a support for our reality itself, an illusion which structures our effective, real social relations and thereby masks some insupportable, real, impossible kernel, conceptualized by Ernesto Laclau and Chantal Mouffe as antagonism, a traumatic social division which cannot be symbolized. The function of ideology is not to offer us a point of escape from our reality but to offer us the social reality itself as an escape from some traumatic, real kernel. To explain this logic, let us refer again to the four fundamental concepts of psychoanalysis. 28 Here Lacan mentions the well-known paradox of Zhuangzi, who dreamt of being a butterfly, and after his awakening posed himself a question: how does he know that he is not now a butterfly dreaming of being Zhuangzi? Lacan's commentary is that this question is justified, for two reasons. First, it proves that Zhuangzi was not a fool. The Lacanian definition of a fool is somebody who believes in his immediate identity with himself, somebody who is not capable of a dialectically mediated distance towards himself, like a king who thinks he is a king, who takes his being a king as his immediate property and not as a symbolic mandate imposed on him by a network of intersubjective relations of which he is a part. Example of a king who was a fool thinking he was a king, Ludwig II of Bavaria, Wagner's patron. However, this is not all. If it were, the subject could be reduced to a void, to an empty place in which his or her whole content is procured by others, by the symbolic network of intersubjective relations. I am in myself a nothingness, the positive content of myself is what I am for others. In other words, if this were all, Lacan's last word would be a radical alienation of the subject. His content, what he is, would be determined by an exterior signifying network offering him the points of symbolic identification, conferring on him certain symbolic mandates. But Lacan's basic thesis, at least in his last works, is that there is a possibility for the subject to obtain some contents, some kind of positive consistency, also outside the big other, the alienating symbolic network. This other possibility is that offered by fantasy, equating the subject to an object of fantasy. When he was thinking that he was a butterfly dreaming of being Zhuangzi, Zhuangzi was in a way correct. The butterfly was the object which constituted the frame, the backbone, of his fantasy identity. The relationship Zhuangzi, butterfly can be written a. In the symbolic reality he was Zhuangzi, but in the real of his desire he was a butterfly. Being a butterfly was the whole consistency of his positive being outside the symbolic network. Perhaps it is not quite by accident that we find a kind of echo of this in Terry Gilliam's film Brazil, which depicts, in a disgustingly funny way, a totalitarian society. The hero finds an ambiguous point of escape from everyday reality in his dream of being a man-butterfly. At first sight, what we have here is a simple symmetrical inversion of the so-called normal, ordinary perspective. In our everyday understanding, Zhuangzi is the real person dreaming of being a butterfly, and here we have something which is really a butterfly dreaming of being Zhuangzi. But as Lacan points out, this symmetrical relationship is an illusion. When Zhuangzi is awakened, he can think to himself that he is Zhuangzi who dreamed of being a butterfly, but in his dream, when he is a butterfly, he cannot ask himself if when awoken, when he thought he was Zhuangzi, he was not this butterfly that is now dreaming of being Zhuangzi. The question, the dialectical split, is possible only when we are awake. In other words, the illusion cannot be symmetrical, it cannot run both ways, because if it did we would find ourselves in a nonsensical situation described by Alphonse Allais. Raoul and Marguerite, two lovers, arrange to meet at a masked ball. There they skip into a hidden corner, embrace and fondle each other. Finally, they both put down their masks, and surprise Raoul finds that he is embracing the wrong woman, that she is not Marguerite, and Marguerite also finds that the other person is not Raoul but some unknown stranger. Fantasy as a support of reality. This problem must be approached from the Lacanian thesis that it is only in the dream that we come close to the real awakening, that is, to the real of our desire. When Lacan says that the last support of what we call reality is a fantasy, This is definitely not to be understood in the sense of life is just a dream, what we call reality is just an illusion, and so forth. We find such a theme in many science fiction stories, reality as a generalized dream or illusion. The story is usually told from the perspective of a hero who gradually makes the horrifying discovery that all the people around him are not really human beings but some kind of automatons, robots, who only look and act like real human beings. The final point of these stories is of course the hero's discovery that he himself is also such an automaton and not a real human being. Such a generalized illusion is impossible. We find the same paradox in a well-known drawing by Escher of two hands drawing each other. The Lacanian thesis is, on the contrary, that there is always a hard kernel, a leftover which persists and cannot be reduced to a universal play of illusory mirroring. The difference between Lacan and naive realism is that for Lacan, the only point at which we approach this hard kernel of the real is indeed the dream. When we awaken into reality after a dream, we usually say to ourselves it was just a dream, thereby blinding ourselves to the fact that in our everyday, wakening reality we are nothing but a consciousness of this dream. It was only in the dream that we approached the fantasy framework which determines our activity, our mode of acting in reality itself. It is the same with the ideological dream, with the determination of ideology as a dream-like construction hindering us from seeing the real state of things, reality as such. In vain do we try to break out of the ideological dream by opening our eyes and trying to see reality as it is, by throwing away the ideological spectacles, as the subjects of such a post-ideological, objective, sober look, free of so-called ideological prejudices, as the subjects of a look which views the facts as they are, we remain throughout the consciousness of our ideological dream. The only way to break the power of our ideological dream is to confront the real of our desire which announces itself in this dream. Let us examine antisemitism. It is not enough to say that we must liberate ourselves of so-called anti-Semitic prejudices and learn to see Jews as they really are. In this way we will certainly remain victims of these so-called prejudices. We must confront ourselves with how the ideological figure of the Jew is invested with our unconscious desire, with how we have constructed this figure to escape a certain deadlock of our desire. Let us suppose, for example, that an objective look would confirm why not. That Jews really do financially exploit the rest of the population, that they do sometimes seduce our young daughters, that some of them do not wash regularly. Is it not clear that this has nothing to do with the real roots of our antisemitism? Here, we have only to remember the Lacanian proposition concerning the pathologically jealous husband. Even if all the facts he quotes in support of his jealousy are true, even if his wife really is sleeping around with other men, this does not change one bit the fact that his jealousy is a pathological, paranoid construction. Let us ask ourselves a simple question: in the Germany of the late 1930s, what would be the result of such a non-ideological, objective approach? Probably something like, the Nazis are condemning the Jews too hastily, without proper argument, so let us take a cool, sober look and see if they are really guilty or not. Let us see if there is some truth in the accusations against them. Is it really necessary to add that such an approach would merely confirm our so-called unconscious prejudices with additional rationalizations? The proper answer to antisemitism is therefore not Jews are really not like that, but the anti-Semitic idea of Jew has nothing to do with Jews. The ideological figure of a Jew is a way to stitch up the inconsistency of our own ideological system. That is why we are also unable to shake so-called ideological prejudices by taking into account the pre-ideological level of everyday experience. The basis of this argument is that the ideological construction always finds its limits in the field of everyday experience that it is unable to reduce, to contain, to absorb and annihilate this level. Let us again take a typical individual in Germany in the late 1930s. He is bombarded by anti-Semitic propaganda depicting a Jew as a monstrous incarnation of evil, the great wire puller, and so on. But when he returns home he encounters Mr. Stern, his neighbor, a good man to chat with in the evenings, whose children play with his. Does not this everyday experience offer an irreducible resistance to the ideological construction? The answer is, of course, no. If everyday experience offers such a resistance, then the anti-Semitic ideology has not yet really grasped us. An ideology is really holding us only when we do not feel any opposition between it and reality, that is, when the ideology succeeds in determining the mode of our everyday experience of reality itself. How then would our poor German, if he were a good anti-Semite, react to this gap between the ideological figure of the Jew, schemer, wire puller, exploiting our brave men, and so on, and the common everyday experience of his good neighbor, Mr. Stern? His answer would be to turn this gap, this discrepancy itself, into an argument for antisemitism. You see how dangerous they really are. It is difficult to recognize their real nature. They hide it behind the mask of everyday appearance, and it is exactly this hiding of one's real nature, this duplicity, that is a basic feature of the Jewish nature. An ideology really succeeds when even the facts which at first sight contradict it start to function as arguments in its favor. Surplus value and surplus enjoyment. Herein lies the difference with Marxism. In the predominant Marxist perspective, the ideological gaze is a partial gaze overlooking the totality of social relations, whereas in the Lacanian perspective ideology, rather, designates totality set on effacing the traces of its own impossibility. This difference corresponds to the one which distinguishes the Freudian from the Marxian notion of fetishism. In Marxism, a fetish conceals the positive network of social relations, whereas in Freud a fetish conceals the lack, castration, around which the symbolic network is articulated. Insofar as we conceive the real as that which always returns to the same place, we can deduce another, no less crucial difference. From the Marxist point of view, the ideological procedure par excellence is that of false eternalization or universalization. A state which depends on a concrete historical conjunction appears as an eternal, universal feature of the human condition. The interest of a particular class disguises itself as universal human interest. And the aim of the criticism of ideology is to denounce this false universality, to detect behind man in general the bourgeois individual, behind the universal rights of man the form which renders possible capitalist exploitation, behind the nuclear family as a tranche historical constant the historically specified and limited form of kinship relations, and so on. In the Lacanian perspective, we should change the terms and designate as the most cunning ideological procedure the very opposite of eternalization, an over-rapid historicization. Let us take one of the commonplaces of the Marxist, feminist criticism of psychoanalysis, the idea that its insistence on the crucial role of the Oedipus complex and the nuclear family triangle transforms a historically conditioned form of patriarchal family into a feature of the universal human condition. Is not this effort to historicize the family triangle precisely an attempt to elude the hard kern which announces itself through the patriarchal family, the real of the law, the rock of castration? In other words, if over-rapid universalization produces a quasi-universal image whose function is to make us blind to its historical, socio-symbolic determination, over-rapid historicization makes us blind to the real kernel which returns as the same through diverse historicizations /symbolizations. It is the same with a phenomenon that designates most accurately the perverse obverse of 20th century civilization, concentration camps. All the different attempts to attach this phenomenon to a concrete image, Holocaust, Gulag, to reduce it to a product of a concrete social order, fascism, Stalinism. What are they if not so many attempts to elude the fact that we are dealing here with the real of our civilization, which returns as the same traumatic kernel in all social systems? We should not forget that concentration camps were an invention of liberal England, dating from the Boer War, that they were also used in the USA to isolate the Japanese population, and so on. Marxism, then, did not succeed in taking into account, coming to terms with, the surplus object, the leftover of the real, eluding symbolization, a fact all the more surprising if we recall that Lacan modeled his notion of surplus enjoyment on the Marxian notion of surplus value. The proof that Marxian surplus value announces effectively the logic of the Lacanian objet petit as the embodiment of surplus enjoyment is already provided by the decisive formula used by Marx, in the third volume of Capital, to designate the logical historical limit of capitalism. The limit of capital is capital itself, i.e. the capitalist mode of production. This formula can be read in two ways. The first, usual historicist evolutionist reading, conceives it, in accordance with the unfortunate paradigm of the dialectics of productive forces and relations of production, as that of content and form. This paradigm follows roughly the metaphor of the serpent which, from time to time, sheds its skin, which has grown too tight. One posits as the last impetus of social development as its, so to speak, natural, spontaneous constant, the incessant growth of the productive forces, as a rule reduced to technical development. This spontaneous growth is then followed, with a greater or lesser degree of delay, by the inert, dependent moment, the relationship of production. We have thus epochs in which the relation of production are in accordance with the productive forces, then those forces develop and outgrow their social clothes, the frame of relationships. This frame becomes an obstacle to their further development, until social revolution again coordinates forces and relations by replacing the old relations with new ones which correspond to the new state of forces. If we conceive the formula of capital as its own limit from this point of view, it means simply that the capitalist relation of production, which at first made possible the fast development of productive forces, became at a certain point an obstacle to their further development, that these forces have outgrown their frame and demand a new form of social relations. Marx himself is, of course, far from such a simplistic evolutionary idea. If we need convincing of this, we have only to look at the passages in Capital where he deals with the relation between formal and real subsumption of the process of production under capital. The formal subsumption precedes the real one, that is, capital first subsumes the process of production as it found it, artisans, and so on, and only subsequently does it change the productive forces step by step, shaping them in such a way as to create correspondence. Contrary to the above-mentioned simplistic idea, it is then the form of the relation of production which drives the development of productive forces, that is, of its content. All we have to do to render impossible the simplistic evolutionary reading of the formula the limit of capital itself is to ask a very simple and obvious question: how do we define, exactly, the moment, albeit only an ideal one, at which the capitalist relation of production becomes an obstacle to the further development of the productive forces? Or the obverse of the same question: when can we speak of an accordance between productive forces and relation of production in the capitalist mode of production? Strict analysis leads to only one possible answer: never. This is exactly how capitalism differs from other, previous modes of production. In the latter, we can speak of periods of accordance when the process of social production and reproduction goes on as a quiet, circular movement, and of periods of convulsion when the contradiction between forces and relation aggravates itself, whereas in capitalism this contradiction, the discord forces forward/relation, is contained in its very concept, in the form of the contradiction between the social motive production and the individual, private mode of appropriation. It is this internal contradiction which compels capitalism to permanent extended reproduction, to the incessant development of its own conditions of production, in contrast to previous modes of production where, at least in their normal state, reproduction goes on as a circular movement. If this is so, then the evolutionist reading of the formula of capital as its own limit is inadequate. The point is not that, at a certain moment of its development, the frame of the relation of production starts to constrict further development of the productive forces. The point is that it is this very immanent limit, this internal contradiction, which drives capitalism into permanent development. The normal state of capitalism is the permanent revolutionizing of its own conditions of existence. From the very beginning, capitalism putrefles. It is branded by a crippling contradiction, discord, by an immanent want of balance. This is exactly why it changes, develops incessantly. Incessant development is the only way for it to resolve again and again, come to terms with its own fundamental, constitutive imbalance, contradiction. Far from constricting, its limit is thus the very impetus of its development. Herein lies the paradox proper to capitalism, its last resort. Capitalism is capable of transforming its limit, its very impotence, in the source of its power. The more it putrefies, the more its immanent contradiction is aggravated, the more it must revolutionize itself to survive. It is this paradox which defines surplus enjoyment. It is not a surplus which simply attaches itself to some normal, fundamental enjoyment, because enjoyment as such emerges only in this surplus, because it is constitutively an excess. If we subtract the surplus, we lose enjoyment itself, just as capitalism, which can survive only by incessantly revolutionizing its own material conditions, ceases to exist if it stays the same, if it achieves an internal balance. This, then, is the homology between surplus value, the cause which sets in motion the capitalist process of production, and surplus enjoyment, the object cause of desire. Is not the paradoxical topology of the movement of capital the fundamental blockage which resolves and reproduces itself through frenetic activity, excessive power as the very form of appearance of a fundamental impotence? This immediate passage, this coincidence of limit and excess, of lack and surplus, precisely that of Lacanian objet pétier, of the leftover which embodies the fundamental, constitutive lack. All this, of course, Marx knows very well. And yet, in the crucial formulation in the preface to the Critique of Political Economy, he proceeds as if he does not know it, by describing the very passage from capitalism to socialism in terms of the above-mentioned vulgar evolutionist dialectics of productive forces and the relation of production. When the forces surpass a certain degree, capitalist relation becomes an obstacle to their further development. This discord brings about the need for socialist revolution, the function of which is to coordinate again forces and relation, that is, to establish relations of production rendering possible the intensified development of the productive forces as the end in itself of the historical process. How can we not detect in this formulation the fact that Marx failed to cope with the paradoxes of surplus enjoyment? And the ironic vengeance of history for this failure is that today there exists a society which seems to correspond perfectly to this vulgar evolutionary dialectics of forces and relation, real socialism, a society which legitimizes itself by reference to Marx. Is it not already a commonplace to assert that real socialism has rendered possible rapid industrialization, but that as soon as the productive forces have reached a certain level of development, usually designated by the vague term post-industrial society, real socialist social relationships began to constrict their further growth?